Cite specifically the issue of towing. The province of Manitoba literally was pleading for Ottawa to get engaged, to assist, and that was only days, 2 or 3 days prior, Madam Speaker, to the enactment of the Emergency Act. Yet both of those provinces say, well, it's not necessary. There could come a point in time where it could be necessary, and it is an option. It is a tool, Madam Speaker, for our law enforcement and others to be able to consider. And I'm wondering what the member opposite has to say about in particular, my home province of Manitoba, where they were virtually pleading and asking for federal involvement, even though today they say, well, it's not necessary.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker, with regard to the question posed regarding tow trucks, it would have been possible to have a specific decree, a targeted decree at that, rather than bringing out the heavy artillery and making this law useful rather than essential.
Park for Saskatchewan. The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his excellent speech, and I think it should be underlined that that while the government of Alberta clearly had been engaged with the federal government, they had at no point asked for the imposition of the Emergencies Act. And as my colleague pointed out, a majority of premiers, including the Premier of Alberta and the Premier of Quebec, opposed the use of the Emergencies Act. We have a situation where a bare majority of parliamentarians, as far as we know, maybe not, but as far as we know, support the use of the Emergencies Act. But a majority of premiers and many members of Parliament are very concerned about this. I think this sets a very dangerous precedent, and I want to ask the member if he's aware if the Quebec government is contemplating participating in legal action along with Alberta against the use of the Emergencies Act in this case.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker, I have no idea, but it's clear that the Act does not meet the Section 3 prescription, or rather the decree does not meet Section 3 of the Emergencies Act itself.
For Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to tell my dear Bloc Québécois colleague that I quite agree with him. That is, with the idea that such an important vote as we have here before us today should be a free vote. I would like to ask whether the Bloc Québécois is also in agreement with having a free vote here in the House. The honourable member for Montcalm. It's clear, Madam Speaker, that my colleague understood the question asked earlier, and in fact, when it comes to such an important issue as this, the legislative power that we represent, if we have any respect for it, since the executive power and the actions taken by the executive by invoking this act requires, in fact, that the colleagues opposite should be able to benefit from the ability to vote freely and not to hold the party line. The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. I want to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. What we experienced on the weekend in these actions, can it lead to a decreased amount of trust by Canadians? The honourable member for Montcalm. I think that the police did remarkable work on the weekend. However, I don't believe, even if the Ottawa police chief thought the act was useful, that we needed to do that just because it was proclaimed. It could have rather been done under existing legislation. So to that end, it is possible that there are people who will lose confidence in their democratic institutions, But above all, what we need to ensure is that what happens in the streets must be able to be discussed here by parliamentarians, because one day it's in the streets that it will happen if we are not able to uphold the highest democratic standards.
L'honorable
The honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. To begin with, I'm aware that I will be repeating myself. We are repeating ourselves here, but it seems to me a principle of the science of communication that a message sinks into a community if it's heard at least 20 times. Thus, I'm honored to be the perhaps 25th, 26th member to rise to speak for the Bloc Québécois. I salute the commitment of all my colleagues from the Bloc Québécois to bring the unanimous voice of the Quebec National Assembly here to show that the use of the Emergencies Act in the circumstances of the demonstrations of the last 3 weeks in Ottawa does not apply. May I remind you that we're not speaking of the War Measures Act, which is actually what you just said. I'm extremely sorry, and I apologize to Parliament, to the entire House. This was a slip. It was involuntary. So allow me to continue. So I salute the commitment of all my colleagues of the Bloc Québécois to bring the unanimous voice of the Quebec National Assembly here, demonstrating that the use of the emergencies law, in the circumstances of demonstrations here in Ottawa simply is not applicable. Also, ratifying this law tonight, given the situation we're experiencing, would show that this is just the last resort used by a government that's not taking into account the two main reasons that would justify it and must justify it. And the message would be just bring in a protest that you've announced. We'll pretend we don't know, we haven't noticed you. We'll let you settle in. We'll let you inconvenience local citizens, intimidate journalists while you're at it. You'll be allowed to set up spas in the streets. Take over the streets for 3 weeks. Anyway, it's not serious. We will just bring in the Emergencies Act when we need it. And by the way, I'm just off at the chalet. Madam Speaker, I'm sorry, this isn't the way government is well managed. This is not the way government works. Demonstrations, when they're announced, are legitimate, they're permitted, and they're even desirable in a democratic society, given that parts of the population may wish to share a message that they can feel to be urgent and relevant. And, agree or not, this is a democracy, a precious democracy, and it's important to keep that in mind. Remember how important it is to trivialize it, despise it, and even worse, to ignore it sends a very bad message. Should there be an unlawful occupation, such as unlawful parking in the streets, setting up signage, spas, stages, with consideration for these citizens who are part of his nation, which he is elected to be the representative of, I would take this opportunity to salute the exemplary and extremely measured interventions of police forces since the beginning of the occupation of Ottawa, and salute how efficient they've been, how measured they've been, given that there were several children there in the midst of the crowd. A nice change of pace for it to govern. This requires leadership and an open ear. Diplomacy. These are the tools, the precious tools that might have resolved this crisis or at least prevented it from escalating. Which leads me to state that it was unjustified and will not be justified to have the government implement this Emergencies Act, since to do so would require two very clear criteria. A certain threshold must be met, absolutely essentially. There must be an urgent and dangerous situation. One might say, fine, it was urgent and dangerous, but who provoked it? Who led it to this spot? It is impossible to deal with it using under ordinary laws. So that's to keep in mind. It would have been impossible to deal with this under ordinary laws. Because, Madam Speaker, to have this Emergencies Act justified in these circumstances, we would have to add a few new criteria. But look, if we were to invoke it and support its invocation, let's say the NDP members back its invocation, it will be essential that the NDP ensure that they implement an exemption, insist on the implementation of an exemption for the province of Quebec. I'm going to an interview at the CBC with Minister Medicino of Public Safety. Question on the frozen accounts. Is there a connection between the people arrested and the frozen accounts? Are they the same people? Answer. These are actions taken by the police forces, independent of politics. Well, then how does the Emergency Act change anything then? In my view, voting for this Emergencies Act sends out a false signal, not only to our people, but to the whole world, given that the impact on the view and the repercussions of bringing in this act in these circumstances would involve all parliamentarians here present who will bear the responsibility for doing so on their shoulders. We're talking about a form of jurisprudence to which other governments in this House will have to refer in the future. It will be a precedent, and I would like to point out to our NDP colleagues again that if they vote for this, they will have contributed to trivializing the subsequent and future use of this act, which will make it look less important, essentially. Now, should there be a national emergency that could someday occur, we certainly wouldn't hope so, it might lead to the view of various stakeholders and of the people being biased with regard to this act. And this might become a serious risk to the safety of people in the future who will be remembering this situation here today and will be remembering that we voted for this and say, well, it wasn't such an important thing. They were just, a bunch of truckers with a bunch of signs over there at Parliament Hill. So people might then not make an appropriate judgment about a real threat because we will have lacked judgment today and will have incorrectly evaluated whether or not it is essential to bring in this act. We will be accomplices to their future confusion. Madam Speaker, should the NDP so lightly back the use of this Emergencies Act, I at least ask that they ensure that the government ensure that Quebec is exempted from its application. That is their ardent desire.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe that the member is so wrong. What is happening and has happened and the potential threat is very real. Shutting down by an illegal protest, blockades in the downtown of Ottawa has had a profound negative impact in many ways, not to mention the international borders, where there was literally $500 million+ a day of transactions being blocked. We saw the loss of hundreds of jobs, going into thousands of jobs as a direct result. We saw a community being held captive, the nation's capital. The legislation is there to ensure, whether it's forbid kids from being used as a part of a barricade, it's there to ensure that there's a financial consequence for irresponsible behavior. Why doesn't the Bloc support the rule of law in Canada, which includes Quebec?
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-de-Orléans, Charlevoix. Madam Speaker, allow me to say to my colleague opposite that my priority isn't to avoid supporting the rule of law, but to apply it correctly. And I ask him who allowed for setting up these barricades? Who, by their nonchalance, their lack of leadership, their absence, why did things get to this point? That's my question for my honourable colleague.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her excellent speech. And she has clearly made the case for the thresholds of invoking the Emergency Measures Act not being met. My question to her would be, under the rule of law, it requires that due process happen. And could you speak a little bit about the due process not happening and there being a complete lack of process, and that this government moved from A to Z unmerited?
The honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans-Charlevoix. Thank you to my colleague for his most relevant question. All right, my training in industrial relations taught me that in any conflict, you need to move step by step, negotiate. You need to first off recognize the other and their position, evaluate the criteria, understand why they got to that point, understand the point they're at, and then offer negotiation, offer a plan to lead you all out of the crisis, and to go step by step. Meet, negotiate, propose, circle back around to new negotiation, to keep the peace in such a demonstration. And I think it's a lack of that that has led to the situation we have been stuck with. Deplorable. Questions and comments? The member for Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to congratulate our colleague from Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans-Charlevoix for their passion and their speech, and they have really focused on the value of democracy and our duty to remain at a level, to discuss at a level that will protect democracy. I would like her to say more about the dangerous precedent being created this evening. Should we, I underscore, should we, those of the left-handed side of the Liberals continue to support the Liberals, should we vote for it? Honourable member for Beauport-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans-Charlevoix. Thank you. Thank you for your question. A very good question put by my colleague of the Bloc Québécois. I repeat my position, which is as follows. The danger is that should we judge inappropriately the situation today, should we support the invocation of the Emergencies Act today, the future repercussions of our behavior might actually endanger the future of many citizens in our country who will have thought that this Emergencies Act is like an ultimate act that you vote in just to deal with a protest. So it would send them an ambivalent message. I think that's very serious. I think it's important to consider this, and I call on all parliamentarians to think very seriously about their vote tonight.
The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to any time to rise on my feet in this House. It's unfortunate that we're rising today to debate the Emergency Act. It is an act that I don't feel that merits to be used right now, and I'll outline my reasoning for going to be voting against this and why I hope that the NDP join with us and stay relevant and hopefully support our position I will outline why I think it is not needed right now. To get an understanding, I think we need to ask ourselves how and why. How are we here and why are we here today debating this, and why did we have protesters on the streets of Ottawa? And it goes to, I believe, the function of parliamentarians is to listen. And you may not agree with the protesters. You may not agree with all views in Canada, but you listen to hopefully have a better understanding of fellow Canadians. And that's what I think has been unfortunately lacking in this place. We've gone through 2 years of this pandemic with these difficulties. Everyone is tired. Everyone is wanting this to be over. And the good news, Canada, it is slowly becoming very apparent that it is becoming over. Mandates are getting lifted across Canada. Freedom is on the move again. We are able to take back our lives. We just had the Super Bowl get played in California. 85,000 people in that stadium. And we didn't see a spike of COVID cases afterwards. Why is that? Part of it is that vaccines have helped. We're one of the highly vaccinated countries in the world. We've got therapeutic options now available. We also have the variant that is dominant right now is milder. And this is all, in the past, this is how pandemics have ended, that the dominant strain would become a mild virus and it would go through our population and we'd have natural immunity layered on top of all the other measures that I've outlined. And that is why we're coming to the end of it. We are on the tail end of this. Province after province are lifting their restrictions. Countries, significant Western world countries, are removing the mandates. We are so close to being in that spot. So why? Why would your government in January, last month, at the end of this pandemic, after claiming that truck drivers that were frontline heroes, they were the people that literally fed and delivered the goods that sustained us for these last 2 years. We called them heroes for the first 2 years, and at the waning ends of this pandemic, they are moved from heroes to zeros, all with a stroke of a pen. That the Prime Minister decided that, you know what? At the tail end, we're going to have this mandate when you cross the border. A month ago, we're talking about a small portion of the Canadian population, for the most part, that are vaccinated, that are by themselves for 22 hours of the day. And you target those people? That's worse than targeting them. You insulted them. You divided. As this convoy was getting started, the Prime Minister called out that this convoy, this freedom convoy, that they're separatist. They're nothing much more than people that want to tear apart our country. They get to Ottawa, and I've never seen as many Canadian flags in a group ever on Parliament Hill. These aren't separatists, they're patriots. Then they were called sexist and racist. And you go out there, and to the Liberal members that are here, I would hope that you had the opportunity to meet with some of these fellow Canadians, and hear their story. And you'd hear that you would notice that they are from every nationality, every corner of the world is represented by those truckers and those people that have joined them. So they weren't racist, they weren't sexist, they weren't separatists. But we had the Prime Minister piling on. For what purpose? One would only surmise that it is for his political benefit. And that is wrong, Madam Speaker. There's a lot of wrong things that have happened in the last 2 years. But for the last 2 weeks or the last month, there's profound changes in the way that I view our institution, how Canadians view this place. And it's not for the betterment. We are in a different spot. The Queen, 95 years old, caught COVID. All the precautions that are out there that bubble wrap the Queen at her age, she caught COVID. And you know what? She's working through it. We're definitely in a new phase of this pandemic. We are coming to the end. So why pile on with these mandates that only divide Canadians, not unify us? This is wrong, Madam Speaker. Profoundly wrong what this Emergency Act gives the government the power to do. And you know this to be true. In a free society, we don't freeze bank accounts. That is the most horrendous thing that failed regimes around the world, in their dying days, you know what they do? They print money, they remove civil liberties, and they freeze bank accounts. It's not that difficult to view what's going on in Canada through a lens of mistrust. And we need leadership to bring the healing once we're through this pandemic. Just because when all the mandates get removed, and I believe we're weeks, maybe even less, away from that, we're going to have huge divisions that need to be mended. And by voting in this Emergency Act, only divides Canadians that much more at a time that we shouldn't be. That's a little bit of why we're here. But how are we here? How was it that a protest would go on for as many days that it has? And it's this inquiry that will take place. I think one of the questions and one of the things they're going to analysis is, well, what happened at the start? For weeks or days at least, we would turn on the news and we'd see news of this convoy coming to Ottawa. People lining the highways just to wave in the cold at the convoy. And even if you don't agree with their message, you must take a step back and understand what would it take for people to give up all that they had in their lives, to get on the road and come to Ottawa, to fight for what they believe in, to have their message heard from the government. They got the reports of them coming to Ottawa was no secret. When the convoy got here, they were directed or welcomed by the city of Ottawa, electronic signs, convoy, turn here, head downtown. They got down to the downtown core of Ottawa, and what were they told? Go ahead, park in Wellington. You have to leave on Sunday, but you're free to come and break this law. You can set up shop. You can protest. In Canada, we have the right to protest. That's still a right. We need to provide a space for people to protest, to disagree with their government, to let their message be heard. And, Madam Speaker, I believe this inquiry, when it looks at what were the first mistakes, well, it was either the Liberal Prime Minister under pressure to the Liberal Mayor of Ottawa to invite them down, set up shop on Wellington. That was the message they heard when they got to Ottawa. Now, people are second-guessing themselves. That, you know what, these second-guessing, they needed intelligence reports. We needed intelligence reports, and we didn't know what was coming. Turn on the news. The whole country knew where they were going and why they were going. Their livelihoods were threatened. The tail end of a pandemic when they were treated like heroes for the first 2 years of this, delivering goods, crossing the border, putting their lives at risk. In the dying days of this pandemic, as mandates were getting lifted across Canada, what did our Prime Minister decide to do? He decided to divide Canadians, just like he did in the last election. Leading into that election, he said, no, we don't need mandates. He must have got some polling information that showed elsewise. And he decided to use this divisive weapon against its own people to divide for his political gain. Madam Speaker, I will be voting against this motion because it's not right now, it's not right to freeze people's bank accounts, and it's not right to insult the hardworking Canadians that make up that convoy.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, basis is the premise of his argument from the beginning about we put in the restrictions in regards to long-haul truck drivers to cross the border. Newsflash to the member. You cannot drive, if you're a long-haul truck driver, into the States. Not because of Canada, but the United States of America will not let you in unless you are vaccinated. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I'm sorry. Madam Speaker, the member's focus then was on Ottawa. Does he not recognize the convoys and the blockades? And the blockades are still a threat at our international borders. Think for once of the real victims here. The people that are losing jobs. Communities that are losing their ability to walk peacefully around their neighborhoods. Does he not recognize those people?
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And correct the opposite member. The restrictions on crossing the border were first introduced by Ottawa. A week later, America retaliated. So when you talk about having these restrictions removed, one side has to move first, and it should be Canada. And I suspect the U.S. might actually move and force us to rescind, because it does make no sense to have these restrictions on people that sit in their cab for 22 hours of the day by themselves, crisscrossing that border. All through the last 2 years, being called heroes, and now you call them racist, you call them separatist, and you call them sexist people. This is wrong.
Point of order from the Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charlemagne.
Just to remind the member opposite, he used to speak through the chair. Throughout his speech, he kept saying you while looking at the government bench. Thank you.
The Honourable Member has a point. It does have to come through the chair. L'Honourable Député de...
The Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay James. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard my colleague's speech, and he spoke indeed about the protest of truckers in Ottawa, but it deteriorated. It was not just that in the end, with all of the flags supposedly set up here in Ottawa. So I have questions, and I'd like my colleague to tell me. Clearly, we didn't have the Emergencies Act in effect at that point, but how far can this go if it is invoked? And in terms of the scope that it had in Ottawa and elsewhere, what does my colleague think about everything that unfolded? Was it excessive or not?
Madam Speaker, and thank you for the honourable member for the question. We've had protests in Canada for over 150 years, and every protest that I've seen was able to be stopped with the current laws in the books. We had massive protests in major cities across Canada where buildings were being burnt, cars were getting set on fire, people were getting killed. For 3 weeks, we had none of that on the streets of Ottawa. And it was the lack of leadership from this Prime Minister that facilitated this getting to the place there was. I'm against blockades. I'm against any illegal activity. You still have the right to protest. You still have the right to have your message heard. And this measure is not needed because of the history of our country has been able to put down all protests that we've had in the past up until now. Why is that? Because I believe it has been being used for political reasons, not for law and order, which I'm a big believer in.
Well, member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe we have a responsibility to reflect on how we have become so divided. Instead of peace, order, and good government, we're witnessing chaos and disorder and poor government. Today, our honourable member acknowledged the question of leadership. So my question is on behalf of the thousands of emails and phone calls that I've received from people in my riding of Hastings, Lennox, and Addington. Do you agree that we need to stop this abuse of power and focus on our strengths and opportunities as a country?
Honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you kindly to the question from my honourable colleague. And we need healing. We need a leader that will listen, a leader that won't divide for his own benefit. We need to come together like never before because of what we've been through in the last 2 years. We talk about the traumatic scene that some people witnessed in Ottawa, that can't go to work, can't see loved ones, can't get around. Well, that's what our country has been like for the last 2 years, Madam Speaker. We need a leader that will bring freedom back to Canada. And remember that God keep our land glorious and free, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
During debate, the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always an honour to rise in this place and take part in debate, although I must say I am saddened that it is under the current circumstances. Last week, I put down my words very carefully on what my contribution to this debate was going to be. But last week isn't this week, is it? Today is not yesterday. I would ask, why are we still here? Why has this Prime Minister not revoked this mass overreach by his Liberal government? The streets are now clear. The trucks are gone. And as we have yet to vote on all this, all done without parliamentary approval, let's recap for a moment how we came to be here. Trucking was not broken in Canada. For the past 2 years, truckers have successfully delivered the goods, so to speak, Madam Speaker. So where was the problem here? Why did the Prime Minister intentionally go and pick this fight? Why did he decide to fix a trucking problem that was not broken? I mean, seriously, truckers did their job faithfully for 2 years without a mandate. And the vast majority of truckers are fully vaccinated. A small number of truckers who drive truck alone in their cab were never at any time shown to be a public health risk. This Liberal government has produced zero evidence to suggest there is a risk. And now, here we are. We all know that this Prime Minister has poured fuel on the fire. I will not quote the nasty names he has used because I believe them to be unparliamentary. He has told these truckers that they hold unacceptable views, that they do not deserve to be heard, that they must be condemned. Well, the Prime Minister succeeded. He drove people to come from all parts of Canada, to come all the way here to Ottawa, to protest largely against him and the actions of his government, to send a message to this Prime Minister that they wanted to be heard. And I believe all of Ottawa, and indeed Canada, heard their message. Some agree with that message. Others do not. That's what occurs in a democracy. We know when this Prime Minister sees a protest that he agrees with, he joins it. And now we know when he sees a protest he does not agree with, he will use the most powerful law he has to silence it. Because, of course, that is exactly just what happened here by invoking the Emergencies Act. Now, I come from British Columbia, a beautiful province, but one where we have seen far more than our fair share of protests. And as anyone from British Columbia can tell you, when the RCMP decide to move in and clear a protest, they do so with surgical-like efficiency. Close to 900 protesters have been cleared from the Fairy Creek protests and arrested. In November, the RCMP moved in on and cleared the protest blockade against the Pacific LNG gas line. A remote region in rural British Columbia with many Indigenous protesters was cleared by the RCMP in a single day. These are not observations, Madam Speaker. These are facts. And make no mistake, all of these protests were cleared under existing Canadian laws. Let me ask this place a question. Can any of us name any protest that occurred here in Canada since 2015 that has not ended under existing Canadian laws? I don't believe any of us can, because none exist. I was first elected to this place in 2011, and indeed lost track on how many protests occurred. Every single one was resolved under existing Canadian laws. Now, why does that matter? Because the standard used to invoke the Emergencies Act is absolutely crystal clear. The Emergencies Act cannot be invoked unless that emergency, and I quote, cannot be effectively dealt with under any other law of Canada, end quote. Full stop, Madam Speaker. And yet, the Prime Minister, who tried nothing else to de-escalate the situation before evoking the Emergencies Act, that leaves a very awkward question on the table. Why is it every other protest in modern-day Canadian history is cleared under existing laws and authority, but this protest required special laws, the Emergencies Act? Because we all know, for whatever reason, the Ottawa police were either unwilling or unable. Do not say it's due to the trucks. What the Windsor police did in clearing the Ambassador Bridge only the week prior was done under existing laws, and it also involved trucks. Whatever the answer is to that question, make no mistake, an Ottawa policing problem is not a national crisis. We all know this. I remind the House, all of the measures within the Emergencies Act must be met before the Act can be invoked. Not some, not one, all must be met. Some of you may not like that the law sets the standard, and the government is free to amend the law, and members can support that or not. But as it stands, the law has not been amended. All standards must be met before it's invoked by a government. Every protest in the past 20 years has been resolved under existing Canadian laws. Not 99% of them, 100% of them. The Prime Minister knows this, as does his Minister for Public Safety. So they have to change tactics using heated rhetoric and making serious claims, but without providing any data to back up those claims. This approach from the Prime Minister seems to be taken from the Adam Sutler character in the movie V for Vendetta. Scare the people, use fear, and that is what this Prime Minister is trying to do to justify, Madam Speaker, what cannot be legally justified. So this past weekend we watched exactly what happened. There was no armed insurrection. There were no massive stockpiles of illegal weapons or explosive or incendiary devices found here in Ottawa. This protest was largely cleared in a single weekend, much as every other protest is cleared in Canada without using the Emergencies Act. Now, so why is this a different situation? Why are we still here? Why is the Emergency Act not being revoked? I am reminded that recently that a member from Louis Saint-Hubert gave a public statement. He knows the dangerous games this Prime Minister plays. This member, Madam Speaker, had the courage to call out the Prime Minister's divisive tactics and politics of division. Here is the problem with the politics of division. I mean, politically, I suppose some would say if you pull on an issue and pick a winning side and then demonize the losing side, you come away with more votes. The challenge with this approach is when you create sides, you divide people. You create winners and losers. That approach divides. It creates hate and animosity. Indeed, we've heard this Prime Minister use nasty words against those his policies have turned into losers. We heard this Prime Minister make a most ungraceful and undignified attack against a female MP from my party last week. Why? Why would he do that? Is it really too much of an expectation that a leader of a G7 country cannot answer a question from a Jewish member of Parliament without suggesting that she stands with people who wave swastikas? And yet, he refused to apologize. 3 times he refused. And even after a day of reflection, he still refused to apologize. But that's what this man has become since the election. Bitter, angry, divisive, and vindictive. I say vindictive because, again, we're still here. The protests have been clear. The only motive now to continue with the act would be to punish. And to punish under the terms of the Emergencies Act where there is no due process to protect the innocent from mistakes that may occur. Is this the Canada we want now? One that punishes people without fairness and without due process? Let us also recognize other countries that are now openly mocking and belittling the actions of our Prime Minister. How will future Canadian governments condemn those nations for cracking down on their citizens when we here are no better? Canada used to be an example, a country known for our kindness to others, our compassion, our willingness to stand with others, to fight against tyranny and oppression. Now today, under this Prime Minister, we've become a nation increasingly divided, fighting amongst ourselves. There was a time in the past when this Prime Minister would apologize for his use of unparliamentary words in this place, and he would speak of sunny ways. Not anymore. We've gone from sunny ways to dark days. What has become of the Prime Minister since the election? Well, the comments directed by the Prime Minister to the member for Thornhill were abhorrent. We cannot allow division to continue. If you vote for this act, knowing full well that not all the conditions have been met, knowing today that the protests have been cleared and trucks are gone, you're basically authorizing an overuse and abuse and setting a very dangerous precedent in this process. You will, in fact, lower the bar that needs to be set high. We must do our job as parliamentarians. It means we must follow the law. If we do not, if we fail, we are failing Canadians.
Time for questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me quote something from the Winnipeg Free Press that was just printed the other day. Premier Heather Stefanson pleaded in a private letter to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau to... Oh, I'm sorry. I definitely know better. Start over. Madam Speaker, Premier Heather Stefanson pleaded in a private letter to the Prime Minister to intervene at Emerson border blockade, just days before she publicly opposed his decision to enact the Federal Emergencies Act against protesters. In a February 11 letter obtained by the Free Press, Stefanson asked the Prime Minister to take immediate and effective action as she pleaded for national leadership that only you and the federal government can provide. The province of Alberta asked for the ability from Ottawa to help, to bring in some tow trucks. The Premier of Ontario supports this initiative. The interim chief of Ottawa Police supports it. It seems to me that it is the extreme conservative right that is playing politics, and there's ample evidence of hypocrisy, Madam Speaker.
Central Okanagan, Similkin and Nicola.
Speaker, in my speech I said very clearly that there are laws within Canada that allow for coordination of police and be able to establish order without invoking the Emergencies Act. Again, it's never been used before. the member is just wrong. Again, we've had no one say any of the protests outside of this place that have been massive have not been dealt using through existing laws. Now, I'll quote someone, and this is the Prime Minister. In order for you to trust your government, you need a government that will trust you. When we make a mistake, as all governments do, it's important that we acknowledge the mistake and learn from it. We know that you do not expect us to be perfect, but you expect us to work tirelessly and to be honest, open, and sincere in our efforts to serve the public interest. Madam Speaker, what happened to that Prime Minister? What happened to that Prime Minister?
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Madam Speaker, listening to the Liberals, they're either telling us that it's an ordinary law that will just add a few other tools if needed, or hear them say that the provinces were begging them for help. And do you know what, Madam Speaker? We also were begging for leadership for over 20 days. Leadership is not an extreme act like the Emergencies Act is. Leadership is bringing people together. It's talking. It's trying to meet with people. It's coordinating the police forces, taking action before 20 days. I'd like to hear my colleagues' comments on this.
For Central Okanagan, Similkin and Nicola.
I would like to thank the member for that question, for raising the point. Look, leadership is everything. And instead of stoking the divisions and calling out, as the Prime Minister has done, I won't use those unparliamentary terms, Madam Speaker, created a much more escalated crisis. He could have chosen to work with the Solicitor General of Ontario to find ways that they could support utilizing existing measures, not the Emergencies Act. Madam Speaker, it's the equivalent of awakening the Kraken, a legislative leviathan that should only be broken when in the most dire of situations. I don't believe that the government has met the test, and in fact, I believe the government should rescind that invocation immediately. We are a nation of laws. No one person should have such power that is given, and we as parliamentarians need to do our part to uphold the rule of law. If the government has not met the high threshold test, Madam Speaker, we should vote against.
Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Congratulations to my colleague for a wonderful speech. The question is, history taught us that any government that you give over power, or politicians that get over power or over money, that mean we're going into a dictatorship style. How much this bill and this experience can remind us about the history?
Member for Central Okanagan, Similkin and Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And certainly I understand, especially when people are pushed to the limits that they want to push back. But you know what? We're supposed to channel the concerns of Canadians to this place. And in the Emergencies Act, as I said, if the government felt that the threshold was too high, they could have moved to amend it. But they haven't. And so we here in this chamber now have a responsibility to look at whether or not that the Prime Minister and his cabinet have met the threshold to utilize legislation that it gives them enormous powers that we have never been used. Madam Speaker, I believe we should limit those powers. I believe that the government should revoke its use of it. And if in the face of not doing that, Madam Speaker, we should vote against this to restore.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lethbridge.
Madam Speaker, violence was their mode of operation. Hate is what drove them. Human life was called into question or altogether threatened, and millions of dollars of damage was done to property. Yet there was silence from the Prime Minister, and the media only spoke whispers several days later. Meanwhile, 4,500 kilometers away on the other side of the country, a diverse group of Canadians gathered from all across. Some wore turbans, some wore toques, some were in their 70s, and some weren't even able to walk yet. They gathered for one reason: to advocate for freedom. They gathered to advocate for what it is to be Canadian, true, north, strong, and free. These individuals were truckers, they were farmers, they were doctors, they were nurses, they were stay-at-home moms, they were students, they were teachers, they were social workers. I talked with them, I heard their story, I listened, because that's what a politician does who deeply cares about this country. The Prime Minister took a bit of a different approach. He stigmatized, he antagonized, he turned a deaf ear. Now, some of these individuals drove big rigs, and some of them drove Civics, some of them F-150s, and some of them were vaccinated 3 times, and some of them were vaccinated not at all. But they all were Canadian, fighting for an ideal. Was it disruptive at times? Yes, indeed. That is the point of a peaceful assembly protesting something that you disagree with. It's allowed in this country, a democratic country. Now, were there a few bad actors? Sure, yeah, but they were quickly condemned and removed. When we juxtapose this with the attack on the Coastal GasLink site at Houston, BC, with damage to property and threat to human life, it becomes very clear that the Prime Minister's decision to invoke the Emergencies Act in response to Ottawa is a massive overreach and purely punitive in nature. We know this especially given the fact that we watched the border crossings at Windsor, Coutts, Surrey, and Emerson, Manitoba be cleared without the Emergencies Act needing to be invoked. We know it even more today when we see that the downtown core of Ottawa has been cleared out, and yet the Prime Minister insists that he will still move forward with invoking the Emergencies Act. Why? Is it necessary? I argue no. Again, if these things were able to be cleared up, the Windsor border, the Surrey border, the Coutts border, the Emerson border, if these were able to be cleared up without this over-exaggeration of power, then Ottawa could have been too. But there's something more that needs to be discussed here, and that is, what is that threshold for invoking the Act? Now, we know that the Emergencies Act has never been used since 1988 when it was first created. Its predecessor, the War Measures Act, was used 3 times, once in World War I, once in World War II, and once for the FLQ crisis, where again, human life was taken and the country was really thrown into chaos. The bar is high. So for the Prime Minister to invoke the Emergencies Act when an assembly of people come to protest with views that are different than the Prime Minister's, one has to wonder why. Why the overreach? Why? The one power that Trudeau gets, or sorry, that the Prime Minister gets from this is the ability to freeze bank accounts. He has the opportunity to then cease control of the monetary flow for those individuals who hold views different than his own. Madam Speaker, this is an abuse of power. We're talking about individuals who may have donated $10, maybe a few $100s to this cause. Simply because they had views that were different than the Prime Minister's, their bank accounts are frozen, they're unable to make their car payments, their house payments, or put food on their table. Some of them are unable to take care of their children, of life. Madam Speaker, it is a massive breach. And it is simply for no other reason than the fact that these folks failed to fall in line. They questioned the government. They held views and do hold views that are different than the Prime Minister's. So using the tactic of a schoolyard bully, he has decided to implement the Emergencies Act so that he can control, manipulate, dictate, be punitive, punish. Madam Speaker, it should be highlighted that the federal government is utilizing national security tools that were designed to combat terrorism against Canadians who support protests. Madam Speaker, we must let that sink in for just a moment. The Prime Minister of our country is using laws that are normally used against terrorists, and he is using them. I mean, Dr. Tam herself was saying that we needed to reassess the mandates that were put in place at that time. She herself was saying that we needed to learn to live with COVID, that we needed to return to normal. The Prime Minister has turned a deaf ear, a blind eye, refused to listen. I'm not sure what his agenda is, but it certainly isn't to serve this country well. It certainly isn't the best interest of Canadians at heart. Before even knowing who was coming to Ottawa, he refused to listen. His tactics were mean-spirited and divisive in nature. He stigmatized, he antagonized, he traumatized. He went after these individuals, telling them that they were a fringe minority with unacceptable views. He damaged the unity of this country, pitting one region or one people against another. He crushed the human spirit. One of my constituents wrote to me, she said this: she's an immigrant who just moved to Canada about a decade ago. She now has 3 children and is married. She runs a small business and is a beautiful community participant. She said, I quote, "It was mere months ago I filled out the paperwork to become a Canadian citizen. I desire to align myself with a nation I've come to love, to stand beside people who make it great, to cast a vote in the bucket of democracy. And yet I am sickened by the increasingly pervasive narrative being spouted, one where rightness trumps charity and good faith, and where being Canadian is defined not by our humanity, but by our political affiliations. And here I am, awaiting news of my application status, while the Canada I thought I knew crumbles around me. Not from COVID, but from the divisive and destructive language being used to define citizenship and belonging." She goes on to say, "But what am I saying yes to? A nation that speaks before listening, one that defines being a good Canadian in a way that marginalizes everyone who doesn't fit said description." She continues, "I humbly ask that we take steps toward the Canada I first moved to, one where value isn't gained, it's given, and given generously by the people who call it home, because diversity of thought and conscience are great markers of democracy than the alternative." Madam Speaker, this is the deep heart cry of so many Canadians across this country. We want a unified nation. We want a Prime Minister who listens to the fellow citizens of this great country. We want to move forward with strength. And the Prime Minister has claimed that he wants the same. But in order to do that, it starts with him. He must trust and respect the Canadian people for the Canadian people to do the same. Unfortunately, he has chosen gamesmanship over statesmanship, and it is killing our country. I urge this House to vote no to the punitive measures that are being discussed here today. Thank you.
It's the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Minister of Family, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from across the way for her question. And I think we can all agree that many of the protesters who came to Ottawa and in other parts of the country, many of them there did feel that they were speaking out against the suffering that many Canadians had felt over the past 2 years, and that the restrictions for them were difficult and challenging. This pandemic has been difficult and challenging for all Canadians. But I want to ask my member this: why do colleagues across the way choose to be willfully blind to the white supremacy sentiments that were clear and present in the leadership of this convoy? Be it Pat King's vitriol, Tamara Litch's affiliation with the Maverick Party, or the diagonal on badges that were found on the members who were arrested at Coots, or the 1,100 donors that were discovered through GoFundMe who had also donated to the Capitol riots on January 6th in the United States. I'm happy to share the ADL report with her if she'd like. I would feel strongly that all of us should be standing up against white supremacist and anti-democratic sentiments, whether they are forthcoming and upfront in these blockades, or if they have been part of the driving forces that have led people to gather together.
Well, member for Lethbridge. The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Interestingly enough, the member knows very well that my party, our side of the aisle, has condemned those acts of hate or the flying of the swastika. She knows that. But again, she chooses to participate in the same tactics as the Prime Minister, which is to divide, which is to attack, which is to be punitive. It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. What we are talking about right now is invoking the Emergencies Act in the country of Canada, an act that the Prime Minister will use in order to go after individuals who disagree with his viewpoints. And I would ask the member opposite as to why she doesn't ask the Prime Minister to apologize to the member on our side who was accused of marching with a swastika when she herself is a young Jewish woman. That is disgusting. And I would urge the member to call out the Prime Minister on that bad behavior.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciated in the member for Lethbridge's comments this morning, alongside others, calling for unity, particularly in a discussion in this House that has been lacking in that in recent days. And I think important in that is also a shared understanding of facts and context. And so I also note that in the member's comments, there wasn't mention of an MOU about overthrowing government. There wasn't mention about ties to white nationalism as part of the people that were in Ottawa. And so I wonder if the member would want to share more about the wider context of those that were in Ottawa over recent weeks.
Bridge.
I wonder if the member opposite would like to talk about the vast majority of protesters who held themselves in peaceful regard. Individuals who were elderly, individuals who were in their young 20s, individuals who were children, individuals who bounced on bouncy castles and who waved Canadian flags, individuals who cooked sausages and pancakes and who held little rallies, individuals who advocated for their freedom, which is their democratic right to do. And then I wonder if that same member, after talking about all of those peaceful protesting acts that were taken here on Parliament Hill by the vast majority of participants, I wonder if that member would then also like to talk about the fact that the Prime Minister is invoking the Emergencies Act.
Another chance, l'honorable député de Montcalm.
And the Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Not only did the decree not respect the conditions set out in Section 3 of the Emergencies Act, but listening to the arguments given by my Liberal colleagues, we really feel that they're taking the ultimate act and using the ultimate power. Does my colleague not think that it is a little commonplace as an action?
20 seconds.
As discussed in my speech, I do believe that the Prime Minister is overstepping. I believe that it is a massive overreach, or overreach, I should say. I believe it's an abuse of power. He is using something that is that is entirely used against terrorists, and he is using it against citizens who have protested him in the streets of Ottawa because they hold viewpoints that are different than his own. It's absolutely
debate. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me at the beginning wish all Canadians a happy Family Day today. Today is supposed to be a day for Canadian families to celebrate, to enjoy being families within all the peace and prosperity that they deserve. While the Prime Minister chose to be the sole architect of this crisis that we are about to talk about today, and we've been talking about for the last few days. Madam Speaker, we stand at a crossroad in the House today. It is by the motion and no other that this Parliament and the men and women in this House of Commons will be remembered. During the First World War, Canadians saw the War Measures Act imposed for the first time. Under that act, more than 8,500 men, women, and children of Ukrainian background were interned into 24 camps across the country. Many of them were born in Canada. Their rights were ignored by the government of the day, including the right of vote or to vote. Parliament and the people of Canada remain silent to those injustices. It was only in 2005, with the passage of the Ukrainian-Canadian Restitution Act, that some redress was made to the descendants of those who were abused by the government, acknowledging that what was done was wrong. In early 1942, the government of Canada used the War Measures Act to intern more than 21,000 Japanese Canadians who were held for the duration of the Second World War. Their homes and business were seized and sold to pay for their detention. Once again, Parliament and people of Canada remained silent to this mistreatment of citizens. It was only in 1988 then that the Prime Minister, Brian Mulroney, apologized for this wrongful act of the Canadian government. The last time the War Measures Act was used, Madam Speaker, was during the October crisis of 1970. The government of the day imposed it because of a perceived insurrection, which turned to be much of less of an insurrection than the government had imagined. Hundreds of Quebecers were roasted from their beds in the middle of the night and held without a trial to eventually be released without apology. Their supposed crime had been to show support for unpopular idea, and that is Quebec, or that was Quebec independence. The government of the day lumped them together with those who had committed crimes, unable to separate the difference between beliefs and actions. If that sounds much like what happened in Canada the past few weeks, that is because it is. This government does not seem able to grasp that it is possible to disagree with a policy and to protest against that policy without being dangerous to society. So it invokes the Emergency Act. As former NDP leader Tommy Douglas famously remarked in 1970, this is like using, quote, a sledgehammer to crack a peanut, end quote. This government has failed to prove any justification for this action. In effect, it is using the most draconian piece of legislation at its disposal to fix a parking problem in downtown Ottawa. Madam Speaker, the government is asking us to trust them on this matter. Their actions will remain consistent with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. That's what they tell us. There are no plans to call the army yet. You'll pardon me for looking at this government's track record and taking these statements with a huge grain of salt. I'm sure that they are sincere and that they believe what they are saying. But unfortunately, as we have seen, their actions are frequently quite different from the high ideals of their words. And it is by their actions that they will be judged, not by the flowery language. I would challenge any member from the government side to explain how freezing bank accounts without a warrant of persons who have not been charged with a crime is consistent with the Charter of Rights and Freedom. Does such action apply only to those who have illegally parked their vehicles in downtown Ottawa? What about their families? Does it extend to those who have liked the Freedom Convoy on Facebook? How far will this Prime Minister go to silence those who disagree with his policies? Just watch him. We have all heard stories about the government's no-fly list. Thousands of people with alleged terrorist connections prevented from air travel. We all agree that such a list had a purpose. However, that list of names is just that. It doesn't include passport numbers or dates of birth or other information to better identify those who may not fly. That means we regularly hear of those who are banned from air travel because their names are on the list, but who are not the ones targeted. A 5-year-old child with the same name as terrorists had no redress when turned away at the airport. So forgive me, Madam Speaker, for wondering how can we trust this government to freeze the bank accounts of only those who have taken part in Ottawa protest. It would be simple to arrest those on the scene. Instead, that they are making it more complicated and are sure to make mistakes. Telling Canadians that the government respects Charter of Rights will be cold comfort when they make those mistakes and start seizing bank accounts of people who have no connection to the protests. Canadian citizens who have done nothing wrong will have the government seizing their assets and will have no redress. Government members must tell you that this could not happen. Remember the no-fly list and ask yourself if you believe them. The past week I have received hundreds of phone calls, as I'm sure in that case for every member in the House, not just from constituents, but from concerned Canadians. Some are angry at the state of our country. They don't understand why the federal government is not following the science in bringing an end to various mandates. They demand action. Many more, though, are afraid. They are afraid of the directions they see Canada's taking. They see division in the House of Commons and in the country. Many blame the Prime Minister for creating those divisions. Others blame politicians. One woman I talked with, a senior citizen, was in tears. She loves Canada. She's horrified at what we are becoming. After 2 years of pandemic, she feels helpless. She is looking to Parliament to show leadership, and what she sees is a government attempting to divide Canadians instead of unifying them. A government that denies the right to peaceful protest for anyone who disagree with its policies. A Prime Minister who is too afraid of others' viewpoints to even meet with them on Zoom. I encourage all honourable members, as you cast your vote today, consider your place in history. Remember the abuses by governments past and ask yourself if the situation at hand warrants the method being used by this government. Let us put aside our different political parties' identities and come together to vote as Canadians. The nation is watching us now. Will we pretend that we are living in 1917, 1942, or 1970? Or we will show that we understand that in 2022, Canadians must not be abused on the whim of a Prime Minister. History will remember our actions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, the honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would actually like to address for you the member opposite who just asked the question, will we continue to pretend that we are living in the past? It seems that the member opposite and his Conservative colleagues are in fact living in the past as they continually reference the War Measures Act and comments that Tommy Douglas made about this act in 1970. We are here to debate a very different act, the Emergencies Act, an act that was introduced, in fact, to address the concerns that this member has raised about the War Measures Act by, I may remind the member opposite, a Conservative government. So why does this member opposite and his colleagues continually reference this act, which is no longer on the books in Canada? You know, creating confusion and anxiety and concern among people when we really should be focused on the act which we are debating today, the Emergency Measures Act. Thank you.
Edmonton Manning.
Well, the honourable member can name it whatever it want to name it. At the end of the day, the action and the effect of it is what will be remembered by Canadians for generations to come. So let's not to divide this issue and rename it as her Prime Minister, her boss, has been doing, dividing Canadians for the last years. And we've seen the utmost of it right now. That is my answer, Madam Speaker. I hope that honourable member will be able to stand on the right side of history and vote against this draconian bill.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Very interesting. The Bloc Québécois is also opposed to the Emergencies Act that we've been debating since Thursday for different reasons, I think. But that's not what I wanted to raise. He mentioned, as our previous colleague said in her question, the War Measures Act a number of times. He talked about times in history when it was invoked for different reasons. Obviously, I heard his comment regarding the sad episodes in Quebec in 1970, where he seems to say that many people of Quebec were unjustly arrested, sometimes in the middle of the night without any reason, arbitrarily detained for a number of weeks. I'd like to ask my colleague if the Bloc Québécois were to table a motion to ask for the government to apologize to Quebecers who were victims of the War Measures Act in 1970. Would he support our motion this time? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Indeed, Madam Speaker. I can see that the Bloc Québécois and Quebecers remember that dark chapter when people were arrested without any link. They were lumped together victims were lumped together with criminals. At that time, that what was done was unnecessary, was on an imaginary basis. I will support an apology to Quebec and Quebecers because I believe that chapter of our history has to be turned forever.
The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my friend from Edmonton, Manning, for an excellent speech. I took note particularly of a comment he made about following the science and this Prime Minister's refusal to follow the science when it doesn't fit his narrative. And I'm wondering what message would my colleague give to the NDP, who have always been champions of civil liberties, who are now seeing the liberties of Canadians trampled underfoot? And what would he say to the NDP about voting with their conscience and about remaining true to the values that they say are important to them?
Answer from the member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, my colleague, for the question. Yesterday I was hearing a speech that one of the NDP members was talking about the far right and the far left. I will call the NDP today the far lost. They are lost they haven't been remembering their history. Quebec is remembering the history. NDP is not. I would call on them to vote no today just to be on the right side of history. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Just before I go to resuming debate, a little while ago somebody yelled out time, and you know, when people yell out when other people have the floor, it's not proper. First of all, it's up to the speaker as to the timing. It's not up to members within the chamber here. It's up to the speaker. And I do have a clock in front of me, and so I do have a timer, and I'm very conscious of the time, and I think I've been very fair. And if not, then please approach me, and I will address those. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the member from Calgary Skyview just as we start. I've listened intently to the debate that has taken place in the House now for several days, and I come today with my intervention as a legislator, a member of my community, and as a mother. Holocaust survivor Viktor Frankl once said, "Freedom is in danger of degenerating into mere arbitrariness unless it is lived in terms of responsibleness. The protection of our democratic institutions and the fabric of this country requires for us to be responsible in this moment." We can all agree that we came to this House to represent our communities and their rights under the Charter, which include the rights for freedom of expression, peaceful assembly and protest, and the right to be safe, secure in our homes and places of worship. These democratic freedoms that we cherish and enjoy as Canadians are exercised and anchored within the rule of law. As a mother and member of my community, I know we are exhausted and frustrated by the devastating impacts of the pandemic. Many of us have experienced trauma, and others are grieving the loss of a loved one among the over 34,000 Canadians who have died due to COVID-19. We can agree that the majority of Canadians, communities, families, mothers and fathers, healthcare workers, essential service workers, and businesses have come together, have been unified to support one another, to take care of each other these past 2 years, day after day, in the simplest of ways, wearing masks, maintaining health protocols, and social distancing. And yes, Madam Speaker, by getting vaccinated, including 90% of Canadian truckers. All the tools we as federal, provincial, and municipal governments have utilized with only one primary goal in mind: to keep one another safe and healthy in this unprecedented global pandemic, to be united in a fight for collective health and safety of one another and our most vulnerable, immunocompromised, and the elderly. We've come to agree that the convoy that came to Ottawa unimpeded to speak their mind over the duration of 3 weeks of occupation became an illegal blockade, with members who intimidated residents, threatening their safety and security, and were led by leadership whose members called for the overthrowing of this government to be replaced with leaders of their choosing, and who are affiliated with disturbing alliances to white supremacy, racism, and yes, anti-Semitism. We can agree that Canadians were shocked, horrified, and traumatized to see the memory and tragedy of the Holocaust diminished and weaponized to justify this insurrection, be it through yellow stars worn on coats, or Canadians pained to see white supremacy flags brazenly flown with Confederate or Nazi flags by some in the crowd. The language of organizers in their social media feeds sprouted hate and vitriol, demanding a removal of government time and again. And let us not forget that the tragedy of residential schools was trivialized to justify these illegal protests. We can agree that all of these acts harm the fabric of our democracy, our governmental institutions, and our unity. They also harm the trust we have in one another as Canadians. We've been asked if the threshold was met to invoke the Emergency Act. The test to justify this difficult decision is that there has to be a threat that is national in scope and that current tools were unable to address it. We can acknowledge that the arrival of hundreds of truckers at each location across the country blocking critical infrastructure is a harm and a threat, be it to the borders themselves, impacting jobs, the livelihood of families, or the hundreds of millions of dollars of our economic trade that were impacted. Or on a more personal level, the mother I spoke to whose autistic child had to be taken to the emergency room from the incessant honking of horns that were causing him self-harm. Or the man on one of the first nights of the occupation of Ottawa who died in an ambulance because it could not get through. We can agree that the degree of foreign funds, nearly 50% of the millions raised, were fueled not by the desire to protest vaccine mandates, but by a desire to drive white supremacist populist agendas that are a threat to our democratic institutions, potentially donated by foreign agents, political movements, and individuals from beyond our borders. We must address this. We can agree that the pervasiveness of these blockades have been national in scope, impacting borders and communities from across the country. These were not peaceful protests. This is clear by the weapons seized at the Alberta-Coutts border and the 12 arrests of those charged with conspiracy to commit murder. We've been asked if this is a first, second, or third or last resort. If we are to examine the engagement and timelines of the very public sharing of information as this situation unfolded, we can agree on the following. Municipal and provincial jurisdictions were offered assistance and tools by this government on the first day these illegal blockades took hold. The government was clear in its regular and daily communication with local authorities on the resources it could provide if asked to do so. What colleagues can and should understand is that as a federal government, we continue to work within the jurisdictions and authorities that allowed us to. That is how we protect and respect the Constitution, the Charter, and authorities of all levels of government as a democracy, working together to evaluate capacity each and every step of the way during these illegal blockades. The occupation of downtown Ottawa, Windsor, and the Coutts borders posed a unique threat, and by the tactics used, be it the trucks themselves, the lethal weapons found, the tremendous economic impacts, and finally, Madam Speaker, I say this both as a legislator and as a mother, the horrifying images of the children who were put in harm's way time and again in the name of protest, but who were sent as human shields required this Emergency Act to be implemented. We have an obligation to our constituents, our businesses, to our communities, to our families, and yes, to our children, to protect them from such harms. To that end, in order to continue to build on these efforts, the federal government made the responsible and reasonable decision to ensure that this situation could be brought under control so Canadians could get their lives back. Madam Speaker, we know that these tools were necessary. We know by the interim Chief of Police for Ottawa, Sergeant Bell, who said so himself. He said this clearly in his statement last Friday. With the new resources that we have seen flowing from our police partners, the new tools that both our provincial and federal governments have put in place, and our new integrated command center, we believe we now have the resources and power to bring a safe end to this occupation. And they have. And they will continue to do so. Without this act, law enforcement from Vancouver, Sudbury, Toronto, Halton, York Region, Quebec, and many other jurisdictions, including the OPP and RCMP, could not have been mobilized in this manner to answer the call of Ottawa Police for a need of 1,800 officers to assist on the ground. We thank each and every one of them for their service and their swift action that was professional, strategic, and measured, and kept the peace while dismantling the illegal blockade and removing protesters, restoring the city of Ottawa back to its rightful residents. This is a defining moment for law and order and for democracy to be upheld. It was not taken lightly, and the measures we have proposed are temporary, strategic, and necessary to ensure that all levels of government and law enforcement from across Canada could work together for Canadians. There will be much discussion, inquiry, and review of the implementation of these measures in the coming months, as there should be, for this is an unprecedented decision and a responsible one, a reasonable one. It will also be a time of deep reflection of where we are as a country when white supremacy, populism, anti-Semitic, racist, and anti-democratic actions can rise so swiftly amongst protesters and mobilize others under a banner of freedom that was anything but. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The only member that has the right to freely speak in the Liberals, the Prime Minister, namely, has just changed what should be a conscious vote into a confidence vote. We're discussing with the Liberal members, and even several people in the ranks are uncomfortable with the exchange measures being taken since the truckers have left. Is the member not somewhat uncomfortable, aside from what she said, with the fact that we're not letting Liberal members vote freely according to their conscience in such a historic context?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his question. As the member of this House knows, each and every one of us will vote. How we choose to vote and what we decide at that moment is based on the serious moment that we are in as a country to represent our communities, our families, our businesses, and our constituents. And I encourage the member to think deeply and wisely, as all of us in this House will do, of where we choose to vote on this important Emergencies Act today. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last week in the House of Commons, the Prime Minister made deplorable comments accusing the member for Thornhill for, quote, standing with those with swastikas. Those comments were rightly called out by this member's predecessor, Michael Levitt, a well-respected member of the House of Commons who never resorted to the kind of partisan approach that we've seen from the Prime Minister or even at times from this member. Michael Levitt said on Twitter, "It's disappointing to see the swastika politicized in the House of Commons or anywhere else." Is this member willing to stand with Michael Levitt and recognize that the Prime Minister's comments last week to the member for Thornhill were inappropriate?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my colleague across the way, thank you for your question. It was this Prime Minister and this government that has been prepared to take a hard and uncomfortable look at the history of racism and exclusion in this country. be it to its firm commitment to the path of reconciliation with First Nations, the apology to the Italian community for its internment of internment of members in World War II, or his apology to the Jewish community and to the passengers of the St. Louis, reminding all Canadians that when we divide, when we say none is too many, the consequences are tragic. These are uncomfortable truths. I would invite the member and his colleagues to get uncomfortable and do the work, the collective and judicious work of recognizing that conveniently dismissing a few bad apples or ignoring the disturbing white supremacy and racism that was in front of all Canadians and at the root of the leadership of these illegal blockades is something that needs to be addressed and explained to all Canadians. One Nazi flag, one Confederate flag, one gun is too many.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to know from the member, I was really moved by the answer that she just gave. We've continuously been hearing from the opposition today that this is a peaceful protest. The protesters all meant well. The protesters were just having a carnival here for the last 3 weeks. And so it's continuing to minimize the seriousness of what was really going on. So I'd like the member to elaborate and explain a little bit better as to why we can't overlook the signs that were out there.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, and I want to thank my colleague for her question. Throughout this 3 weeks and the leadership and the organizers, we have to look at the root to understand the cause, and the root, whether it be Pat King, whether it be Tamara Litch, whether there be other members of the leadership that spoke, the history of their language on social media, of their racist, white supremacist, anti-democratic statements that they have made time and again. They rallied those around them from a different cause who were tired, like many, from this pandemic, and used them, weaponized them for something that is much deeper and darker that we need to address in this country. The weapons at Coots show it, the badges show it, and we will continue to stand up against it and speak out against it in this House and in this country.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to rise in the House today. This evening, I will be voting in favor of confirming the invocation of the Emergencies Act to restore peace, order, and good government. We're a country of rule of law and protected by the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I have heard a clear and urgent plea from my constituents and Calgarians alike. They want illegal and disruptive protests to come to an end. The actions of a small group of protesters have impacted working truckers, business owners, and thousands of law-abiding residents. We are making significant progress towards recovery from the pandemic. Unfortunately, the actions of a few have taken us in the wrong direction, away from freedom and towards disorder. Local authorities in both Alberta and Ontario were unable to restore order for weeks, allowing protesters to cause massive economic damage, with border blockades alone disrupting millions of dollars of trade. You know, last week at our Transportation Infrastructure Committee meeting, the impacts of that trade was highlighted. You know, at Coots for 18 days, $48 million a day for a total of $864 million of trade lost or deferred. At the Ambassador Bridge for 6 days, $2.4 billion of impact to our economy. And if you look at the impact on the Pacific Highway or Emerson, there's a substantial cost to our economy, coast to coast, in billions of dollars. Then we think about the people impacted, the small business where those goods and services have not come because of these blockades. Small businesses in Calgary, many small businesses are saying it will take weeks or months to get the supply chain back to a normal working order, impacting their businesses' ability to open and provide the goods and services to Calgarians and Canadians. I've had the opportunity to speak to many truckers during this time. You know, one of my constituents, Kabir, who lives in Calgary Skyview, was caught in the blockade at Coutts. He could not get back into the country. He could not pass that blockade. This took a tremendous impact on him to being able to deliver those goods and services and make those deliveries of groceries and medical supplies like many of his colleagues were doing in the province of Alberta, but also took away from him getting back home to his family after being away for 10 days, disrupted his future job opportunities to deliver to other parts of the country and back into the US. That's one of the truckers from my constituency, and there's many, many more that have been impacted by these illegal disruptions. My thoughts go out to the family who was on their way home to Medicine Hat to visit their loved ones, their mother who was ill, who unfortunately passed away, who because of the blockade in Coutts was unable to make it home to meet and see their loved ones for one last time. You know, this left me impacted by the impacts of the financial costs of these illegal blockades, but also on the cost to many and their lives and the impact to their families. On the Coutts border specifically, law enforcement agencies initially chose to negotiate and de-escalate the situation until faced with radicalized and heavily armed extremists who were soon charged with a conspiracy to commit murder. What they found was guns, ammunition, and body armor, and a threat to attack our law enforcement authorities. These events underscored the urgency of action. Invoking the Emergencies Act had an immediate positive effect on restoring order. Law enforcement agencies from across the country were mobilized and have restored order to Canada's capital. Border blockades have been dismantled, allowing vehicles to move freely and maintain those critical supply chains. Protest organizers have been arrested. It is also apparent that alt-right organizations participated in organizing these protest movements. These are forces that promote conspiracy theories and disinformation to radicalize individuals. Some of these radicalized individuals have shown up to my private residence to intimidate my family and me. Our government is not taking this decision lightly. It has been debated intensely by elected members of Parliament in the House of Commons. Its impact will be reviewed closely by a parliamentary committee tasked explicitly with studying all aspects of this situation. Checks and balances are in place to ensure accountability. I also want to express my disagreement with the Premier of Alberta, Jason Kenney's decision to challenge the federal use of the Emergencies Act. On February 5th, Alberta's Minister of Municipal Affairs sent a letter to Canada's Minister of Public Safety requesting federal assistance in removing obstructions from a provincial highway. Our government listened and responded by including a provision in the Emergencies Act that orders tow truck drivers to move vehicles blocking roads. It is unfortunate that our Premier continues to meaninglessly posture instead of putting the best interests of his province above his own political survival. Our nation's capital was under occupation for more than 3 weeks. Non-state foreign actors have been actively engaged in undermining our democratic institutions. Canada was unprepared, and I look forward to the continued vigorous debate in Parliament to investigate and hold those responsible who have caused direct and indirect damage to our security and economic interests. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While it's disheartening to see my NDP colleagues in this House support the gross overreach of the government that I think would weaponize these kinds of measures against them ideologically in the future, my question is for the government. And will the member opposite commit to today making all documents, every single one of them, related to the emergency declaration and its use publicly available in this House as part of a mandatory inquiry? Just a yes or no, Madam Speaker.
Before I go to the honourable member, next time that the honourable member speaks, if she could put her mic up just a bit, because we're getting lots of popping noises. The honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
I want to thank the honourable member for her question. There will be a parliamentary committee set up to discuss this and thoroughly review all impacts of this act in the days and weeks coming ahead. And I look forward to working with the honourable member to having a good discussion on how we can make sure that we in future instances can work together to ensure good support for Canadians coast to coast.
The honourable member for La Prairie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. You know, in the Bloc, our position has been clear since the beginning. We are against the Emergencies Act because we think that there are many places in Canada where the issues have been solved. There's just a lack of leadership. In the Bloc, we're against this act, and the National Assembly of Quebec has also unanimously voted against it. So our position has been clear. But I'd like to ask my colleague a question. The only member of the Liberal Party in Alberta, is he not somewhat uncomfortable with going against the position of his premier on this issue?
I want to thank the member from La Prairie for his comments and his question. There's actually two of us members from Alberta, one from Edmonton and myself from Calgary. It's important that we work together with municipal jurisdictions and provinces across Canada when we deal with national emergencies. But no, I do not agree with Premier Kenney's actions that he's currently taken, because he's asked for help and support. We've provided it. And for politics, he is now looking to resort to other measures to keep his base here in the province and play politics. And it's very unfortunate that he's doing that.
Comments? The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Ambassador Bridge is open right now. A private American billionaire owns that. However, now the blockade is along the entire corridor, and under the Emergency Act right now, it is actually being protected by municipal somewhat, but also OPP and also RCMP. Without that, then it's left to municipal resources alone. Just wondering if the member feels that that's fair. And if we don't have those types of supports, the threat to the rest of Ontario and Quebec on that corridor of 10,000 trucks a day to be susceptible and only be protected by municipal forces right now would be absurd.
Honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
I want to thank the member from Windsor West for his comments and question. Yeah, the member is right. I mean, this is a concern where municipal and provincial jurisdictions did not have the capacity to take act. And 18 days includes 6 days on the Ambassador Bridge. Municipal governments just do not have the resources to act. And that's why our government stepped up. And it's about the actions here in Windsor that could get, transpire and also impact the province of Quebec and other parts of Ontario. We need to support local municipalities and provinces as asked and where needed.
And for a brief question, the honourable member Calgary for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to my honourable colleague, I wanted his comments on the weaponization of motor vehicles as, in effect, perfect instruments to intimidate citizens and the public. They're huge. You can sleep in it. You can get supplies. You can eat in it. In fact, the police were afraid of what might be in those trailers. And it wasn't until the Emergency Measures Act was placed on the order paper that the police were able to get the resources and have the ability to end the blockade, which went from the Supreme Court of Canada all the way to...
I have to interrupt because we're running out of time, and I did ask for a quick question, so I'm sure if the honourable member for Calgary Skyview can give me a quick answer, that'd be great. Thanks.
I thank the member from Scarborough for his question. The weaponization, we've seen the weapons that were found at Coots, guns, ammunition, body armor, and these large vehicles could be used for further destructive damage. It's quite easily they could be used to ram through barriers, and also could be used in other manners as well. So I am concerned about the vehicles on the streets of a residential neighborhood in Ottawa and other parts of the country.
Point of order, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just find it absolutely tragic, the irony that is coming from this member who has been...
A point of order, and the honourable member has been reprimanded for this before, and if he does this again, I will ask him to leave the chamber. The honourable, resuming debate, the honourable member for Nunavut.
I will be splitting my time with the member for North Island Powell River. During this debate, I experienced ikiakumiyangnik. I spoke so much from the depth of my heart that my throat and voice were shaking. I am sincerely concerned about the risk and safety of Nunavummiut and Canadians, especially with the downplaying of what has happened in the last 3 weeks, especially with the extremism we have seen being downplayed to having a different view. Much of the debate surrounding the Emergencies Act is because of the illegal blockade that was dismantled this weekend, which stemmed from the same extremism. I think the implementation of the Emergencies Act and law enforcement. I believe our democracy could still be at risk, especially with the awful protests that bordered on extremism that were on yesterday in Surrey, British Columbia, and the ongoing issues as described by my colleague, Member of Parliament for Windsor West. The intent of foreign interference is still in Canada. Some members have attempted to generate fear of the Emergencies Act and the implications of declaring it. Some have accused the MDP of aligning with the Liberals. I will remind the members that the NDP have been reluctant. The members have sought clarity, have been principled, and have sought to confirm that there will be accountability. While I could share much more, I will only sample 3 instances of government interference in my life. I have an inherent mistrust in authorities and in law enforcement. In the 1950s, my grandfather was asked to go from Pond Inlet to Resolute to teach the high Arctic relocatees from northern Quebec how to survive. The Inuit from northern Quebec were tricked by authorities to go on the CD Howe, a supply ship. They were told life and the environment would be better and wildlife would be abundant. In reality, there are months of darkness in the winter. There is minimal wildlife throughout much of the year. Little did they know they were sent by the federal government in the name of Canadian sovereignty. When I was 4 years old, I had frozen my hands. I don't remember the pain. What I do remember is the nurse telling my mom she would cut my fingers off. I remember my mom protecting me and arguing against the nurse. I think that was my first exposure to the awesome power of protest. Thanks to my mom, I still have my fingers. I love you, Mom. By 1981, when we lived in Igloolik, my dad committed suicide. Some years later, I learned that my grandfather, my dad's dad, had committed suicide. From what I have heard, my father was greatly respected. It is believed that the toll of being responsible for the Inuit and Resolute caused him great grief. I always wonder if Canada's policies on sovereignty had a role in this. After my dad's suicide, my siblings and I were fostered, often separately. According to the government authorities, my mom could not cope well enough to raise us. Instead, the government saw it better to send us to different communities all over Nunavut. We did get to return to our mom many times. Now remember the map of Nunavut and how vastly orange I'm keeping it. All communities are fly in and fly out only. Ultimately, I grew up in 5 of those communities at one time or another. I think about how unoriginal my life is as an Inuk, as an Indigenous person in Canada. I don't share this for you to feel sorry for me or the beautiful people that I represent. I remind you why I have inherent mistrust with the government authorities and law enforcement. Colonial laws have dictated my childhood away from my loved ones. Despite that, I am here. I have spoken Inuktitut. My culture and my Nunavummiut thrive. Here I am, now a duly elected member of Parliament for Nunavut. In the face of this adversity, I am inspired by an Inuit song called Silatugami by Northern Haze, an Inuk rock band. Silatugami, translated, literally means that who is wise. James Ungalak, the lead singer, was inspired the calm in his friend's voice. James was having internal turmoil, much like we are today. Silatugami speaks of the potential of the abuse of power, the fear of threats, of extortion, deprivation, and bullying. It is also a song of hope and calm for the future. This is the moment we are all in. We are all working for a better future. We need to be in a time of courage, of fearlessness, and willing to learn. When I think about the last 3 weeks, I think about the awesome privilege that so many Canadians are so used to. I know that Canadians can and will move beyond this pandemic. Will the lives of all Canadians be impacted by this act? No. Am I concerned about its overreach? Yes. Is there anything we as legislators can do if there is overreach? Yes. What level of oversight is there? The highest. It has parliamentary oversight. That is us in this House. Will there be accountability? Yes. Will I be willing to have the measures revoked if I see overreach? Yes. With deep distrust of government interference, I know that the Emergencies Act is necessary to protect our democracy. There are checks and balances. The types of interferences in my life had no checks and balances. They were government overreach, but that is not what we are facing today. We are debating the impacts of foreign interference in our democracy, which have been proven in the millions of donations that were allowed to infiltrate the minds of Canadians to break our domestic laws. I have heard foreign interference influence members of Parliament, and that deeply concerns me. And it is why we must act with diligence, either to the expiry of this declaration or hopefully sooner when that foreign interference has been dealt with.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank the member for her excellent speech and for sharing aspects of her own experience and the experience of her communities. And I think it's a powerful reminder of the injustices that have been committed by federal governments towards Indigenous peoples, and also about really the abuses we have seen from overreaching federal governments. And I think it underlines the importance of freedom, the freedom of peoples to be authors of their own story, to work, to live where they wish. And I think it's important to underline, and I think there's been some misstatement around this, that there are people that have been involved in these protests from all different backgrounds. I've seen, being on Wellington Street, members of visible minority communities, Indigenous people, people that are concerned about mandates from all walks of life, who do feel that this is an overreach. And the member seems, in the principles she articulates, to be very aligned with where I am and where we are in terms of not wanting the federal government to be able to interfere too much in people's lives. I don't understand why she's supporting this motion.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
I am in support because I feel it very important that we must continue to protect our democracy. I sincerely feel that our democracy is at threat. We have seen this through the media, through social media, through the comments that have been made in this House. I've seen the foreign interference that has infiltrated the minds of Canadians.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think we need to respect the member from Nunavut's story, because she's probably closer to the essence of what's really behind the protests that we've seen. We can't take at face value that this is about vaccines and mandates. This is about an attack on our democracy. And perhaps she would have some useful insight for us as to what would draw people to support the very, very evil-minded folks that have been behind this protest, because we need to know that in order to more effectively reach them and bring them back into a democracy that includes them.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
Thank you to the member for that important question. I know that having whole generations of my people being suppressed and oppressed for years, and for our voice to be lost, for prevented. There are many Canadians who feel that their voices haven't been heard. And I can understand why they want to be heard now, but there are ways that they can be heard, lawful ways that they can be heard. They can stick to their Canadian roots as kind human beings that respect each other as neighbors. There are ways to make sure that we are protecting those that cannot be vaccinated, and there are ways that we can make sure that we are following our public health measures so that we could be heard, to ensure that we're doing better for our future.
We have time for a brief question.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Madam Speaker, many NDP MPs have spoken out as being uncomfortable with the Emergencies Act, and they've even said that they might change their vote if there were no more trucks today. Given the threat that the NDP will vote according to its conscience, the Prime Minister has now said that it's going to be a confidence vote, Madam Speaker, which would mean that today we're under a threat of useless elections. Does the member not think that the Prime Minister, by preventing the NDP from voting according to its conscience, is not showing them respect?
This is more than just about the Prime Minister for me. This is about protecting our democracy, and that's what we need to be voting on. We have to make sure that people like the member of the residents, like the people in the member for Windsor West, are continued to be protected, who we keep hearing are still feeling the impacts of the extremist views that have penetrated our Canadian democracy.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the member of Nunavut for perhaps one of the most powerful speeches I've ever heard in the House, and certainly hope that all members of this place take an opportunity to listen to the power of her words. Last night, one of my constituency offices was vandalized. I want to thank my team of staff who have gone to clean up the mess this morning. My team works hard every day to help people in our riding because they care and because they want to see life better for the people we serve. I also want to thank the security folks in Campbell River who work all night to keep our streets safe, who contacted me last night to let me know. I deeply respect their work and their dedication. And I want to thank all of the workers in this House who have driven or walked during these unprecedented times to make sure that this place still works on a long weekend that is meant to be focused on their families. The House of Commons team shows up every single time, regardless of who is sitting in any seat in this House, and I admire them for it. I am now on my 7th year of working in this place, and I'm a person who never wanted or planned to be a politician. I came here because more than anything, I hate injustice. I came here because I'm a white girl that was adopted into an Indigenous family who at a very young age realized that how I was treated was different than the majority of my family. It took me years to understand that what I was seeing was racism and colonial systems that are everywhere in our country still today. I learned again and again a very important lesson. I cannot participate in minimizing the voices of marginalized people. I cannot minimize any form of action that at its roots has any form of extremism. And I take this very seriously, Madam Speaker, because I know our planet's history and I know our country's history. When the majority is minimized, when the majority minimizes, the bodies of marginalized communities pay. If I'm not careful inside this white body, the bodies of my children and of my grandchildren and of my family are at risk, and I do not take that lightly. So here we are, and I am very clear that I hear people are saying that they don't feel safe. Whether it is the workers at the Ambassador's Bridge, near the Ambassador's Bridge, who watched their jobs become at risk because of the blockade, who were terrified when they heard folks in the U.S. talk about why they should continue to partner with Canada when these kind of things can happen, who have fought so hard to keep these jobs in Canada and know how fragile the relationship is. Or it's the working people who are seeing the cost of their everyday expenses grow while watching their income stay the same or lessen. They just want enough to get by every day and are put in a position of constant worry that they will not be able to afford what they need to survive. And they do know that they are not getting the help that they need. Or it's the young people who are scared because they know that having the ability to purchase a home or even rent one is something that they cannot imagine to be able to afford. Or it is the citizens of Ottawa who live right where the blockade happened for 3 weeks and felt like there was no end in sight. Citizens who I saw while I was walking to this place yelled at for wearing masks. People with mobility challenges that had vehicles blocking their way so they couldn't get where they needed to be. I asked several vehicles to move just a couple of feet so that that person would have their right to transport themselves safely through their community. And the responses I received were very clear and sometimes very rude no's. Or it's the people in this community who had fireworks shot off in the middle of the night as they slept. The occupation continued night after night. Can you imagine the fear of waking up hearing that noise, not knowing where it's coming from? Or it's the 4 people charged with attempted murder of the RCMP officers, or the people who were blocked from returning home at the Coots intersection for days. Or the journalists who are terrified now across our country, who have been spat at, yelled at, called fake news after years of service in their field. Or they are the nurses, doctors, and healthcare workers who for the last 2 years have put everything on the line for Canadians, working too much overtime, feeling overwhelmed, having to tell their patients to wait, even in some cases for life-saving supports because the pandemic overwhelmed our healthcare system, who have been threatened and told not to go out in public, wearing anything that shows their profession because it is not safe. People are afraid, and I feel that as I listen to our debate on this long weekend. I believe and have participated in peaceful protests that were full of anger and frustration at the issues we wanted to change, fix, or to see taken serious by the governments. That is not what is happening across this country. And I also, Madam Speaker, do not believe that it is over. We saw an occupation that became a complete undermining of our democracy and our social structures. The leaders of this occupation had an MOU that spoke about overtaking the government. They invited opposition parties and the Governor General to come have a discussion about how a new government would look. I will not minimize this. I simply will not. I may not agree with many components of the processes of our institutions. I believe, in fact, that there's a lot of work to do to decolonize our systems, to address key issues like systemic racism, ableism, white privilege, and how these institutions continuously leave out workers, the poor, persons with disabilities, members of the LGBTQ2+ communities, and people from the BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities. Even with that perspective, I will not minimize that what it does when people, to our communities, when people do not respect the rule of law, when they flaunt their complete disregard for what a peaceful protest is, and when they create a party on the street that does not respect the people who live where they are occupying. Just yesterday, when I was trying to walk to this place, I saw a business owner chasing two men out of his store with a stick. It was frightening, and as I watched, I was trying to think of what I could do to help. But I also thought to myself, this is what happens when people disrespect the rule of law. When they set up bouncy councils and hot tubs in the streets and say, look how peaceful we are. People become emboldened to do actions that our social structures often prevent. So I will not minimize the fact that the lead organizers of this occupation are from groups of extremists who follow very clearly the beliefs of white supremacy. I believe there were many people out there who wanted to speak out about mandates and about their fear of the unknown and their future. However, I also know that the leaders were very clear about their agenda. Madam Speaker, this agenda scares me. I will not minimize it by saying there are just a few bad apples. I believe these people to be very organized. I believe that they take advantage of people's fear and give people someone to blame with those fears. This is where all of us as parliamentarians must look at history. Humanity sadly has a history of dehumanizing people from the communities I mentioned earlier. It is these people, these souls, who often pay the most terrible of prices. So I will not minimize the power of white supremacists and their ability to build fear. And I will not minimize that that fear can become a weapon. The NDP has used every tool at its disposal to get the federal government to act. We called for a debate specifically on the occupation. We moved a motion in committee to study the measures to keep money coming from outside of our country to fund this occupation and make sure that those dollars are all held to account. We moved a motion to invite the U.S. ambassador to the Foreign Affairs Committee to address concerns of the prominent U.S. political figures encouraging people to donate and support the convoy leaders. This was voted down by the Conservatives and the Liberals, with the Liberal member from Vancouver Centre saying, this is not an urgent issue. We have too many more urgent things, and I will definitely be voting against it. Well, Madam Speaker, I simply disagree. I cannot imagine any other issue right now that is more urgent. So now here we are. We're debating the Emergencies Act, and I wish that all levels of government had worked together more efficiently, that members of all levels of government had not minimized who is coming to our nation's front door. Governing in whatever capacity a person has is not easy. I personally struggle often over the decisions that I have to make in this place. This one has been very hard, and it should be. There are steps that all parliamentarians should be careful when we take. I wish I had heard a lot more of a thoughtful debate in this place. Sadly, there's been a lot of political shots taken, ones that further destabilize our democracy and our communities. On one side, we see the government who is dismissing legitimate fears and concerns from people who are afraid. On the official opposition side, we have people who are stirring up fears and amping up dangerous rhetoric. I will be voting yes. I will continue to take my duty seriously and with great possibility be ready to withdraw my support at any moment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thomas, the honourable member for Lac Saint-Louis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What an amazing speech. I have two questions for the honourable member. There's been a lot of talk about division, but I'd be interested in knowing or hearing her comments on the role of disinformation in stoking division, and also her her opinion on this naive suggestion that if only the Prime Minister had sat down and had a cup of coffee with the leaders of the convoy, that somehow everyone would go home happy.
The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Madam Speaker, I am very concerned about disinformation. We're seeing a breadth of that grow. And that's why it's so important that we all support the people who do this incredible work, our media and our journalists. They go out there and they ask the hard questions. They want to report the information. So seeing people disrespect them, not respect the roles that they play is very concerning to me, and we need to be looking at where that disinformation is coming from and making sure we're holding those systems to account. That has to be way more rigorous in this country, and we should all be seriously concerned about it. As for sitting down with extremists, I couldn't agree more, but I do want to say that I do believe that this government needs to listen to the people in this country who have very strong voices of concern, and that should be recognized and listened to and addressed in a respectful manner. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Peterborough, Karratha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for your speech. I can feel your passion. It's a lot of stress for those who are watching at home, and it's the same inside this chamber. This morning I walked to the House of Commons at 6:45 a.m. Wellington Street is completely cleared, and I'm just wondering if the member opposite is interested in revoking the Emergencies Act if they're still not there. And I want to ask specifically, today in a press conference when the Prime Minister spoke at 11 a.m., the CBC asked the Prime Minister would he hold on to power for 2 to 3 months in case the truckers came back, and the Prime Minister said, indeed, that is what we are thinking about. Does she agree with this abuse of power?
The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think the committee that oversees this needs to be set up immediately. I believe there needs to be a public inquiry in so many ways. We have to look at what happened when the people arrived, how the RCMP the police, sorry. I'm from BC and I have RCMP in my community, but how the police reacted and what was appropriate. I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And I will say very clearly to this member, if this government oversteps in any way the key things that we have identified that need to be addressed, we will definitely revoke it. 20 members have to do that work, and I think all of us have to hold them accountable, and not only the parliamentarians in this chamber, but all Canadians, and I will be a part of that. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech earlier, and there were a few interesting elements. I don't have time to speak to all of the speech because I have to give my question quickly, but there's an element that stood out to me. Among all of the arguments that she put forward in favor of the Emergencies Act, I asked myself the question, if I were in her shoes, how is it that today, in 2022, the government decided to use the Emergencies Act? Because when we look at all of the previous years, over the past 30 years, how many times has this act been used? How many crises have there been that have been resolved without the Emergencies Act? So why is it that this time, with this crisis, it's so much bigger than all the other crises, and that this Emergencies Act is absolutely necessary this time, and it wouldn't have been possible without it?
For North Island Powell River has just under a minute to respond.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for this thoughtful question, and I think we should all be looking into this and why we are where we are today. And I do lay that at multiple levels of government in this province and within this country. I would have liked to see a much more coordinated approach. Again, people were driving across the country with very clear intent of what they were going to do, and their response when they arrived here was, here's the doors open, park and do as you will. But when we get to a situation where the community is not safe, where we know that people are at risk, when we know foreign money is interfering in our democracy, unfortunately, we have to stand up. And now we'll have to monitor this very closely, and I look forward to doing so.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased today to have the opportunity to participate in this historic debate. I'll be sharing my time, Madam Speaker, with the member for Beaches East York. Today, Madam Speaker, it's been 3 weeks that we've seen protesters, encouraged at times by the Conservative Party, amplified by some extremists on social networks who seem to be funded in part by foreign money. They arrived in Ottawa to start an illegal occupation of our national capital.
Kids then spread to the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor, to the Coutts border crossing in Alberta, and to other points across our nation. From that, we have seen supply chains disrupted, businesses shut down, workers forced to stay home, and Canadians harassed in their own neighborhoods. Madam Speaker, these blockades and occupations are illegal. They represent a threat to our economy, to our communities, to relationships with our key trading partners, and to our international reputation. Images of these illegal blockades are being broadcast around the world, images that are not representative of Canada, but are now impacting our global reputation. The blockades have massively impacted our supply chains and the availability of essential goods, and are putting at risk Canada's long-term economic prosperity. They've threatened our public safety, Madam Speaker, and they're an affront to something all members in this House should dearly appreciate: the rule of law. This cannot and will not be allowed to stand in our country. Madame la Présidente, en tant que...
Madam Speaker, as Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry, I want our economic recovery post-COVID to be dynamic and sustainable. I know that we are well positioned to prosper thanks to our resources, our talent, and our ingenuity, but also thanks to our stability, our trade relationships, and our respect for the rule of law.
Concerning that at the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor, billions of dollars in goods did not cross the border when the illegal blockades took place. The blockades in Coutts in Alberta and in Emerson in Manitoba, meanwhile, have affected approximately 48 million and 73 million in trade each day, respectively. The situation here in Ottawa is of concern, Madam Speaker. We've all seen it. Downtown businesses have been forced to close, putting people out of work. The Rideau Centre Mall, Madam Speaker, that we all know, and the businesses operating in it, just down the street from Parliament, is currently losing $3 million in business per day because it was forced to close due to harassments of staff and illegal actions from occupiers. These costs, Madam Speaker, are real. They threaten business, big and small, and they threaten the livelihoods of Canadian workers. En tant que l'une des principales...
As one of the main economies in the world, Canada counts on solid supply chains to sustain our economy. However, their global nature makes them more vulnerable to a series of risks and shocks. And with the impacts of the pandemic, as we all know, supply chains in the world have already felt unprecedented pressure.
The COVID-19 pandemic has resulted in disruptions in production and in shipping. We've seen it. Companies across the world are experiencing demand uncertainty, supply and logistical delays, and significant operations stoppage. The blockades and protests have added to the already heavy burden that Canadian businesses across our nation and citizens have been asked to manage during this pandemic. We cannot allow, Madam Speaker, illegal blockades to hijack Canada's economic recovery and endanger the livelihoods of Canadian workers. And I think that should be appreciated by all members in this House. J'aimerais rappeler aux députés de la...
I'd like to remind the members of the House of some of the devastating effects of these blockades as we debate the ratification of the invocation of the Emergencies Act.
That the auto sector manufacturers like GM, Stellantis, Honda, and Ford have had to either reduce or completely suspend manufacturing last week as a result of the Sarnia and Windsor trade corridor blockades. That should be of concerns to all members of this House, Madam Speaker. I can also point out to Douglas Porter, which is the chief economist at BMO. He stated that for every week the protests continue, it could start to cut first quarter growth by up to a couple of tenths of a percent. Madam Speaker, that should be of concern to all members of this House. As we continue to reopen our economy and come out on the other side of the Omicron wave, any reversal of our economic fortunes is an unnecessary blow to business owners and Canadians who have already been through so much during this pandemic. And I know every member of this House is concerned about the recovery, but we should all do what is right, Madam Speaker, and make sure that there's no more illegal blockades in this country. The impact of these illegal blockades goes well beyond our borders, sadly. Canada has no closer friend and ally than the United States of America. It is a partnership which is based on our forged geography, common interest, and a deep people-to-people connections and strong and secure economic ties, Madam Speaker. It's a relationship we defended and protected when we renegotiated CUSMA, despite pleas from the Conservative Party for us to fold and capitulate. And it's one that we are defending here today together.
During recent conversations with my international counterparts and with stakeholders from the private sector, it is clear that we recognize that the United States, along with the United States, the importance of our integrated supply chains, and that we must work together to ensure the free flow of goods between our two markets.
For these reasons, Madam Speaker, and others, that our government took the unprecedented but necessary step in invoking the Emergencies Act to restore public order and to protect our economic well-being. This is not a decision that we will be taking lightly, nor it is one that we ever wanted to make. But it is a step that is needed in order to give law enforcement authorities the tools they need to face this very unique situation in our country. These measures are reasonable and proportionate. Canadians at large agree because they are looking to us to ensure predictability and the rule of law, protect supply chains, and restoring our economic vitality. Goldie Hyder of the Business Council of Canada, for example, said that we welcome this as a step towards ending illegal blockades across the country and upholding the rule of law. Piran Beatty of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, to cite one more example, said that the government's decision to invoke the Emergencies Act indicates how serious the threat to public safety and our economy from the ongoing blockades at various points in Canada has become. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I'd remind colleagues in the Conservative bench that it was in fact Piran Beatty who first introduced the Emergencies Act in 1988 as the Minister of National Defense for the then Conservative Prime Minister Brian Mulroney. Perhaps the party that once portrayed itself as the defender of law and order and as a champion of the free market should re-examine how they are standing today. We know we're standing with on this side of the House. We're standing with workers at the Stellantis Windsor assembly plant who had their shifts cut due to supply chain blockages. We're standing with small businesses owners like those of Mocho Ice Cream and the local coffee shop Little Victories in Ottawa, who've had to close their door due to safety concerns. We're standing with the Canadian truckers who did their job and kept our shelves and our warehouses stocked during this pandemic. Madam Speaker, we're standing with Canadians who want these illegal blockades to end, and with the support of the House today's motion, they will. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thomas, the honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a very simple question for the Minister. He's talking about the still ongoing illegal blockades. So could he just provide one instance in Canada ongoing right now of a current illegal blockade and why the Emergencies Act is still required going forward? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the question. And I think that the colleague would agree after everything we've said, after everything we've seen, Madam Speaker, in terms of violence and intimidation, that the way to act in light of this, Madam Speaker, is to be prudent, is to make sure that as the situation is fluid, that we give law enforcement authorities all the powers they need to make sure that not only we clear the different crossings that we have seen blocked in Canada, but that the law enforcement authorities would have all the powers needed to keep these trade corridors open. I'm sure my colleague understands he has business in his riding, and I'm sure he would understand that we need to make sure that our supply chain remain open at this critical point in our recovery.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the debate over the past few days, what I've seen, Liberal members have said that the Emergencies Act was necessary so that law enforcement from Quebec could rescue Ottawa. But over the past 2 days, I have learned, well, this may be false. It may be enough to just oblige them like we've already done. If the Emergencies Act was so necessary, and if democratic, why did the members' caucus mislead this House? The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for this question, but I think in a debate like this one, we have to choose our words very carefully. I think we have to calm citizens, and I would tell my colleague that he could refer to a letter written by various law enforcement officials in this country, said that they have said that this Emergencies Act is necessary so that they have the necessary powers to deal with this unprecedented situation in Canada's history. And I think, Madam Speaker, we all want to return to peace and order across the country, and I believe that this act will help us to stabilize the situation.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Bloc and Conservatives keep giving the impression things are fine at the Ambassador Bridge, and I can tell you the barriers are lined up for miles on my constituency to prevent further action. In fact, since the Emergency Measures Act has been in place, convoys have been turned back, and there still are threats that could take place. I want the minister to explain the consequences that would be in place for Ontario and also Quebec MPs should this route be choked off, and how irresponsible it is to go back to having just the municipal police force right now take care of this international border crossing area, which is responsible for 40% of our daily trade. It's totally irresponsible to put that on local municipalities, and I can't understand why Ontario and Quebec MPs would want to put that entirely on our onus, and the danger is still around.
The Honourable Minister.
I think the member said it well. 30% of all trade between Canada and the United States is using that crossing of the Ambassador Bridge. As the member said, it's not only one thing to maintain the bridge open, but as I've been reassuring our colleagues on both sides of the border, what we need to make sure now is that we maintain that crossing open, Madam Speaker. It is one thing for once to be blocked, but it would be devastating for the Canadian economy if there would be new blockades on that very critical infrastructure. That's why the Emergencies Act will give the power, as the member said, not only to the local enforcement authority, but that they could rely on other forces around the country to make sure that we would restore order. Madam Speaker, we should all be concerned of maintaining our critical trading corridors open in order to preserve jobs, to make sure that our economy would function, and to make sure that we would be seen and remain a very reliable trading partner.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Beaches, East York. I'm sorry, the Honourable Member has to put his mic on in order to be heard. That would help a lot because not every one of us is able to read lips. The Honourable Member.
Madam Speaker, the question before us is whether we ought to confirm the government's declaration of an emergency pursuant to Section 58 of the Emergencies Act. I've really struggled with the answer to that question, and I'll get to that. But the first question we should all reflect on is a more basic one. How did it even come to this? Some Conservative colleagues have made the case that we could have ended the illegal blockades if only we ended federal vaccine mandates, a Neville Chamberlain approach to pandemic management. Appeasing illegality is an affront to the rule of law, and we should put public health before politics. Mandates won't be with us forever, and yes, we need to reevaluate their use. But it's also true that NACI has yet to confirm whether a third dose is properly a booster dose or should be considered part of the primary series. And we should proceed cautiously as we lift measures that have helped to save lives. Of course, people are tired of pandemic rules. I was furious when Ontario schools closed to in-person learning in January yet again. Protest is to be expected, and everyone has the right to peaceful protest, but that right does not extend to blocking highways and bridges. It doesn't extend to the intimidation, harassment, threats, and the endless and deafening noise we've seen in our national capital. These are crimes, and they are quite obviously crimes. We can't paint every protester with the same brush, but we can judge people by the company they keep. And we should never platform the language of treason, medical experiments, the Nuremberg Code, or support for white supremacy, all of which we saw on our democracy's doorstep. My genuine plea to those listening, to those who dislike the Prime Minister, who dislike public health measures, to those who sit in the Conservative caucus especially, just remember that democracies are fragile. Encouraging lawlessness and emboldening anti-government, anti-democratic voices does a disservice to our country, no matter how much hatred you have for your opponents. If you don't stop fanning the flames, I'm not certain we'll be able to put out the fire. And reflecting on my own side of the House, if we are so fearful of polarization, then we ought to be especially careful not to contribute to it ourselves. We are each sent here to represent our constituents, yes, of course, but our obligations extend beyond any parochial interest. We are the trustees of our democracy, the rule of law, civil liberties, and peace, order, and good government. The illegal blockades represented an attack on these core ideas. The greatest criticism of how the blockades were removed is that they were not removed more quickly. The failure to enforce the law in Ottawa, the acquiescence to occupation, emboldened similar blockades across the country, Emerson, Coutts, the Ambassador Bridge. Against a failed municipal and provincial response, a strong federal response was warranted. So I suffer no sympathy for those who shut down our border crossings and inflicted harm on the residents of Ottawa. But in the interest of disappointing everyone in my audience, I do have concerns with the invocation of the Emergencies Act in the circumstances. One constituent I trust a great deal wrote to me that extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. She's unquestionably right. But the law also remains the law. So let's turn to it for a moment. Section 16 of the Act defines a public order emergency as an emergency that arises from threats to the security of Canada and that is so serious as to be a national emergency. The shoe arguably fits with this general definition in mind, but the Act goes on to define two terms with great specificity. First, and again in keeping with Section 16, threats to the security of Canada has the meaning assigned by Section 2 of the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act. And in turning to that CSIS Act, we see four possible meanings: espionage, foreign influenced activities, activities akin to terrorism, the violent overthrow of the government. These are incredibly high standards. In the OIC, the government relies on activities akin to terrorism. Or, as the Minister of Justice said in the House, we took measures that had been applied to terrorism and applied them to other illegal activity. The specific section requires there be activities in support of the threat or use of acts of serious violence against persons or property for the purpose of achieving a political, religious, or ideological objective. It's obvious enough that the latter element is met, as warped as the ideological objectives may be. But have there been threats or acts of serious violence that themselves amount to a national emergency? We know that dangerous and extremist elements are embedded within these protests and blockades. In Coutts, for example, we saw conspiracy to commit murder charges, with two of the accused connected to a far-right extremist group. We also saw the police seize a cache of guns and body armor, and in Ottawa, we saw major intimidation of local residents and threats against the police if they enforced the law. As a parliamentarian, I acknowledge I'm not privy to all of the information in the hands of the executive, and there may well be even more dangerous and coordinated elements at play. But it also strikes me that these serious threats are ancillary to the blockades, and it is the blockades that constituted the emergency. A national emergency, after all, is also a defined term within the Act. It means an urgent and critical situation of a temporary nature that either seriously endangers the lives, health, or safety of Canadians and is beyond the capacity and authority of a province to deal with it, or seriously threatens Canada's ability to preserve its sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity. There's an additional requirement that no other federal law be sufficient to meet the emergency as well. It's frustrating that the government has not clearly articulated which ground it relies on here, and it appears they'd like to rely on both. When we look at the illegal blockades and the negative impact they wrought on so many lives, I do think there's a fair argument that they meet the definition of a national emergency. So long as we understand capacity to mean both whether a province could act in theory, as well as the reality of their action. But again, it's the blockades at issue. When we look at the threats of serious violence, the violence that must itself constitute the national emergency at issue, it's unclear how the definition is met. To meet the Act's requirements, it seems apparent to me that we need to reinterpret serious violence to persons or property to mean economic harm. I'm often in support of large and liberal interpretations of the law, but I'm not convinced we want economic harm to trigger the Act, unless we'd be comfortable with the Act being used in other instances of economic harm. The most recent one in memory being the railway blockades in solidarity with the Wet'suwet'en. This is all perhaps too lawyerly, too technical an objection. Other levels of government had failed to act or acted too slowly. Legal gaps certainly exist in addressing foreign funding and influence operations, crowdfunding for illegal domestic activities, and the emergency measures seem to have worked. It's also true, as I say, that I don't have all of the intelligence information that the executive has. My answer to that is a simple one, and I know many will find it inadequate, but contorting the application of the law in order to defend the rule of law is not a position I find comfort in. Expert Wesley Wark wrote recently that the Emergencies Act was unusable because of the high threshold in Section 2 of the CSIS Act. But he subsequently came around to the idea of shoehorning the law to fit because of his perception of the nature of the threat and the missing response from other levels of government. Expert Leah West recently wrote, "As someone who fervently believes in the rule of law, I'm desolated by what we've witnessed this month. A failure to enforce the law by two levels of government created a crisis that the third had to contort the law to end." A fair summation. Now, whatever one thinks of the legal contortion, and the ends may well justify the means and the courts will weigh in on the law, let's return to the role of Parliament. In the coming months, we will need to address the shortcomings in the laws, perhaps to better protect critical infrastructure, and most certainly to better follow the money of foreign influence operations and crowdfunding for illegal activities, but with proper due process. Assuming the threshold question is met here, it is still not at all clear to me that the government continues to need the ability to freeze bank accounts without due process, if it ever did. Usefulness and effectiveness are very different standards as compared with necessity and proportionality. Now, where does it leave us for tonight's vote on the invocation of the Emergencies Act and Section 58? Putting aside my concerns around the threshold or due process, the effect of Section 58 is that a yay vote extends emergency measures, while a nay vote simply revokes the powers as of the day of the negative vote. A nay vote need not mean impugning the actions of the government over the last week. Whatever one thinks of the necessity and proportionality of the emergency powers at the time they were invoked, whatever one thinks of the threshold that triggers the act in the first place, the question before us is whether the powers remain necessary and proportionate to the circumstances today. I appreciate the federal leadership over the last week, and this is not the War Measures Act, as this particular legislation highlights the role of the Charter and provides for a significant amount of independent and parliamentary scrutiny. But I'm skeptical that the strict legal test was met for the Act's invocation, and I'm not convinced that the emergency measures should continue to exist beyond today. I would vote accordingly, but for the fact that it is now a confidence vote, and the disagreement I've expressed here does not amount to non-confidence, and I have no interest in an election at this time. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
So before I go to questions and comments, I do want to remind members not to be debating and chatting across the way while another member has the floor. It's very rude and not very parliamentary. The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The former speaker, who I respect and esteem greatly, was mistaken in one respect. He said that he would disappoint everybody. He has not disappointed me. His analysis, I think, is accurate. The actions were unlawful. It was appropriate to end the blockades. He also correctly states was perhaps not necessary to use the Emergencies Act, and he is entirely correct that if we vote no tonight, this will end the Emergencies Act and the legal emergency effectively instantly without invalidating necessarily that which was done before. I believe I'm also right, and here I'm asking for his, he's obviously looked into this. I believe I'm right that all of the other things that take place under the Act, including a review of the actions over the course of the next year, would take place if there is a no vote tonight. Is that in fact correct? Thank you.
The honourable member for Beaches East York.
He is correct. And to be honest, it is those additional measures that actually do give me greater comfort. So when we see that there's a parliamentary committee that will be struck, when we see that there's an inquiry, when we know that 20 members of parliament or 10 senators can call for a revocation before the end of the 30-day cycle, and we could have a vote on that. And I would hope that the government is itself deeply scrutinizing the usefulness and necessity of these measures as they go forward. And I don't see that these measures are going to need to continue to exist for the full 30 days. So whether it is an act of Parliament or an act of the government, we will see. But I would just emphasize that the measures he's highlighted there are incredibly important, and they do give me comfort.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have great esteem for my colleague. He has not disappointed me with his speech. He's always so thoughtful and conducts an independent analysis of the situation, and I find that very honourable. I admire that. I have a question about his comments earlier. Well, I would like to first make a comment. Does my colleague not agree with the fact that if the crisis had been better managed from the beginning, regardless of what level of government was involved? Well, what I'd like to know is in terms of the confidence vote, rather, on the Emergencies Act. Does he not think that making this a confidence vote, is it not undermining somewhat the validity of the exercise of democracy that we do in this House? It's kind of twisting the arm of members who may have a divergent opinion. Thank you. The honourable member for Beaches East York.
In 2015, we ran on a platform to encourage freer votes in the House of Commons, and that platform included effectively saying there would be free votes, but for 3 issues: platform commitments, human rights or charter-related issues, and confidence votes, including budget considerations. It wasn't only budget considerations, though. My reading of our parliamentary history is that it is well within the right of the executive, well within the right of the government to declare this a confidence vote, and I will obviously abide by that. And to the members' previous comments around the failure of other levels of government, absolutely, this was a matter that needed federal leadership because of the failure, and as I say, the federal government showed that leadership.
Questions and comments? Time for a brief question. The honourable member for Nunavut.
To the member for Beaches East York. Yesterday, there was news that demonstrators met in locations in Vancouver, Chilliwack, and the Pacific Highway border crossing in Surrey, BC, that was closed and required reopening because of the demonstrators. Would you agree that this is evidence of foreign interference requiring national oversight from us as parliamentarians?
Okay, just a reminder to the honourable member that she's to address questions and comments to the chair and not directly to the member. The honourable member for Beaches East York, a brief answer.
So the 4 branches in Section 2 of the CSIS Act, there is reference to foreign influence. It's generally understood to be state-sponsored foreign influence. I do think we ought to be wary of and perhaps have permanent rules with proper due process to address that issue going forward. I don't think we want to address that issue, which isn't going to go away tomorrow or within 30 days. I think we want more permanent facing rules that are firmer and that have proper due process.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for...
The honourable member for Lévis-Lobinière. Today, Madam Speaker,
Madam
Speaker, I participate in this debate on the Emergencies Act with a great deal of nostalgia. I remember arriving in the Canadian Parliament in February 2006, bright-eyed, hopeful. This Parliament represented for me the best of everything: freedom, democracy, and respect of one another. Here, on the lawn in front of the Peace Tower in the spring of 2006, you could see young children playing soccer, teenagers playing frisbee, and young couples in love holding hands. Canada was a peaceful country.
Canada was a peaceful country, and the Canadian country had confidence in that.
Conservateur, avec un leader fort sous la direction du très honorable Stephen Harper, et toute une équipe talentueuse et déterminée à rendre ce pays plus stable, fort et uni.
Oh, we seem to have a problem with the interpretation. We'll try again. Can you let me know if it's working? Is there interpretation right now? Yes? All right. The honourable member. A government that took responsibility and worked hard every day for the well-being of all Canadians. Our country was a place of security where people trusted the government and where all hope was permitted. Our country was the envy of the whole world. It was a place filled with promise, with opportunity, and with a dream to see our children and grandchildren prosper and make a good living. Madam Speaker, it's now 2022, and I no longer recognize my country, my Canada. Madam Speaker, since the Liberal Party has come to power, Canadians and Quebecers are tired, they're stressed out, and they're disillusioned. They have lost confidence in this clumsy and intransigent government, where the respect and the defense of fundamental rights leaves much to be desired. They are experiencing a collective sense of disappointment with the situation that we are all living right now. An Emergencies Act for Canadians who only asked to speak with the Prime Minister. Proud, patriotic Canadians who were worried about their future. All they wanted was a frank discussion and the tabling of a well-defined plan that would have made all the difference. All that these Canadians were looking for was proof of leadership. They wanted to feel like there was a captain at the helm of their country. These are people who travel the roads of our country day and night, all year long, transporting food and essential goods for the well-being of all. And they needed the support of their government. Madam Speaker, this government has gone from one blunder to another. And because of that, we're all living in a climate of widespread uncertainty. This has been a very difficult winter, and we don't know what to expect with this coming spring. What will the summer bring? And what will happen this fall with the pandemic? Well, I hope for a return of hope. Hope that the Conservative team, with new leadership, will be ready to replace this ineffective government, a government that is incompetent and that is worn out to the bone. Madam Speaker, this weekend, we are turning a dark page in our history. How can we explain to future generations? How can I explain what's happening to my 5 grandchildren? My little Maeva, little Beatrice, my little Loic, my little Delphine, and my little Arthur. How can I explain to them that women and men of goodwill, but through excess of despair and have been displaced by intimidation and violence right here in the heart of our usually democratic and peaceful country? Madam Speaker, this is not the Canada that I want to leave to my grandchildren. There are no winners. We are all losers today. Madam Speaker, I know that all is not lost. We still have hope, and we still have the strength to recover from these crises and also from the unforeseen events that are still to come. Canadians from coast to coast to coast to coast are going through a difficult time, and if we work hard, we'll come out of it stronger, more united, and more ambitious. I think, for example, of our Olympic athletes who have made us proud over the last 2 weeks. I think also of all the Canadians who work hard in our healthcare system, who go above and beyond for their families, for a better life. I also think of all the opportunities that we have here in Canada, the opportunities to stand out and to succeed. We have to remain optimistic. Let's be strong. Let's all stand together to build the Canada of tomorrow and meet all of the challenges and obstacles in our way. And we will also be able to overcome the inevitable consequences that will catch up sooner or later of this Liberal government that made all the wrong choices. Madam Speaker, together we have everything that we need to regain our confidence, to prove to ourselves that anything is possible. We have what it takes to heal our wounds, to regain the strength and determination that is the hallmark of all those who live in this country and defend our freedoms in this great and beautiful country, Canada. From this day forward, all of us here in this House, we must commit to ensuring that history does not repeat itself. We must make a commitment to have discussions and explain to our constituents how we can move forward with our future societal projects, how we can work together to restore a sense of trust in our elected officials. We need to continue working to restore faith in the future through simple gestures like listening to people and showing empathy. Madam Speaker, we have the duty to talk to each other, to respect to each other, and to understand each other. Madam Speaker, in the last few days, I've received many emails and phone calls from Canadians who have asked me to carry their voice to this Parliament to make things happen, as they say. I felt their impatience, and I feel the responsibility of the trust they have placed in me to represent them. I thank all of them for their kind words and for their inspiring and well-thought advice. Madam Speaker, I hold the torch to represent my constituents in all humility, and I will try to make their lives better this year. Madam Speaker, I've obviously told you how much hope I have, but I have many concerns about what will happen under the current government. Believe me, I'm a man of faith and conviction, but I also know how to be realistic, like all Canadians who are not fools. Since 2015, with this elected Liberal government, which might have responded to the debate for a certain need for freedom, to a desire for renewed feminism, and to new possibilities, with the freedom to smoke pot, to be whoever you want and however you want. Well, despite all that, we have to admit that we are now witnessing the consequences of the Liberal debacle. The experts will tell us later, but right now we have a whole generation that has lost its foundation, its roots, and its social identity. By living our differences to the fullest, I unfortunately see that we have lost our unity, our common sense of duty, of sharing, of consideration for the needs of the most vulnerable in our communities. What the pandemic crisis has shown us, in many ways, is that, unfortunately, many have abandoned their roots and those who gave birth to them. And that's very sad, Madam Speaker. But there's worse, Madam Speaker. There are those who have no idea what's going on, and those who pretend not to know, because many are afraid to imagine what will happen when this Liberal Party legalizes hard drugs and prostitution as promised in their platform. Many try to give themselves a clear conscience by saying that we will know what our children and grandchildren are taking, that girls and women will be treated better, but the reality on the street will not have changed on the black market. We will see a society that will have more and more mental health challenges and greater challenges with crime, as the two often go hand in hand. Episodes of violence are to be expected, and what we're experiencing, as we're managed by a clown, and forgive me the expression, Madam Speaker, is really the precedent for what may lie ahead. Madam Speaker, when I'm in my part of the country, I am able to enjoy life to the fullest, but I can't have peace of mind when I know that many people will suffer from the disastrous choices of this Prime Minister and all his cronies, who will get their feet greased with his immoral policies. Madam Speaker, we were born free. We were in a free country, a country that was economically prosperous. The honourable member will have time to finish his speech during questions and comments.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kills.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. What a change. I'm wondering, through you, if the member listened to the speech this morning by the honourable member from Parry Sound, Muskoka. My goodness, what a change in tone, and not for the better.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This will allow me maybe to finish with the last paragraph of my speech. We were born free. We were in a free country, economically prosperous, and with the Liberal Party, we're now trapped in a fearful image in what was once a land of opportunity and a country recognized worldwide as a leader in every field. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to react to my colleague's speech because I think it's important to note at this point that I would like to express that I disagree with many of the elements that he mentioned in his speech, despite the fact that we will likely vote in the same way on the government's motion for the Emergencies Act. And so maybe I would like to ask my colleague explain further, because my perception is that people across the street who were protesting, there were some who were there for legitimate reasons, but there were many there who weren't choir boys, if you will. So I'm trying to understand, because in his speech I got the impression that for him, these are extraordinary people. So I'd like to understand his position, but also it's important to understand that we're talking about an Emergencies Act, and I didn't hear him talk about the Emergencies Act in his speech. I think this is a very serious situation, so I'd like to know, I didn't go walk around in the street with a Canadian flag in my hands, but I'd like to know what he thinks about the Emergencies Act. The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and I'd like to send him the following message. Everything changes. All things must pass. We have to stand strong and free. We have to support each other. We have to help those who need it the most. We have to share our strengths and weaknesses. We have to accept with dignity the hardships that we face. And we have to spread joy, peace, and love all around us. It's up to each of us to make a difference. And may these good words give us all hope and peace of mind in a better future for Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you to my colleague for a very well-deserved speech. I want to ask one question and make a comment. Coming from the corporate world, we always sat down with our customers and created focus groups to understand what it was their needs were. I'd like to hear why this government, and from him, could not do the same and negotiate with the truckers to come to a peaceful resolution.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's an excellent question. I've been asking it every day. If the Prime Minister had accepted from the very beginning to meet with those who were before in front of Parliament, then maybe we would never have had to go through everything that we've gone through over the last few weeks. That's all they were asking for, to speak to the Prime Minister. It was possible to have a meeting with the leaders. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have time for a last brief question. Questions and comments?
Okay, resuming debate. The honourable member for Huron-Bruce, and I just want to advise him that I'll have to unfortunately interrupt him for question period, and then he'll be able to continue thereafter. The honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. It's an honour and a privilege to rise today and talk about the Emergencies Act. And I think the question a lot of Canadians are asking, and I know most of the politicians here, parliamentarians here today have talked about it, but how did we get here, and why are we here? Okay, we are at a time in the last 2 years, it's almost 2 years to the date, and we are at a time when provinces across the country are lifting their COVID mandates, virtually across the country. In Ontario, for example, my home province, Premier Doug Ford has announced his plan to lift COVID mandates. And on March the 1st, a significant one will be he's lifting the vaccine passports. That's a very significant fact for the province, for people who are vaccinated and unvaccinated. About 10 days ago, the Conservative Party brought a motion to this House and asked for a plan. We asked for a plan that the Prime Minister and his team give Parliament and give to Canadians how we can move forward, how we can lift the COVID mandates federally and allow everybody to move on, how we can unite the country and move together. We are a very divided country, despite what the Liberals may say. We are a very divided country at this time, and we need to move forward. We need to move forward. And so there was a vote a week ago, and the Liberals defeated that motion, failing to give Canadians a plan to move forward. So my point is, if the premiers weren't doing anything and lifting mandates, it might make sense for the Prime Minister to double down and continue on and with his divisive comments and everything else. But when we're looking at the facts, and the facts are mandates are being lifted, not just in Canada, but around the world. Today, we saw in England, Boris Johnson, he's virtually lifted all restrictions. And the Prime Minister really he's just continuing to double down. And to my mind, that's how we got to where we are. If he'd listed a roadmap, a reasonable roadmap, I don't believe anybody would have came here. I don't believe we would be talking about this today. And I think everybody would have a path forward, and we could start to heal this country and move forward. This morning I listened to a longtime friend of mine and a colleague for many, many years, and it's the Member of Parliament for Oxford. He was the first elected police chief in Parliament and a very wise individual. And him and I served on the Public Safety Committee over 10 years ago together at a time when we were reviewing the outcome of the G8 and the G20, but specifically the G20. And you wouldn't believe who was the police chief at the time. I know most people in here know this, but it was actually the Minister of Public Safety. Emergency Management, pardon me. Imagine that, his title. And that chief was there to tell us about what he did at the G20. Okay? They had an integrated, I made a note what they called it, they had an integrative security unit at that time. They didn't need to invoke this act. Is my time running up for this half?
The honourable member will have 6 minutes the next time that this matter is before the House. Statements by members, déclaration de député. The honourable member Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's with a heavy heart that I rise as the Catholic community grieves the sudden passing of a beloved friend, mentor, and humble servant of the Lord, Father Vito Marziliano. Father Vito was larger than life, kind, caring, and joyful. He was an inspirational leader and servant, and his thought-provoking homilies and the wisdom he shared will live forever in our hearts and minds. When I think of Father Vito, I'm reminded of St. Francis's prayer, Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. Where there is sadness, joy. Father Vito embodied this prayer. He was truly a gift from God. He had a profound ability to connect with others, and everyone felt his kindness. The unprecedented outpouring of grief and love by those that treasured Father Vito is a testament of the depth of his connection with our community. Rest in peace, Father Vito. Prega per noi. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you. 3 years ago, I rose in this place and wished my friend and World War II veteran, Fred Russell, a happy 100th birthday. Fred passed this fall at the age of 103 years old. He served overseas for the entire length of World War II. He survived the Dieppe raid. Returning to France and Normandy in the Normandy landings, he marched into Dieppe with his fellow Canadians in the liberation of that town, and later served and fought through Northwest Europe and Germany. Returning to Edmonton after the war, Fred married Eileen and raised a family of 4 children, 12 grandkids, 25 great-grandkids, and 2 great-great-grandkids. Now, as if years in the Army serving our country was not enough, Fred continued to help. volunteering with the Elmwood Park community, his church, Scouts, and the Edmonton Police Service. When I look around what's happening in our country today, I can only say we need more Fred Russells. Fred, rest in peace. God bless you.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the past 3 weeks, we've seen several disturbing images of members of the media facing repeated forms of abuse. They've been subject to slanderous slogans hung from vehicles, forms of physical and verbal intimidation, and constant heckles and jeers from protesters and occupiers. While reporting on the blockade in Surrey, BC, at the border crossing, a camera crew was swarmed with protesters who had to be escorted out of the area by police. In Edmonton, a media outlet felt it necessary to remove the company branding from one of their vehicles out of fear of safety of its employees. Media crews right here in Ottawa, the capital of our nation, had to hire security in order to cover events right out front of this building. Mr. Speaker, this is unacceptable. In a democratic and free society, the role of the media and freedom of press to be able to report without intimidation is essential. I would like to take this opportunity to recognize and thank all journalists, camera crews, and members of the media who have covered the front lines of this event for the past few days. The importance of your work can often go unrecognized, but it is essential to our society, and we thank you.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the members of the Bloc Québécois, I would like to recognize the absolutely extraordinary work of the employees of Parliament over the past few days as this House sat in extraordinary circumstances. While the police forces in the streets were bringing the siege on the Hill to an end, women and men here were working tirelessly to allow us to debate the confirmation of the Emergencies Act. From the cafeteria staff to maintenance to the sergeant-at-arms team to the entire clerk's team to the security guards, everyone was here despite the turmoil of the last few days, and that is simply admirable, Mr. Speaker. I want to especially highlight the tremendous work of the interpreters as we debated 16 hours a day this weekend. Again, absolutely admirable. I wish you some quiet and some rest. Congratulations and thank you all again. The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, I am honoured to rise in the House today virtually to recognize the achievements of our athletes from our region. Did you know that 1/3 of the cross-country ski team at the Olympic Games came from the Outaouais? Congratulations, Catherine Stewart-Jones, Antoine Cyr, and Laura Leclerc, for your excellent performances at the Winter Olympics 2022. You've inspired us during this very difficult time. We needed that. You are role models in determination, resilience, and perseverance. You will surely inspire young athletes in our region. So Catherine, Antoine, and Laura, congratulations once again. All of the Outaouais is proud of you.
The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, February 22nd is Canada's National Human Trafficking Awareness Day, thanks to the hard work of the All-Party Parliamentary Group to End Human Trafficking and Modern-Day Slavery. Human trafficking is a form of modern-day slavery that turns people into objects to be used and exploited. It's profitable, vicious, and it's growing, and it's happening right here in our own country and around the globe. In Canada, the vast majority of human trafficking victims are women and girls born right here, and many of them are Indigenous. Globally, more than 40 million people are currently enslaved. To the victims and survivors of human trafficking, you are not invisible. We see you. And we will steadfastly continue the fight against human trafficking, both in Canada and around the world. To my honourable colleagues and all Canadians, on February 22nd, take a moment to 1. Learn about human trafficking. 2. Raise awareness in your communities. 3. Support survivor-led organizations. Get involved and create the change. Together, we can end human trafficking. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow is Human Trafficking Awareness Day, as my colleague has just said. Human trafficking is a form of modern slavery that turns people into objects to be used and exploited. In Canada, human trafficking takes on many forms, including sex trafficking, forced labor, forced marriages, organ trafficking, and cyber sex trafficking. 93% of the victims are Canadian, 97% women and children, 50% Indigenous. Slavery is used in many of the products Canada imports. Human trafficking is vicious, it's profitable, and it's growing. It's time to end human trafficking. There are 4 things you can do on February 22nd and every day thereafter. 1, learn about it. 2, tell others. 3, support anti-trafficking organizations. And 4, get involved politically. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Brampton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. James William Roman escaped slavery in Maryland and came to Canada via the Underground Railroad. His grandson, Dr. Charles Lightfoot Roman, was born on May 19, 1889 in Port Elgin, Ontario. Dr. Roman was one of the first Black Canadians to graduate from McGill University's Faculty of Medicine. He was also one of the first Black Canadians to enlist for service in First World War. Moreover, he was a surgeon, author, researcher, lecturer, and a recognized expert in industrial medicine. To this day, Dr. Roman's grandson fondly recalls how his grandparents impacted the lives of Canadians in times prior to universal healthcare. They were a heroic team of doctor and nurse whose back door was never closed to those in need because their kitchen served double duty as a public clinic. Let us always be thankful for the many contributions of Black Canadians to our great country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are more divided than ever before. But one topic all Canadians can agree on is the cost of living. Every visit to the grocery store, every time you fill up your vehicle, or you get your home heating bill, Canadians are reminded of the Prime Minister's inflationary monetary policy. Inflation was 4.8% in December, 5.1% in January, and many economists say the true cost of inflation is over 10%. Housing costs have doubled, rent is unaffordable, and in some cases, used cars are now worth more than new cars. Who would ever thought? Seniors, working families, rural Canadians, urban Canadians are all stretched to the max. Mr. Speaker, it's time for the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister to get their heads out of the Davos clouds and start listening to Canadians. Well done. Thank you.
The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow Canadians across the country will raise their forks in honour of the great women and men who grow and deliver the very best food on the planet. La Journée de l'Agriculture.
Canada's Agriculture Day is an opportunity for all of us to thank Canadian farmers and food processors who work tirelessly to put high-quality food products on our kitchen table every day.
Canada's hard-working farmers and food processors are the backbone of our economy, especially in our rural communities, and we are grateful for their dedication and hard work. So tomorrow, let's celebrate Canada's Agricultural Day. Célébrons la Journée de l'Agriculture du Canada.
Let's celebrate Canada's Agriculture Day.
Our food processors mean so much to us, to our families, to our communities, and to our country. Let's raise a fork to the food we love and to the people who produce it. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
The honourable member for Haldimand-Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to represent the riding of Haldimand-Norfolk, which has been a refuge for so many seeking freedom from before the early days of Confederation. In 1793, the Act to Limit Slavery declared that any enslaved person who reached Upper Canada, which the abolitionists called the Promised Land, became free upon arrival. Right down the street from my home was one of the last stops to the Underground Railroad, the village of Canfield in Haldimand, where the remains of a community of former runaway slaves was recently discovered. Since then, Black Canadians have fought in wars for Canada, have made many contributions in politics, arts, sports, business, academia, medicine, law, and many other areas. These contributions tell us that Black history is not separate from, but an integral part to Canadian history. This month, we celebrate Black history and freedom. Thank you, Alderman Norfolk, for preserving this Canadian legacy of freedom. Let freedom reign.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, in any situation where police intervention is required, whether to maintain or restore public order, our peace officers must demonstrate a strong sense of individual and collective responsibility. They must remain calm in the face of invective and also show empathy. The coordination of the intervention is the key to success, and I would like to congratulate the police officers of the Service de Police de la Ville de Québec, supported by officers of the Sûreté de Québec, who are able to protect citizens' right to demonstrate while preserving public order in the center of the national capital of Quebec. During 2 weekends, their work allowed citizens to be heard while respecting the lives of citizens living in downtown. In the same vein, I would also like to acknowledge the work of the thousands of police officers from across Canada who managed to regain control of the streets here in Ottawa without excessive force and with respect for the citizens who wanted to be heard. The balance between freedom of speech is founded on democracy. Let's not take it for granted. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada is closing the 2022 Olympic Winter Games in 4th position as the most decorated country with a total of 26 medals.
Team Canada's athletes presented extraordinary performances, making our country shine internationally. What an amazing team. Nous pouvons être particulièrement...
We can be particularly proud of our Quebec athletes who excelled and brought home 13 medals. In snowboard, Max Parot and Elliott Grondin. In freestyle, Michael Kingsbury, Manon Thénault, Mia Fontaine, and Louis Irving. In speed skating, Valérie Maltais, Kim Boutin, Steven Dubois, Charles Amelin, Pascal Dion, and Jordan Pierre-Gilles. In women's field hockey, Marie-Philippe Poulain, Anne-Renée Desbiens, and Mélodie Daou. A big congratulations to Team Canada.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Today this House will hold a historic vote. Years from now, many in this room will reflect on this debate, the crisis that led us here, and the profound historical impact it will have. At times, debate has been heated on both sides, and I feel the rhetoric has served no one. But we cannot understate the reasons we are here. The hate, intolerance, threats, destruction, and intimidation have left a lasting scar on our national psyche. Canadians have been left shocked and traumatized. Today's vote will happen. Tomorrow, the wounds will remain. We all have an obligation to fix our political system that is failing Canadians. We must fight for proportional representation so Canadians feel that their votes count. We must truly address climate change so parents can see we care about their children's futures. We must provide the supports for gig workers so they can have a livable wage. We must build affordable housing and secure it as a human right. We love this country, so let's fix it and leave it in a better state for future generations. We owe Canadians that much.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 25 days after the arrival of the first trucks of the occupant convoy, the streets of Ottawa are finally free. This is thanks to the exceptionally well-coordinated work of 7 police forces, including the Sûreté du Québec. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I would like to thank all officers who participated in ending the siege of Ottawa and Parliament Hill. Their professionalism and patience were impressive. Just 3 days ago, it seemed almost impossible to imagine a peaceful resolution to this occupation. Yet this is what literally materialized before our eyes as we watched the operation from our office windows. In closing, I would like to specifically acknowledge the impeccable work of the Parliamentary Protective Service, which allowed members of Parliament to continue to work safely in the name of democracy despite what could have been dangerous circumstances. Thank you to all of you for your professionalism and for your service.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, in 1970, Tommy Douglas took a stand against government overreach when he courageously opposed the use of the War Measures Act by Pierre Elliott Trudeau. And yet, where is that courageous and historical NDP today? They're standing up for the son of Pierre Trudeau, giving him extraordinary powers to freeze bank accounts of political dissidents without due process, Mr. Speaker. But when the Liberals fired unvaccinated minorities in the public service, the NDP did not stand up for them. When the Liberals enacted policies at the border that cost blue-collar workers their jobs, the NDP did not stand up for them. When those marginalized and traumatized by government mandates and restrictions mobilized into the largest pan-Canadian demonstration ever seen, the NDP did not stand up for them. I call on my NDP colleagues today to use this rare and extraordinary power they possess in determining the vote on the Emergencies Act tonight to stand against giving Liberals unprecedented power. I call on them to stand up for workers. I call on them to stand up for democratic rights. I call on them to stand up for everyday Canadians and vote no, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre. Mr. Speaker, EC.
Here in the province of Manitoba, February 21st is Louis Riel Day.
Each year, we reaffirm Louis Riel for what he was, a passionate leader advocating justice for the Métis people. He inspired the birth of Manitoba. Distressed by what he saw, the loss of Métis traditional lands, Riel called for action. À l'âge de 25.
At the age of 25, Riel formed a provisional government and presented Canada with a Bill of Rights.
On May 12, 1870, the bill became the Manitoba Act. 151 years later, on July 6, 2021, I was witness to the Government of Canada and the Manitoba Métis Federation signing the Manitoba Métis Self-Government Recognition and Implementation Agreement, an historic step in the renewal of the nation-to-nation principle and recognition of the Manitoba Métis Federation as an Indigenous government. Let's reflect, let's celebrate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions, question orale. The honourable leader of the official opposition.
Conservatives, along with others, don't believe the Emergency Act was necessary to clear the protests and blockades. Many experts, including people like Chris Lewis, former commissioner of the OPP, are saying the government had all the tools they needed and the Emergencies Act was an overreach. The Prime Minister reported this morning that Ottawa is clear, the trucks are gone and the borders are open, but he says an emergency remains. Can the Prime Minister tell us what is the criteria for this emergency to be declared over, and on what date will he end these unprecedented and invasive measures?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Emergencies Act is enabling critical measures to end these illegal blockades and prevent further occupations. We've heard from police chiefs, security experts, and municipal and provincial leadership that it has been essential to the response. We've been very clear that these measures will apply only when and where necessary, and again, these tools are to supplement local capacity, not negate or override it. As soon as these measures are no longer required, we will gladly lift them. This is responsible leadership.
The honourable leader of the official opposition.
Can the Prime Minister tell us exactly what powers the Emergency Act is giving him today that do not already exist? I know he said he needed the Act to force tow trucks to tow trucks away, but as he's already said, the trucks are gone, so we don't need tow trucks any longer. What power is needed right now, today, under the Emergency Act that doesn't already exist under current Canadian law?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
After weeks of people being harassed in their neighbourhoods and seeing small businesses forced to close, after billions of dollars were stalled in trade, putting people's livelihoods at risk, after evidence of increased ideologically motivated violent extremism activity across the country, and after a flood of misinformation and disinformation washed over Canada, including from foreign sources, it became clear that local and provincial authorities needed more tools to restore order and keep people safe. I ask all members of Parliament to stand up for Canada this evening.
The honourable leader of the official opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister talked earlier today about mending fences. He called on Canadians to call their unvaccinated cousin and for Canadians to aim for more decency in our public discourse. I would like to ask the Prime Minister if he would be willing to lead by example and apologize to Canadians that he called racist and misogynist and with unacceptable views because he disagreed with them. I think it would go a long way, Mr. Speaker. Would the Prime Minister rise today and would he lead the way?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, the right of Canadians to express their opinions, the right of Canadians to protest peacefully, to disagree with their governments is something we will always stand up to protect and withhold, even to uphold, even with the implementation of the Emergencies Act. The Charter of Rights and Freedoms continues to apply. And quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, continuing to demonstrate the way Canadians are being there for each other, not harming their neighbours, not occupying cities, but being there for frontline workers, being there to support each other. That has been the story of this blockade and this pandemic.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the member for Beaches confirmed this morning in this House that I'm not convinced that the Emergencies Act should be implemented after today. I will vote for it, but now because it's a confidence vote. Is it true that you've called for a confidence vote? Will you start an election with this if they don't vote for it? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, the Emergencies Act allows us to take essential measures to end the illegal blockades and to prevent the occupation from starting again. Security experts, police forces, and officials have told us that this act is essential. They've clearly said that these measures will only be applied as necessary. These are tools that are in addition to local capacity, and we will cancel these measures as soon as necessary. Thank you. The Honourable Member from Mégantic-L'Érable. Many words, Mr. Speaker. I've listened to the Prime Minister carefully, but it's not enough to tell Canadians to talk to each other. The Prime Minister himself has to set the example. When he listened to Canadians who do not think like him, did he take time to call the member for Louis Hébert in terms of voting for these emergency measures? Will he call each of the citizens that he insulted over the past weeks? It's time for the Prime Minister to walk the talk. The Right Honourable Prime Minister, since the beginning of this pandemic, this government, like almost all Canadians, have been there for each other. We supported each other during difficult times. We were there for small companies and for seniors and for our frontline workers. And this will be the history of our pandemic. It won't be the history of people who are blocking streets and preventing people, other Canadians, from doing their jobs and for living in peace. It'll be the history of people who are there for each other. And it is these people that we will continue to work with for the future. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. More than 2 weeks ago, the City of Ottawa asked for 1,800 RCMP officers so they could adequately resolve this crisis. Last week, they showed that this was actually the correct solution. But even more than 2 weeks ago, I hope the Prime Minister considered the Emergencies Act. But since he didn't invoke it every time there was a protest, I hope he will resist that temptation. But can he now renounce to the use of the Emergencies Act? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that we are still in a precarious situation across the country. We're happy to have seen the work that our police forces did over the past weekend here in Ottawa and Gatineau to ensure everyone's safety in the National Capital Region. We've also seen interventions across the country to prevent other convoys from going to places where there are blockades that could be formed. We're going to remain vigilant, but of course, we're all looking forward to noting the end of these emergency measures, and we will be evaluating the situation every day. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. I would ask the Prime Minister to identify at least one place in Canada or Quebec that justifies the existence of this act right now. He talked about tow trucks and financing and freezing bank accounts, not for 2 weeks. Well, let's make legislation for 2 weeks, not permanently, if there is criminal actions done with criminal funding. But he wants this to be a confidence vote because he's fearing his own caucus. Can he not admit that these are not the right means to go about this? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I would like to note that I appreciate enormously the commitment of the Bloc leader in terms of emergency additional measures that we could debate in this Parliament once the emergency state is over, to ensure that our police forces and authorities do have all the necessary tools so that they can deal with illegal occupation or criminal acts such as this one. For the time being, we're still in an emergency situation. And I know, like all Canadians, that we're looking forward to end these emergency measures as soon as necessary, and we will continue to monitor the situation closely. Thank you.
Member for Burnaby South.
The occupation in Ottawa and the blockades on bridges and borders across Canada has had a severe impact on workers. We know workers in Windsor, auto sector workers, workers in the downtown core of Ottawa, like the Rideau Centre and others, were severely impacted. They lost days, in some cases weeks, of wages that made it even harder for them to put food on the table. The government's announced a plan to support small businesses, but not a plan for workers. Where is the plan to support the workers that have been impacted by the occupation and the blockades?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Leader of the NDP for his support of workers, and I agree with him on that. We've continued every step of the way through the difficult past 2 years we've had to be there for small businesses, for seniors, for young people, for workers, and we will continue to do that. We recognize that on top of the pandemic context, these occupations and blockades have been extremely difficult on businesses and workers, and we're moving forward with measures to support them. This is something I think we can all agree on in this House, to be there for Canadians.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
The occupation in Ottawa and the border shutdowns have hit workers very hard. It is increasingly difficult for them to make ends meet. The Liberal government announced a plan for small businesses that are affected by the occupation and the blockades, but nothing for workers. Where is the plan to help workers impacted by the occupation in Ottawa and the blockades across the country? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Leader of the NDP for his commitment to workers, and we share his concerns. And that is why, for the past 2 years, we've implemented historical measures to support workers, small businesses, seniors, and families struggling because of this pandemic. And that is why we're committed to being there for people who need our help because of the occupation of Ottawa. Yes, we put forward a program for small businesses, and we're going to continue to take care of workers as well.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal member for Beaches East York said today in the House, quote, I'm not convinced the emergency measures could extend. I'm not convinced the emergency measures, should extend beyond today, he said. I would vote accordingly, but it's now a confidence vote. It would seem that the Prime Minister is strong-arming his backbench and the NDP to vote in his favour by threatening an election, Mr. Speaker. Isn't that true?
You're right on the Parliamentary Secretary. We'll go with that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think that we all breathe a sigh of relief at the phenomenal work that was done by law enforcement to bring order and peace outside of these doors. I look forward to the vote that's going to be taking place in just a few hours to have this House affirm the powers that were needed to ensure that peace and stability, and to make sure on a preventative basis that we do not see a return to that level of disorder.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, the blockades have ended. Downtown Ottawa has been cleared. If there was ever a national emergency, which remains in doubt, it's over. So there is no need for the Emergencies Act vote tonight, but it would seem then that this vote tonight is about far more than the blockades and the protesters in downtown Ottawa. It would seem it's only about power. Yes. About the government having the power and setting the precedent that bank accounts of political dissidents can be frozen. Isn't that right, Mr. Speaker?
That's right.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I want to just highlight how instrumental the Emergencies Act has been in allowing us to address very effectively, but in a manner that is consistent with the Charter, the illegal blockades. And I, too, want to take a moment to express my profound gratitude, and I hope all members in the chamber will say thank you to the RCMP and all members of the law enforcement who, in a very professional, measured and restrained manner, have restored order to the streets of Ottawa and have ensured that we've made progress at our borders. Mr. Speaker, we will only use the powers of the Emergencies Act as long as necessary.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, over the past week, we've heard that Canada didn't need emergency measures to resolve the issue in Ottawa. Thousands of police across Canada were able to solve the situation. This isn't the first time this has happened. However, continuing to impose the Emergencies Act, which doesn't have its place in my opinion, is not necessary. The Ambassador Bridge was cleared without this act. Why is the Prime Minister insisting on invoking an Emergency Act that Canadians don't want? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Over the past days, we've seen now blockades have been lifted at our borders and in the downtown Ottawa area. I'd like to thank all of the law enforcement officers for their professionalism. The Emergencies Act was key, but we'd like to end it as quickly as possible. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, in my hometown of Quebec City, demonstrations took place without the emergency legislation. What was lacking clearly in Ottawa in recent weeks was leadership. The Premier of Quebec does not want the Emergencies Act, and neither do 7 other premiers, but they are imposing this extreme act. Why does the government insist on keeping these measures, even though the premiers don't want it? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to reassure my colleague and all members of this House that all of the measures in the Emergencies Act were used in consultation with all the authorities in provinces and municipalities. We're going to continue to work together with the provinces and territories with advice from police forces as long as this act is necessary, but we will withdraw it as quickly as possible.
For Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, has the government received a legal opinion from either the Attorney General or the Department of Justice whether the emergency powers granted under the Emergencies Act, particularly the power to freeze financial accounts, are consistent with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms? And if so, will the government release the legal opinion to the House before this evening's vote?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. I am confident as Attorney General, Mr. Speaker, that we have met the standard to apply the Emergencies Act. And as we have stated on many occasions, Mr. Speaker, we are required as a government that any measures that we take will conform with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, including Section 8 rights of search and seizure.
The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Justice Minister or the Finance Minister. First, how many bank accounts have been frozen under authority of the emergency proclamation? Second, will the government commit that no further funds will be frozen without a court order verifying that a rational connection exists between the funds and the unlawful blockades? And third, will any currently frozen accounts for which a rational connection has not been demonstrated be released forthwith?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for the many questions, but I will say at the very beginning that the RCMP have clarified that at no time they provided any list of donors to banks for enforcement under the Emergencies Act, Mr. Speaker. And with regards to those financial controls which are being exercised under the Act, Mr. Speaker, as we've said many times, those powers are being exercised in a manner that is consistent with the Charter, including due process rights, as well as the right to be protected against any unreasonable search and seizure. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, the occupation of Ottawa is over. There are no trucks left in the streets. The protesters have left. The police are in control of the situation and normal life is resuming. And yet tonight the House will vote on the implementation of the Emergencies Act to address what the government wrongly calls a national crisis. Not only has there never been a national crisis, but there's no longer a crisis at all. Will the Prime Minister immediately rescind his declaration of a state of crisis? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have seen progress against illegal blockades, but threats still exist. The Emergencies Act will be key in terms of ending illegal blockades. We received advice from experts and police officials that have said this act is still necessary. The Honourable Member for Avignon, La Métis, Matane. Mr. Speaker, this is completely absurd. The Prime Minister wants us to vote for extraordinary measures to get no trucks and no protesters off the streets in Ottawa. And yet if we oppose it, he'll make it a no-confidence vote, so he can call a second unnecessary election in 6 months. But worse than that, what he is demanding means that for the first time in history, the House of Commons would support the use of Emergencies Act to deal with a problem that no longer exists. Does the Prime Minister realize how low a bar he is setting and how damaging a precedent he is setting? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, with all due respect for my colleague, despite the progress that has been made, there are still risks. Risks in Ottawa, in front of the House of Commons, at our borders. There are a lot of efforts to keep illegal blockades from resuming, and that is why, in the opinion of police forces, we will continue to keep the Emergencies Act for now, and will use these measures with great responsibility, with all the respect due to the Charter. The Honourable Member for Avignon, La Métis, Matane. Mr. Speaker, still absurd. Dozens of trucks who have left Ottawa have threatened that as soon as they can, they will return. So how long will the Prime Minister keep these emergency measures in place? Will he leave them in place forever, even if there's no crisis, just in case the trucks come back? Seriously, Mr. Speaker, what is it going to take for the government to realize that the Emergencies Act did not solve this crisis? It was a well-concerted police intervention like we've been asking for since the beginning. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, legislation is working. All of the measures that are in the Act are temporary and targeted, and they are going to be used in respect of the Charter. And they'll be removed as quickly as possible. At the same time, we have to listen to the advice of our police forces.
Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Speaker, the Finance Minister said at a press conference this morning, and I quote, "For anyone who is concerned that their accounts may have been frozen because of their participation in the illegal blockade or occupation, the way to get your account unfrozen is to stop being part of the blockades and occupation." Well, the blockades have ended, but concerns over frozen accounts has not. Speaker, what mechanisms are in place today to help those who are accidentally caught in the government dragnet?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And to be very, very clear, the RCMP issued a statement today that clearly and unequivocally stated that they have not released the names of donors to the banks and that they are doing their job of targeting those individuals who are primarily responsible for that, including the people who have parked their trucks illegally on the streets. Mr. Speaker, for any individual, any Canadian who happens to have their accounts frozen by their bank, they should call their bank and find out why.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Mr. Speaker, the Emergencies Act allows for bank accounts to be frozen. Many Canadians have told us that their they don't know the rules or how long they will last. We must not trivialize this law. It is very worrisome. And even worse, the Minister of Finance wants to introduce legislation to give more power to the banks without a mandate. Can the minister commit to establishing mechanisms for abusive decisions to help innocent Canadian citizens? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind the member, first of all, there is nothing retroactive in the measures we brought forward. They take effect on February 15th. So anyone who, for example, made a donation to a cause prior to that wouldn't in any way be impacted by these measures. Additionally, there is built right into the Emergency Act parliamentary scrutiny and subject to scrutiny by this House, Mr. Speaker, and by the other place. And so the concerns the member that brings forward can be addressed quite appropriately within the existing Act.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, a financial crime expert says the Emergencies Act is a, quote, serious deviation from normal democratic process. A U of T finance professor says banks may be inclined to overreact so as to not run afoul of government. Security and finance experts say there are no suspicious activities or credible threats with protest-related donations. There's no evidence, court order, or due process, and no limits on what direct or indirect participation means. It's already happening to my constituents. So when will frozen bank accounts be up and running again?
The Honourable Minister of Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the Integrated Command Team, which is composed of the Ottawa Police Service, the OPP, and the RCMP, have been clear and unequivocal. The authorities that have been provided to them under the Emergency Act have been essential to the progress that they have made in getting the situation under control. And, Mr. Speaker, we've also heard from the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police. That's all the chiefs. The Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police and even the Canadian Police Association representing the rank and file all have been clear and unequivocal. These measures were essential and have been helping them restore order in this country.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, while some MPs are claiming that the threats are now over, Canadians are still living with the impacts of the ongoing convoy crisis. In BC, the Pacific Highway crossing had to be preemptively closed this weekend, blocking commuters, essential workers, and goods. The RCMP arrested 16 people, while other unlawful activity could not be addressed on the spot due to lack of resources. After weeks of failed leadership from the government, will the minister assure Canadians that they are now acting with the urgency needed?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for highlighting one of the ongoing risks that we face, which is a threat to our borders, our trade corridors, which are so critically important to keeping Canadians at work and our economy rolling, Mr. Speaker. That's why we continue to listen very carefully to the advice that we're getting from our police services, who say that the Emergencies Act is instrumental in having addressed the blockades at ports of entry and continues to be instrumental in preventing them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, what happened in Coutts, Alberta is unprecedented. Conservatives are downplaying the severity of what is happening and are pretending that the threat is over. There was a plot to murder RCMP officers by dangerous extremists. Millions of dollars are still coming in from foreign sources to fund these hate groups.
Order, order. I've got the volume as far up as I can, so I'm not hearing the question. So we keep a relative roar when we're asking the question. The member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, what happened in Coutts, Alberta is unprecedented. And Conservatives in this House are downplaying the severity of what is happening and are pretending that the threat is over. There was a plot to murder RCMP officers by dangerous extremists. Millions of dollars are still coming in from foreign sources to fund these hate groups. When will the government bring forward legislation to halt all—
The Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I do share the concerns of my honourable colleague around the severity of the charges that were laid in Coutts, including conspiracy to commit murder. Of course, Mr. Speaker, honourable colleagues will recognize that it would be inappropriate for us to comment on ongoing matters which are now before the courts, but I also share her concern around the rhetoric and extremism, which we have seen not only in Alberta, but right across the country, which has motivated some of the individuals, Mr. Speaker. We need to be vigilant about that. We need to be sure that we deal with those threats, Mr. Speaker. That's one of the reasons why the Emergencies Act is there to help protect the health and safety of Canadians. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, the last 3 weeks have been extraordinarily difficult for the people of Ottawa. Major roads blocked, noise at all hours of the night, people threatened and intimidated in their own communities. Despite the severe economic impacts of the last 2 years, downtown businesses were forced to shut their doors yet again. This past weekend, we saw police execute a coordinated plan that finally removed demonstrators and their vehicles from Ottawa streets. This only came after the federal government invoked the Emergencies Act for the very first time in our nation's history. Can the Minister of Emergency Preparedness explain to this House why the Act was needed to bring the situation to an end? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Emergency Preparedness.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for a very important question. The actions of the illegal blockaders at our critical infrastructure, essential trade corridors, and even here in the streets of our nation's capital was causing great and lasting harm to our country, to our economy, and to our citizens. Mr. Speaker, this was clearly and unequivocally an emergency that required extraordinary measures to restore the rule of law, to protect public safety, and to protect Canadian interests and infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, I want to lend my voice with my government in a word of thanks to our law enforcement officials who did the job we needed them to do and have protected our interests.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Mr. Speaker, we're at a point of time in Canadian history I never thought we'd reach. Canadians in the nation's capital are seeing fences put up around the street. Police check stops at every intersection, and some Canadians are mistakenly having their bank accounts frozen. Tonight in this chamber, every single member of Parliament will have to rise and say if they agree this is the Canada they want for their kids and grandchildren. My question to the Prime Minister, how did he convince the federal NDP to sell out the core beliefs of Jack Layton and Tommy Douglas?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the member that all of the powers which are being used under the Emergencies Act are being done in a manner that is very proportional, measured and respectful of the Charter, including protections around due process and the right to be protected from unreasonable search and seizure, Mr. Speaker. We're always reassessing the need for the Emergencies Act. We're listening very carefully to the advice that we're receiving from law enforcement, and I want to assure him and all members of this chamber that we will absolutely retreat from the Emergencies Act as soon as we can. Thank you.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
The minister doesn't get it. Canadians just don't trust him and his government. We have an historic vote this evening. Liberals have desperately tried to justify the Prime Minister's power grab and overreach. We see the leader of the NDP bending over backwards to prop up the most corrupt government in Canadian history. To the Prime Minister, on top of the cost...
Let me just... the word of corrupt is something that we maybe can rephrase that a little bit. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Scandals. We've seen an NDP leader back up a scandalous government we've seen throughout the history of our country. To the Prime Minister, on top of the cost of our freedom in his new Liberal emergency state, when will we see the celebration of the Liberals' official coalition with the NDP with the swearing in of a minister? Perhaps next time.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what we have seen is in another reversal, a party which once tried to characterize itself as a party of law and order have now abandoned all pretext of supporting law and order in this country. Mr. Speaker, when we've heard unequivocally from the Canadian chiefs of police, from the Ontario chiefs of police, from the police rank and file, from the police commanders who are restoring peace and order to our city, who said these measures were necessary and appropriate. Frankly, Mr. Speaker, we're used to the flip-flops, but this one's extraordinary.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, the trucks outside are gone. The protests are over. There are no more blockades. Yet, this Prime Minister is still determined to punish those involved under the Emergencies Act, where there is no due process to protect the innocent. Worse yet, Mr. Speaker, he does this with the NDP's support. When did this Prime Minister lose all respect for the Charter, and when did the NDP lose their way?
That's right. The Honourable Minister, Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, as my honourable colleague has now heard on several occasions, the tools that we are using under the Emergencies Act are very practical, very targeted, and very measured. We're talking about designating secure zones. We're talking about choking off illegal funds which could be used to aid and abet the illegal blockades. We're talking about rapidly deploying the RCMP so that we can restore public safety, Mr. Speaker, here in Ottawa. All of these things the Canadian Association of the Chiefs of Police have supported. The Ontario Association of the Chiefs of Police have supported. The Canadian Association Police, who are the rank and file of police frontline responders day in and day out, support the Emergencies Act. When will the party of law and order actually support the opinions of the law and order?
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
This party doesn't support the Charter of Rights, Mr. Speaker. It also doesn't seem to understand the continued use of the Emergencies Act for this Prime Minister's political purposes will only further divide Canadians. Now, former NDP MP Sven Robinson said that it's a very dangerous precedent is being set. Why has the Prime Minister not rescinded these emergencies powers today?
The Honourable Minister, Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the short answer is because we are listening to law enforcement who have given us a very considered view that threats remain to our communities here in Ottawa, to the neighborhoods here in Ottawa, Mr. Speaker, who have for far too long been under siege, Mr. Speaker. We're listening to law enforcement about the threats that remain at our borders, where trade corridors and supply chains are vital to the Canadian economy, to keep Canadians at work, Mr. Speaker. That's why we continue to use the Emergencies Act, but we're doing it in a responsible, measured way, consistent with the Charter, and we will sunset the Emergencies Act as soon as we can.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, there are increased tensions between Russia and Ukraine, and armed conflict is imminent. We must face facts. Even if no Russian forces have crossed into Ukrainian territory, the country is already under attack. For weeks now, the Canadian government has claimed that it will participate in imposing severe sanctions on Russia if it invades Ukraine. But, Mr. Speaker, the offensive has already begun. Ukraine needs the support of its allies now, not when it's too late. Will the government immediately impose preventive sanctions to dissuade Moscow from following through with this attack? The Honourable Minister.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. And as the Honourable Member knows, we are indeed ready to impose severe economic sanctions should Russia further invade Ukraine, an invasion that has been going on for many years. We're working closely with allies, the US, the UK, and the EU. Sanctions are always most effective when they're done in lockstep with other countries. That's exactly what we do as we stand with the Ukrainian people and with Ukraine.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, Ukraine has asked its allies for immediate sanctions. Now, Moscow has already officially announced that it will recognize the independence of the Donbas territories, which is the first step towards their annexation. Ukraine has already suffered through a cyber attack, a maritime blockade, military pressure, and a disinformation campaign designed to justify an invasion. Just last week, the Foreign Affairs Minister declared that sanctions will come into effect on the first day of an attack. Well, Mr. Speaker, the attack is underway. Will Canada fire a shot across the bow and immediately impose sanctions against Moscow?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada firmly supports the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of Ukraine. We strongly condemn Russia's decision to recognize the Donetsk and other regions in Ukraine. This is a violation of the Minsk Agreement and against the Charter of the United Nations, and it represents a threat to stability in the region. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are not fools, and even the Prime Minister's caucus is growing increasingly nervous with his imprudent governance. He says that he has had no choice but to invoke the Emergencies Act, and now he's made it a confidence measure for his own caucus. This sets a precedent, and it must not be taken lightly. What's more, the Prime Minister says we need to keep the emergency measures in place as a precaution for 3 months. Is he actually telling us that he's going to invoke the Emergencies Act every time he disagrees with a protest and every time his leadership is under threat? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, since the beginning of the illegal blockades, the government has taken many concrete actions. For example, we provided increased resources to police forces, but at the same time, the Emergencies Act has continued to be necessary to help police services and to prevent illegal blockades that might come back. And we will revoke the measures as soon as we possibly can.
For Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you, Speaker. Parliament Hill is now cleared. Most of the charges in Ottawa involve trespassing and mischief. Tow truck operators already were compelled to help authorities before the Emergency Act. Our borders were cleared prior to the never-before-used law being activated. Organizations like the Canadian Civil Liberties Association tell us that the government isn't limiting the act to just Ottawa. It applies universally across the country. It does not target just one specific protest and applies to every single Canadian. So going forward, Speaker, how often does the Prime Minister plan to use the tool of last resort as a tool of first resort?
The Honourable Minister of Emergency Preparedness.
Mr. Speaker, I think even the member opposite would acknowledge that when we see the type of criminality taking place on the streets of Ottawa, when we see the attacks on our critical infrastructure and cutting off vital supply lines into this country, that constitutes an emergency because of the harm committed against our country and our citizens. And Mr. Speaker, we are prepared to do what is required, and we're working very closely with law enforcement, Mr. Speaker, who have the important task of restoring the rule of law to our streets and protecting our citizens and our critical infrastructure. And we will only use those measures as long as they are required.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, the Emergencies Act is intended to be a last resort to deal with a clear, imminent threat. It's not a sledgehammer to deal with some future unknown crisis. There's no security threat. The streets are empty. The blockades are gone. There's no threat to our democracy. We're here in the House of Commons with the world watching, about to have a critical vote. So if there is no threat, will the Prime Minister end his abuse of the Emergencies Act, or is this just a ploy to ensure that the infringements on Canadians' charter rights and our bank accounts are permanent?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I would hope that the member would have seen over the course of the last number of days that far from using a sledgehammer, the police have been restrained, they've been patient, and they have been professional in carrying out their responsibilities under the Emergencies Act, which they continue to say is necessary to bring about the end of the illegal occupation here in Ottawa and across the country. Mr. Speaker, there are still risks, but I assure every member in this House that we will sunset the Emergencies Act as soon as we can, and in the meantime, the powers exercised under it will be done in a manner consistent with the Charter.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, for the last 3 weeks, law enforcement partners have been coordinating their efforts to end illegal blockades and disruptions in Ottawa and at border crossings. The RCMP have assisted municipal and provincial forces when requested, helping to stop unlawful protest.
We have an appel au règlement.
A point of order. There's no interpretation.
A little trouble with translation. I just want to make sure that the member has his headset selected correctly. I'll give him a second just to make sure it's on his headset and not on the microphones, because it did kind of sound like he was just on his computer instead of the headset. All right, the Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, for the last 3 weeks, law enforcement partners have been coordinating their efforts to end illegal blockades and disruptions in Ottawa and at border crossings. The RCMP have assisted municipal and provincial forces when requested, helping to stop unlawful protesters and restoring the freedoms and livelihood of all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, why is the continued use of Emergencies Act necessary to ensure Canadian livelihoods and quality of life are protected?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for his excellent question and for all of his hard work in representing his community. And he will know, Mr. Speaker, why the Emergencies Act continues to be necessary. Because in Surrey at the Pacific Highway, we saw a recent effort to once again obstruct trade corridors, which has a direct and significant impact on the economy and Canadian jobs, Mr. Speaker. And I know that is a central concern for the honourable colleague. I hope it is for all members in this chamber. And I hope that tonight everyone will see fit to support the passage of the Emergencies Act so that we can end the illegal blockades, so that we can get back to life as normal as quickly as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, I asked a serious question earlier which the Attorney General did not answer. I asked whether or not the Attorney General or the Department of Justice rendered a legal opinion regarding the public order emergency powers and the Charter. Surely his answer to my question was not the sum total of that legal opinion, if it exists. So I ask again, Mr. Speaker, is there a legal opinion, yes or no? And if yes, will the government release it to the House ahead of this evening's vote?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. Were he a lawyer, he would understand that I would not answer that question. I speak as Attorney General for the Government of Canada in giving legal opinions. I've assured this House, I've assured the Canadian public that I feel that we have met the legal standards based on the decision, and that
I can stand here all day and just wait for everybody to come to order, and I don't bring the temperature down just a little bit. I know the Minister of Justice was trying to answer the question. I'll give him 10 seconds maybe to finish up. That's about as much time as he had. The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you. And as I was going to finish, Mr. Speaker, the reason why, as an Attorney General, one never discloses whether or not one has an opinion is because that could be construed as giving consent to divulge that opinion, Mr. Speaker. It's covered by solicitor-client privilege, and it will remain so.
That's what we're looking for, is the opinion itself.
The Honourable Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that is an example of a failure of leadership. Legal experts, civil liberties organizations, and many others are sounding the alarm, stating that emergency legislation should not be normalized, that it threatens our democracy and charter liberties. With the support of the NDP, the federal government is ordering financial institutions to freeze the bank accounts of Canadians who don't agree with them. Why are the Liberals and the NDP so willing to trample over the rights of the citizens they represent?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, since the outset, we've been very transparent with Canadians about the reasons why we've invoked the Emergencies Act. There has been a very vigorous debate in this chamber about why, in the government's view, we meet the test under the Emergencies Act, and I assure my honourable colleague that all of the powers which are being exercised in it are being done in a responsible, measured, proportionate manner, in a manner that is consistent with existing provincial and municipal authorities, and we will sunset the Emergencies Act as soon as we can. But in the meantime, Mr. Speaker, we'll work with law enforcement to restore public order and public safety. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was legislative assistant here in the 1980s. I knew legendary NDP co-founder Stanley Knowles, elected 13 times for Winnipeg North. The 1970 debate invoking the War Measures Act, Mr. Knowles said, we have to work very hard to show that in our kind of society, we still think there's a better way to deal with ideas that we don't agree with. Why did the NDP coalition not listen to these sage words of Mr. Knowles before implementing the Act?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And although I appreciate the member's new democratic viewpoints, let me say, Mr. Speaker, the Emergency Act is not the War Measures Act. A progressive conservative government, back when conservatives called themselves progressives, brought in this legislation which was charter compliant, which respected the rights of all citizens and respected every freedom contained within the Charter. Mr. Speaker, it's a carefully crafted law, a law that we have complied with throughout in articulating our reasons for bringing this forward. Mr. Speaker, I think even Mr. Knowles would recognize what's been happening on our streets and on our borders constitutes an emergency that requires...
The Honourable Minister, a member of Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By invoking the Emergencies Act, this government has ensured that our police forces had the tools they needed to dismantle the illegal blockades and end the occupation. We have heard directly from experts and from police forces how these tools have been used to do exactly that. And could the minister please update this House on how the measures, including the financial measures put in place, continue to play an essential role in ending these illegal blockades and allowing Canadians to get their lives back to normal. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent question and for all of her hard work in recent days. We have seen progress in Ottawa and elsewhere. There are no more blockades in downtown Ottawa, and our borders are open. I thank the RCMP and our police forces for all their good work. All of the measures in the Emergencies Act have been very practical. They've been targeted, and they're temporary. And all the measures have been implemented with respect for the Charter, and we will sunset the law as soon as we can. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Windsor West.
The Ambassador Bridge blockade caused over $1 billion in economic losses. The bridge is now open, but new barricades are blocking local business, cancellations of doctor and health appointments, and continued job losses. Since the Emergency Act started, further convoys have been turned back and resources have been invested to protect this national route, even when we've just recently faced a bomb threat. The government has offered supports for Ottawa businesses affected by the occupation, and that is good. Will this government ensure that they are helping all the border municipalities and their workers who are harmed by the convoy crisis, because it still carries on?
The Honourable Minister, Public Safety.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for Windsor West for his advocacy and for hard work in representing his constituents. We've maintained very open lines of communication during the illegal blockades, Mr. Speaker. He highlights why it is that the Emergencies Act continues to be necessary given the risks in Windsor, in Coutts, other ports of entry like Surrey. Mr. Speaker, we're going to work very closely with my honourable colleague from Windsor-Tecumseh, the Mayor of Windsor, to ensure that small businesses have all of the supports they need so that we can get the economy going again, notwithstanding the challenges of the illegal blockades, Mr. Speaker. This government will be there for those impacted by them. Thank you.
Excellent. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As honourable colleagues will know, from the beginning, I've been very concerned that the regulations appear overly broad and not connected to the declaration itself. I want to ask the Minister of Justice and Attorney General if he's satisfied, and if he can satisfy me, that the declaration is tied to these regulations, that they cannot be used other than for this specific emergency as described in the declaration.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for her question. The way in which the regulations or orders are based on the declaration, Mr. Speaker, as well as the way in which they're written, clearly indicate that they flow from the declaration. So I can assure the Honourable Member, Mr. Speaker, and I can assure Canadians that the regulations or orders can only be used for the combating this particular emergency and no other situation, Mr. Speaker.
Well, that does it for question period. Thank you so much for all participating and staying relatively coherent. Yeah. And I'll go to the daily routine. So, tabling of documents. The Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 32-2, I have the pleasure to table in both official languages the 2020-2021 Annual Report for the Green Municipal Fund, Forward Together. Thank you.
That is tabled. Dépôt de projet.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation.
Presenting reports from committees.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
Advises that pursuant to Standing Order 91.12, the Subcommittee on Private Members' Business met to consider the items added to the order of precedence on February 9 and February 11 of 2022, as well as the orders for the second reading of private members' public bills originating in the Senate, and recommended that the items listed herein, which it has determined should not be designated not votable, be considered by the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to Standing Order 91.1.2, the report is deemed adopted. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
No opportunity wasted, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition. This petition is on behalf of very concerned and increasingly desperate citizens of Ottawa who are concerned that 750 mature canopy trees at Queen Juliana Park in this city will be destroyed, removed, to put up a parking lot, that the National Capital Commission's recommendation to use a different location for the much-needed expansion of the new Ottawa Hospital, which they recommended should go to Tunney's Pasture, was reversed without proper process. The petitioner specifically and concisely, Mr. Speaker, called to restore the National Capital Commission's initial recommendation, preserve Queen Juliana Park and the entire Central Experimental Farm as green spaces. And in this pandemic, do we ever know how much we need to get outdoors and into green spaces? And support the panel's request for a public inquiry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting positions.
Oh, okay. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
That's two. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, ordre légal. Resume consideration of the motion for the confirmation of the declaration of emergency.
The member for Huron-Bruce had 6 minutes remaining in his speech. The honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Where I was before was talking about in 2010 at the G20, and no situation is the same. We all know that. But if you go back in that time, the protest, etc., was over a week long. There were 1,100 people arrested. There was a lot of destruction. Those old enough to remember can remember that. And my point before, I wasn't knocking the former chief of police, who's now the Minister of Emergency Preparedness. I was just stating the fact that he was the chief, and when the member from Oxford and I were on Public Safety Committee, he appeared there, and he explained about all the intricacies of the operation and all the dealings that they had. But my point was, he doesn't say now that they should have used it. Okay, he's never said that once, that in reflection he should have used it. And I would say at that time, using those images and what was going on, that would be a lot closer to the test than what we are dealing with here. And I think that's what the member from Oxford was saying as well. There was an issue here in Ottawa about a year and a half ago on Elgin Street, right in front of the police station. And again, I'm not saying every situation is the same. I'm not saying that. Each one is different and has different levels of risk. But it is an example of where the lower part of Elgin Street was shut down by over 100 protesters who were very inspired by what they were protesting. Okay? And it was a multi-day shutdown of Elgin. And at no time did the mayor of Ottawa or the police chief go to this government and say, boy, do we need to bring this act in to shut those people down. They went in, whether people think it's right or wrong, they went in at 3 in the morning on a Saturday, and they dealt with what the blockade was. And there are protests and blockades around this country all the time and through history, since the 80s, before that, but since the 80s when this act was brought in, and it's never been brought in. We've heard all sorts of examples. And that's why I think it's so important out of this that the City of Ottawa do an inquiry. I mean, they have 1,500 uniformed police officers, men and women that have a uniform. They have over 600 civilian people who are employed within the police service. They are good people. At the leadership level, at the city level, something went wrong. They knew for weeks that truckers were coming here. They knew for weeks that trucks were coming. I had calls, there was going to be 10,000 trucks here. What is the city going to do? They would have had way more intel than obviously I would have had. And what did the leadership, again, I'm not criticizing the city, I'm not criticizing the mayor, I'm just saying, what did they do? We don't know. That's why they need to have an inquiry. And I do think the committee's fine, but I also think there needs to be something a little more in depth than that, possibly an inquiry at the federal level as well to figure out why it was done. Where did the breakdown happen? The Ambassador Bridge, we've heard that at length. It was cleared. The Blue Water Bridge was cleared. It was a multi-jurisdictional unit that worked at it. Windsor Police, OPP, RCMP. The OPP, the RCMP, and police services in the cities, in the regional polices, Peel, Durham, York, they work together all the time. It isn't some bureaucratic nightmare like some of the Liberal members of Parliament talk about. They work together all the time. The other one I'd like to talk about, it was brought up at question period and many other times, is inside the Charter, okay? And it's specifically about the seizure. Freezing of bank accounts, seizing a bank account. Did it happen? Didn't it happen? The Minister of Finance, I think we have to be very honest, she's been very unclear, very unclear. And even in question period today, they use very smart words. They say the RCMP never, but if you look at the Act, they give the power to the banks. They give the power to the financial institutions. So they're using their words very carefully, these ministers. And that's when I think they've really crossed the line with Canadians. That is scary, to think that you might have had your bank, you might be getting your bank account frozen, you may be targeted, you haven't yet, but you may be targeted. I think that's an overreach. And I think when it's all over and done with here, there could be some lawsuits, obviously, and there could be some payouts, because I do think there was an overreach. And if you look at the G20, there was over $15 million paid out. The other thing I'll say is, this has been a tremendous focus on this issue. Ukraine and Russia has been tremendous focus. But I'll tell you the biggest thing the Liberals don't want to focus on, it's the issues of the economy, it's the issues around people's paychecks, it's the interest around how much it's cost to live. Every time you fill up your car, okay, it's $1.55 a liter, $1.60 a liter. These are the things the Liberals are desperate not to talk about. They'll talk about everything else but this. So the sooner, Mr. Speaker, we can get beyond this, lift the mandates, unite this country, and get back to being why we're the best, I look forward to that, and I'm sure most members of Parliament look forward to that as well. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the beginning of the convoy, the organizers were actually very clear. They said it was about overthrowing the government by staying in Ottawa until all the mandates have been lifted. That was the organizational group and the type of things that they were telling Canadians. Now, I understand that there are actually dozens, possibly dozens of Conservative members of Parliament that have donated to this convoy cause. Now, I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, if the member would agree that donating to those sort of stated objectives might be somewhat of a conflict. Is that maybe why it is the Conservatives don't want to vote for the Emergencies Act? Would it be self-serving? Are these not questions that need to be answered and maybe even should be a part of the inquiry that would happen afterwards?
For Huron-Bruce.
Well, first of all, because Adam Vaughan tweets it, doesn't make it true. And if he wants to go outside that door and read those names off, I'm sure there will be many lawyers calling him this week. I will guarantee you that. The other thing I will say to that member, who I've known a long time, now I hear them getting their heckles up, is the other thing I will say is this. I will say this. If you knew, what did you do 4 weeks ago? What did he do 4 weeks ago? Nothing. What did the public safety minister do? Nothing. What did the Minister of Justice do? Nothing. What did the Mayor of Ottawa do? Nothing. Nothing. They welcomed them in on a red carpet. So we don't need any of your lectures, I can tell you that.
We're getting into debate again, and I just want to make sure that we run everything through the chair and not necessarily going straight at. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Grove Highlands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, because I'm sure the Honourable Member for Huron-Bruce doesn't want to take you outside behind the woodshed. So it had that feeling to it. I'm sure we want to make sure that we address our comments through the chair and not at the chair.
Just we're getting really late in the day, and I know we just finished up a question period, so still a lot of energy floating around. L'honorable député de Montcalm.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Civil Security said during QP that he wants to restore law and order. This implies that we have to satisfy the criteria that for the application of the Emergencies Act. But the government has not shown these criteria and talking about restoring it. Does he not know that this government, all it applies is the old motto, do what I say, not what I do? The honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
His mantra has been the whole time since he's been in. But what I would say is, what is it this act is trying to do that the police can't already do? The police are doing it. There's tens of thousands of police officers in this country, at least 10,000, and they're working every day to keep our streets safe as they can. So what is this act doing? It really doesn't do anything except put fear into Canadians.
A commentaire question. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his intervention. We know that prominent Republicans in the U.S. have voiced their support for this illegal occupation, including Donald Trump. Ottawa Police Service, in fact, noted concerns of significant amounts of foreign funding supporting the convoy. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton criticized GoFundMe's decision to block the remaining funding, saying that they, in quotes, failed to deliver Texans money. This seems like interference, international interference, to me. Is my colleague as concerned as I am about foreign funding that has funded and fueled this illegal occupation, which literally brought...
The honourable member, Huron-Bruce.
Well, I haven't seen the list, so I wouldn't know, but for years, how about the Tides Foundation? Exactly. How about all the different groups that have been operating for years on foreign dollars? Exactly. Members of Parliament here have never said a word. And you know what? If there are foreign dollars, I don't think any of them were allocated anyways, but the point is, that whole practice needs to be put to an end anyways. If you want to have a protest, do it with Canadian dollars and do it legally and do it peacefully. But the bottom line here is, Mr. Speaker, it's about the mandates, the federal mandates that don't make any sense, that don't keep Canadians safe. And a truck driver driving down the I-95 or the I-75 that isn't vaccinated, he poses no risk to society. That's the bottom line.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From the onset, I would like to tell you I did not walk in the street in front of the Parliament with a Canada flag. I did not block public streets by parking my car in the middle of the road. I didn't agree with the people that decided to conduct this occupation. But even if I didn't agree with them, I thought it was important to follow the measures that were established by Public Health Canada. However, the Emergencies Act that the government decided to invoke is an act that is extreme. And I'm sad today. I'm sad, Mr. Speaker. Before we go any further, I would also like to say that I intend to share my time with the member for Jonquière. I'm sad today because we find ourselves in an extremely polarizing situation that leads us to wonder what has brought us here. Yes, COVID-19 and the pandemic played a role, but you also have to wonder if the government also played a role. They could have reduced this polarization. I don't think so. It's sad because we know that when a situation drags on and it's unhealthy and it's not being solved, things get worse. And when we see a government that did nothing to solve the situation when the occupation took hold in the streets, and even worse, then rather than deciding to lower tensions, found a way to add fuel to the fire. Why? Because at the end of the day, and that's just my opinion, it'll allow them to survive politically. People on the other side in the beginning were there to say that they were fed up. They were fed up with health measures. I also am fed up with these health measures, but at the same time, I realize we have to live with these and continue as best we can in the meantime. But the government had a different vision, however. They were saying they were the bad ones. It is us against them. And they wanted to continue to add fuel to the fire. And we saw the result of that. Rather than showing empathy, they decided to insult people. They did not take any action in any way to end the situation. In the beginning, this helped them because they were able to see the leader of the Conservative Party step down because he was stuck in a contradictory position. Was he for or against health measures? We didn't really understand that. Was he for or against the convoy that was outside? Some of the Conservatives were for or against it. So it was hard for the Conservatives to keep this position up. However, at the end of the day, what did the government do? It let the situation get worse and washed its hands of it, thinking that it would wreak havoc in the Conservative Party. This is not only partisan action, and unlike what we saw, the government acted to show partisanship rather than improving the situation so that as a society we could live better together. And that's the issue. I felt that the government was skipping some steps here. After washing its hands of the situation, and the cameras turned towards the government, people started wondering, how come people have been in the streets for weeks and nothing is happening? How come the government is just insulting people who are on the other side rather than seeking a way to really resolve the situation? And that's what we saw. And the government, in my opinion, even ended up hurting itself because they were setting fires, and people decided to saw their lack of leadership. And now they're saying, yes, we have to really get down to action and end the situation. We're going to invoke the Emergencies Act. And the Premier of Quebec said he doesn't want this. The National Assembly in Quebec has unanimously said it doesn't want the act. 7 out of 10 premiers in Canada have all said they don't want it either. This is quite the situation. When you all these people saying things are going too far, the government should have looked at things and said, well, we should mitigate the situation, change the situation. They said that the act won't apply to Quebec, but they didn't want to listen to people because they want to politicize the Emergencies Act. And it was so urgent. For weeks, the government sat idly and did nothing to solve the situation. That's how urgent it was in Quebec, but there were protests, and we were able to manage them, and the situation returned to normal. There was a bridge that was blocked. We didn't need the Emergencies Act to unblock it. But some people would say there was no will. Some people talked about a health dictatorship, and obviously I don't agree with them. But by imposing the Emergencies Act, the Liberals, in some way, have kind of supported their arguments. The member for Louis-Hébert even said recently that his government was uncomfortable with the decisions and positions of his government because they were politicizing the pandemic. We saw earlier that he was not the only one. There were other members that also held that position in the Liberal Party. We learned that, even my colleague from Mirabel earlier said this, that the government is starting to overheat, and even this is conflictual within its own caucus. And at the Bloc, we didn't think this wouldn't work. We didn't want to follow this, and neither did the Conservatives. And the NDP was kind of dithering. They had a hard time understanding what their position was until recently. And now the government said, we're going to twist people's arms. We're going to make sure we come out on top. And perhaps they went too far. But within their party, some people have said this. They decided to make this a confidence vote. This way, people will have a heart. They will be afraid to go into an election, and we'll be able to say that we'll be right, and people will follow us. And the member from Mirabel said quite interestingly that they made this should have been a conscience vote rather, so that we could really look at the situation with integrity and analysis. They should have made it a conscience vote rather than a confidence vote. And now, anytime the government had a chance to make the right decision, it decided rather to politicize the situation. I'm having a hard time explaining that the only thing that the government found to do since the very beginning of this situation and occupation and the protests that became an occupation, the only thing it was able to do was to hit the atomic button with the Emergencies Act, an act that has not been used since 1980. We've gone through many crises, but not invoked this act. They weren't able to manage the situation. We had hundreds of people who were outside the parliament, and the situation became untenable. But I find it surprising. I'm not saying that there weren't dangers or extremist elements, but the government let things slide. They were passive, and this is a shame. And they decided to convince us by twisting everyone's arm that when you take a step back, they weren't very convincing. If they had been so convincing, if they really proved the necessity of this act, how come we are still debating this today, 7 days later, after the Emergencies Act? And even this morning, we still weren't sure whether the government would receive a majority to adopt this act or not. This is tough because we realize the government is not in control of the situation, even after hitting the atomic button with the Emergencies Act. So, Mr. Speaker, I would ask all the members of this House today, when they will have the opportunity to vote, do not vote under a threat and saying that they have a gun to our back because the government wants to have its way and polarize and politicize the situation. I would ask members to vote really in relation to their conscience and ask themselves, is this really worth it? Is it really necessary to apply the Emergencies Act? We don't think so. Thank you. Questions and comments.
Member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe the honor. I'm sorry. Can you? We're good. We're good. Okay, Mr. Speaker, I think the honourable member and his party need to pick a lane, because on the one hand, he's saying, well, we should have stepped in sooner. We should have been proactive. We should have gone in without any invitation from the provinces to deal with this. Well, on the other hand, he says, but Quebec doesn't need you. So the question to him was, did we step in without Quebec's request to help out in the long-term care homes? No, we didn't. We waited until Quebec asked us. And would he not believe that that's exactly the way we would proceed in this circumstance? That if Quebec asked us to help with the Emergency Measures Act, that he would recognize that and welcome it.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm disappointed with the question from my colleague. I get the feeling that we're using this situation, like the debate on the Emergencies Act, which is a serious and important act, to Quebec bash. And I have a hard time accepting that, Mr. Speaker. Personally, I don't plan to answer his question because I think that's below the belt.
Questions and answers. Well, we try for answers. We're hoping that questions and comments. And I just want to find the right one here. Oh, my goodness. There we go. The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You're doing a wonderful job today. The question to my colleague on the Bloc Québécois side. This crisis started in January 7th. The government knew all along about it for 6 weeks. Now, all of a sudden, it's an emergency. Is he convinced that the government is not doing this for any other reason other than a power grabbing over and above?
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher Les Patriotes. To answer my colleague, what is unique is that the government did nothing throughout the entire crisis. They didn't do anything. All they did was insult and hide away. And now they're waking up and everything's urgent. And we have to invoke the Emergency Act. And then everything's solved. They're trying to save face rather than solve the situation.
Comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. And yes, he has raised important points. Does he not recognize, though, that despite the fact that the streets in Ottawa are calmer today, there are still issues? There are truckers that are waiting and others that were arrested in BC. So everything's not solved yet. And the fact that we can continue to control bank accounts that are funding these occupations, it is not a good thing to avoid money from Donald Trump and others in the U.S. Can organize such blockades and protests. The honourable member for Pierre Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I could answer my colleague is that right now, when we look outside in the streets, things are quiet. When we look across the country, it seems quiet. Do we still need the police to continue to do its work? Of course. Do we still have to remain vigilant in terms of foreign interference? Yes, of course. But right now, I don't feel particularly threatened, and I'm not persuaded that everyday Canadians feel particularly threatened. Questions and comments? The honourable member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the Emergencies Act was a mistake from the beginning, and the government knows this. Today, now that things have calmed down in Ottawa, it's even a bigger mistake. Despite of all in this, the government decided to make this a confidence vote tonight. This isn't logical. And I'm asking my colleague this. Why did they decide to make this a confidence vote? Was it to muzzle his caucus because there is some dissent? Or is it to muzzle the NDP? The honourable member for Pierre Boucher Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's an excellent question that my colleague has asked. Perhaps we'll find out in a few years what the Liberal caucus was thinking. Sometimes we learn several years later. People say things, but we know there are at least 3 MPs that are somewhat uncomfortable with their government's position, and the NDP also said this morning that they're not comfortable with the government's position. And now that it's a confidence vote, magically they seem to be more radicalized in their support. Now I get the feeling that their change in position has been strengthened by this confidence vote. The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will not be sharing my time. I'm selfish. How to deal with this question? I was asking myself that yesterday. I was wondering how I would speak about this, and the best way, I thought, was to ask about the legitimacy of this act. And when you ask this question, you have to ask what are the principles of a free functioning society. Often we think democracies are free societies, but this can be a mistake. There's not always a consensus. There is a book I would invite you to read, Mr. Speaker, about French politics. It's called the Mésentente, or Misunderstanding. There is a policy when those who are excluded want to have take part in society. We've seen this in the class struggle, in the feminist movement, in homosexuals who want to be recognized. Those who are marginalized want to participate in society. And then this week, I was looking for a quote because in terms of the whole debate on freedom, I was looking for a quote that would give a positive definition of freedom, and I was thinking about the member for Lac Saint-Jean, who had a hard time with the member for Carleton on C8. That was the implementation of certain budget measures, and the member for Carleton at the time went on about freedom, and perhaps he plans to become leader of the Conservative Party. He may have a different agenda than others, but he ended his speech by saying freedom is in play right now. He's talking about the people in the street. And my colleague said his speech has absolutely nothing to do with C8. And then the member for Carleton was upset, and he said that freedom is never relevant. And perhaps we could teach the member for Carleton what freedom is and what freedom we're talking about. And I think this fits with the debate we're having today. Jean Pashtoka died in 1967. I'm going to quote them. He was a very old gentleman, and he was a philosopher and the first Czech president. And he says that politics are always has no other ends but to help support liberty and give our life for liberty. What did he mean by that? It was simple. Life for freedom means that people who are never ready to protest legislation, they'll even die for the established order. Those who were behind the Iron Curtain, for example, such as was the case in the Czech Republic, they were ready to pay a very high price. I'm not sure if the member for Carleton will be ready to pay that high price, but if you look at that, we have to make a distinction between two types of freedoms. First, we have freedom, the one that you try to win and the one that you're ready to fight for. And there's another type of freedom that is very essential. It is Isa Berlin that talks about this. It is the greatest demonstration we can do. Berlin talks about two types of freedoms, positive freedom and negative freedom. Berlin talks about positive freedom. It means as an individual, I can live my life the way I want to. And this is possible within our society. There is no injustice. We saw this historically for women in patriarchal societies. We saw this other minorities as well for Quebecers. We want to change the way the society is run and overcome disparity. We struggle and we take social measures to try to define ourselves. So that is what positive liberty meant for Isabelle Lerlin.
It's perhaps to go back to what we've heard before. In Dostoevsky's book, well, we hear that if God does not exist, anything can happen. Let's leave God aside. What Dostoevsky means is that if there is no institution, everything is allowed. If there is no authority that's legitimate and established, anything's allowed. So negative freedom means that not everything is allowed. And governments are in place for that. We've got political association policies. It's an institution that tells us not everything is allowed. I can't just do anything. I can't limit the freedom of others. And so not everything is allowed. And that's the case for negative freedom. And that's government action. Now, what do we do now? What do we do to make men free? Well, the one who has the best answer is Camus. I'll read you a quote in L'Homme Révolté. I only have 5 minutes left, so I'll do this quickly. Camus says, what is a man who has revolted? A man who says no, but if he's refused, he does not give up. It's also a man who says yes as soon as he makes a move. A slave that gets orders his whole life suddenly thinks that it's it's not okay. And so says, no, this means things have gone on for too long. Well, indeed. And maybe we saw that outside. We'll talk about that later. Up until there, yes, but beyond here, no, you go too far. And there is a limit. And you can't go past that limit. Basically, this no affirms that there is a border. And Camus says that the revolt is also based on a categorical no when the intrusion is intolerable. And when the person gets the impression that they have this right. And we heard that outside, that they're entitled to this. And the person who revolts stubbornly believes that within him there is something that is worth doing or saying. So Camus tells us this, and we're talking about somebody who uses this positive power or freedom and then revolts. Now, the question that I'm wondering about, for the protesters, are they people who have revolted in the sense as defined by Camus? And I'll take a drink here because I do need a bit of saliva. Now, are the protesters revolted individuals as Camus described them? I'll come back to another concept that we didn't address. Liberty. Freedom, which is what protesters were talking about. And there's also this double ignorance concept that Plato talked about. And this goes along with a populist right. Over the last weeks, we heard of an elected official in the U.S., I hope this never happens here, and he didn't know how to make the difference between gazpacho and the Gestapo, so that's not good. We already heard about alternative truth. There are alternative truths that exist. 5G, or little chips that are inserted in us, and even heard an MP say, well, anyway, we won't come back to vaccination. And questionable ideas. And the last one, protesters who screamed, who cried out. There was a woman who was knocked over by a horse, and some people said that she died. And there's a new expression out there now that has been born of this movement. And so what really bothers me, and what I would say, Mr. Speaker, is that by putting in place an act like the one the government is proposing, well, one day there might be a government who will use this. It's a populist. It's based on populist means. And what the NDP doesn't want to do, in fact, they're trying to crack down on certain movements that are legitimate. I would define myself as a progressist, somebody who's progressive. And this is someone who continuously tries to support people who want to free themselves of a situation that they're stuck in. And in 10 or 20 years, when there are indigenous movements, ecologists, and so on try to protest to get out of a situation that seems unfair to them, maybe somebody on the other side will refer to the Emergencies Measures Act, which we have applied once before and created a precedent. And contrary to what happened 50 years ago, when the NDP leader at the time said no to the War Measures Act, well, my colleagues will have to live with their decision in history. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and commenters? Questions and comments? Yes, I was very interested by the comments made by my colleague. It was very well developed, and there were a lot of points there. But what he said near the end is what perplexes me. Quite simply, Mr. Speaker, is that a good enough excuse to not take action to counter what he also describes, this extreme right that exists here, money and tools that are available to them to do damage? And in 50 years, we might regret that we didn't make the decision to act today. The honourable member for Jonquière, the best tool that we have before populism is education. The best tool we have before us is education, and not trying to silence people. It's to give the relevant information that is true. One of the tools that we could have had as well, and I would respectfully propose this, is that if our health system hadn't been in such a bad way, perhaps we wouldn't have had to be locked down so long, and the federal government could have played a role. If it had paid its part for health care, maybe we wouldn't have created so much discontent. and incited people to go this far. So you have a responsibility too. Questions and comments?
And the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech there. The Prime Minister has called Canadians names. He's called them misogynists, racists. Are we actually going to tolerate these people? I'm just wondering what the member's comments would be around the government's or the Prime Minister's actions in this. We've seen with the rail blockades of 2020, we've seen half of cabinet running around the country talking to everybody to try to resolve the situation when Quebec was running out of propane. Could there not have been something similar instead of calling Canadians names? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
L'honorable député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Well, earlier this week, my colleague in his speech said exactly what I'm speaking out against. I listened to him this week, and he made a parallel between one of his friends who's unvaccinated and who couldn't go to the restaurant. This is what we call very raw populism. A pandemic is a complex situation that does not get fixed because you open up restaurants. Now, that a public policy decider make a speech about federating some people who are expressing their anger in a way that's unacceptable, I will never get on board with that. And it's the Liberal Party's position, they're trying to limit personal freedoms, and the position of some MPs of the Conservative Party who are trying to do a similar thing, and both of those positions are unacceptable in my opinion. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach. We're not hearing the member. Give him another chance. It's always the other button. There you go. The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
There we go. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague for a very precise and well-spoken speech. I listened attentively to many of the points the member laid out, and I can find that we actually agree on many of these points. But one point I'd like the member to elaborate more on is the connection between populism and extremism. It's true. There's an element of both of these things within this movement. We've seen it from folks like Pat King and organizers at Canada Unity. Would the member please elaborate on the dangers of populism and extremism?
L'honorable député de Jonquière.
Honourable member for Jonquière. Yes, most definitely. All movements of revolt that are motivated by anger and resentment are dangerous. And the populism we're seeing today, well, we're seeing it very well on the left. It's easy to identify. We hear a lot about it, especially on the other side of the border. And especially for my colleagues in the West, maybe that affects us less in Quebec, but there's also a left-wing populism on the identity front. And some people are identified, and they try to boost their identity as being Quebecer, and some people say that they're spontaneously racist, but that kind of thing needs to be spoken out against as well. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government has proclaimed a public order emergency under the Emergencies Act. The question before us today in this House is whether the proclamation is consistent with the law. For a public order emergency to be proclaimed to deal with the blockades here in Ottawa and across the country, 3 criteria must be satisfied. First, there must be an urgent, critical, and temporary situation where there is serious violence or the threat of serious violence against people or property for the purpose of achieving an ideological, religious, or political objective. Arguably, the government has met this first criterion. The RCMP raid in Coutts, Alberta resulted in the seizure of high-powered guns with scopes, handguns, ammunition, high-capacity magazines, and body armor decorated with patches associated with white supremacist and other extremist groups. 13 people have been charged in connection with the seizure, including 4 with plotting to murder police officers. The RCMP say these individuals were organized, highly armed, and dangerous. In addition, some of the organizers of the blockade here in Ottawa used language that suggested they were ideologically motivated and willing to use force to achieve their ends. The second criterion that must be met is that either the situation endangers the lives, health, or safety of Canadians and is of such proportions or nature as to exceed the capacity or authority of a province to deal with it, or the situation seriously threatens the ability of the Government of Canada to preserve the sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of Canada. The government can make the case that either or both of these elements have been satisfied. It's clear the blockades endangered the lives, health, and safety of Canadians in downtown Ottawa. The diesel fumes, the constant and ear-shattering noise, the fireworks, and so many other things hurt the 12,000 Canadians living around the Ottawa blockade. The province of Ontario supported the invocation of the Emergencies Act, implying that the blockade exceeded the province's capacity to deal with the situation. The government can also argue that the situation seriously threatened its ability to preserve the sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of Canada. The control of an international border is the hallmark of a sovereign state. At one point, 4 Canadian border crossings were blockaded: Windsor, Emerson, Coots, and Surrey. The blockade of downtown Ottawa, the seat of our government and our national legislature, was also arguably a threat to the sovereignty and security of Canada, as was the call by some convoy organizers for the overthrow of government. The third criterion that must be satisfied is the situation, quote, cannot be effectively dealt with under any other law of Canada, end quote. It's important to note that the Act uses the word effectively rather than ideally. The government made an announcement about the public order emergency on the afternoon of February 14th, but the promulgation of the 3 orders in council affecting the powers took several days. The blockades ended at Windsor on February 13th, Surrey February 14th, Coots February 15th, and Emerson February 16th. It's clear that the border blockades were effectively dealt with under the existing laws of Canada and not under the Emergency Powers Act. Under the Emergencies Act powers, I should say. Here in Ottawa, while Emergency Act powers were used, they were not needed. Chris Lewis said exactly that yesterday. He said there was a lack of law enforcement and a lack of police officers, not a lack of laws to enforce. He said making arrests, seizing trucks, towing, cordoning off the city, putting up checkpoints, and getting thousands of additional officers to assist the Ottawa Police could all have been done under the existing laws of Canada. He's a former commissioner of the Ontario Provincial Police, the largest police force in the province of Ontario. Furthermore, it's clear that the Emergencies Act powers allowing the government to seize financial accounts could have been done under existing law. Ontario Attorney General Doug Downey did exactly that on February 10th when he obtained an order under Section 490.8 of the Criminal Code to freeze access to millions of dollars donated through the platform Give, Send, Go. Lawyer Paul Champ also did exactly that on February 17th when he obtained a Mareva injunction under existing common law that froze millions of dollars, including cryptocurrency, raised for the convoy protests. These actions by the Attorney General and by Paul Champ were done under the existing laws of Canada and also were done with court approval, unlike the Emergencies Act powers to freeze accounts without court approval that this government has now claimed for itself. These emergency powers may not, in fact, pass the Oakes test with respect to the proportionality or the requirement that they minimally impair rights and freedoms. The government has not met the requirement of the Act that the situation cannot be effectively dealt with under any other law of Canada. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I cannot support the motion. And I would add, if the House supports the motion, it might be giving government powers it likely does not lawfully have under the Act. And while I cannot support the motion, it's clear that the blockades in Ottawa and at the border were unlawful, illegal, and in many aspects criminal. It's also clear that the existing laws of Canada did and could have effectively dealt with the situation. A lack of timeliness in law enforcement and a lack of federal-provincial cooperation and other operational deficiencies cannot be dealt with under the Emergencies Act, nor under the emergency doctrine of peace, order, and good government. The failure to uphold the rule of law is the issue here, not a lack of law to effectively deal with the situation. In a free and democratic society, the rule of law is essential. Without the rule of law, there can be no freedom, because liberty without lawful limits, taken to its logical conclusion, is anarchy. Without the rule of law, there can be no democracy, because democracy without our most basic law, our Constitution, is nothing less than majoritarian mob rule. It's clear we as a country have not been serious about the rule of law. And because we've not been serious about the rule of law, thousands of Canadians thought it appropriate to unlawfully and illegally blockade 4 international border crossings and our national capital for more than 3 weeks. We've not been serious about the rule of law. When a person's race, religion, creed determines whether or how the law is enforced. When the CN main line in Ontario and pipelines in Western Canada were blockaded for weeks on end 2 years ago, and when the lawlessness continued last week. When the mob violently tears down statues in the public square with no consequence. When dozens of Canadian churches are vandalized or torched in the past year. When, in this place, the Prime Minister violates the Shawcross Doctrine of the Constitution by pressuring the Attorney General to drop the criminal prosecution of SNC-Lavalin, something for which he was never censored or held in contempt. And last year, when the government defied 4 orders of this House and its committee for the production of the Winnipeg lab documents. If flagrant disregard for the rule of law is tolerated, things will fall apart, the centre cannot hold, and anarchy is loosed. Madam Speaker, what is needed now is not the use of the Emergencies Act, but rather ensuring the rule of law in this country is upheld. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my learned friend for his very interesting speech. I do want to just ask him a very specific question with respect to the safeguards that exist within the Emergencies Act. I know it was invoked on the 14th of February. We're debating this today. The order was presented 2 days after the invocation. There are other measures that are forthcoming. So if we can maybe speak to the safeguards that are in place to ensure that we protect the rights of all Canadians, and this temporary measure, emergency measures are temporary, measured, and ensures that it's in compliance with the Charter.
So before they go, the Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Well, I want to thank my honourable colleague for that question. I think 3 of the safeguards that have been put in the Act are the 3 criteria that the government must meet in order to trigger a public order emergency. The first being a threat or the actual use of violence to achieve a political, religious, or ideological objective. The second is the requirement that there's a threat to the health, safety, and lives of Canadians that is beyond the capacity of a province to deal with, or alternatively, that there is a threat to the sovereignty, territorial integrity, or security of this country. And lastly, that there is no other law in Canada, federal or provincial, that can effectively deal with the situation. And I think those 3 criteria are safeguards in preventing intrusions into civil liberties.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. I often enjoy listening to his speeches in the House, and I respect that he presents a calm and often rational approach. I guess my question to the member through you, Madam Chair, is simply this. When we see this discombobulation of democracy through systems that we saw happen, when we hear the Chief of Police in Ottawa, the interim one granted, say very clearly that they would have not been able to take action the way that they did here unless they had these resources, and when we hear from the organizers their plans to continue these things, they're retreating right now and talking about moving forward later on, and this increased unstableness across the country. How does the member sort of reconcile that with, I think, what we're all seeing and experiencing across Canada?
For Wellington Halton Hills.
Well, thank you to my honourable colleague for that question. I think, Madam Speaker, the issue here is not a lack of laws to effectively deal with the situation either here in Ottawa or previously at the 4 border crossings. It's a lack of law enforcement. As the former Commissioner of the Ontario Provincial Police said yesterday, making arrests, towing, seizing vehicles, coordinating off the city, putting up checkpoints and getting thousands of additional officers in to assist the Ottawa Police already exists in the existing laws of Canada. In fact, he said it's used practically every Canada Day in this city to do that. It's used practically every Remembrance Day to do that. And clearly, the emergency powers weren't required for the clearing of the blockades at the 4 border crossings because they were cleared prior, in some cases, prior to the invocation of the public order emergency, and in some cases before the orders had really taken effect.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sussex? No. Essex.
Well, thank you so much for recognizing me, Madam Chair, and thank you very much to my honourable colleague for his intervention this afternoon. And I'll go as quick as I can. Madam Speaker, through you to my colleague, if I were a senior member of the NDP, such as the MP for Windsor West, I would be ashamed that my leader threw the local police onto the bus, as he did in the House last Thursday. I would be duly ashamed if my leader whipped my vote on the Emergencies Act. Once again, the NDP are poised to prop up the PM, so as to not hold the Prime Minister to account. The very fact that the standoffs at the Windsor, Detroit, and Coutts borders were ended peacefully clearly demonstrates that the Emergency Act was, quite frankly, unnecessary. Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if the member would agree that the greatest emergency in Canada today is that the NDP continues to prop up this power-hungry Liberal government, and today will vote with the Liberals to allow this.
We have to allow 5 to 10 seconds to the honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills to answer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank my honourable colleague for the question. I think the issue here is a failure to uphold the rule of law, failure to uphold the rule of law that's been years in the making. 2 years ago, the blockades on the CN main line and in Western Canada with the pipeline were allowed to continue for weeks. People who tear down statues in front of provincial legislatures and other public squares in this country suffer no consequences. And so I think we have a failure here to uphold the rule of law, and that is what is needed rather than the invocation of the Emergencies Act.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brandon Surrey.
Hear, hear. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today marks 1 week since Prime Minister invoked the Emergencies Act. This has been a long, emotional and distressing week for all Canadians, no matter one's political stripe, and it's not difficult to understand why. The Emergencies Act has never been used in Canada. It's meant to be a measure of last resort, something to somberly consider if and only when all other attempts at resolutions have been exhausted. And in such a scenario where there are no alternatives remaining, it requires the government to legally justify why it's necessary. Unfortunately, this government has failed to give the critical justification needed for its unprecedented decision. The onus is on the government to justify every single line of the regulations they are invoking under the Emergencies Act. They need to convince Parliament why these measures are needed, rather than the opposition having to explain why they are not. The onus is on them, the government, to specifically outline how the existing laws of our provinces and nation couldn't deal with the protests. And the onus is on them to lay out all their evidence on how the existing criminal code and intelligence gathering has failed and why they need these sweeping new powers. The impetus is on them, and Canadians are left wanting. The Canadian Constitution Foundation said, quote, "The high threshold for declaring a public order emergency in the Emergencies Act has not been met," end quote. And the BC Civil Liberties Association said, quote, "Canada has not met the legal threshold for the Act's invocation," end quote. Our entire legal system is based on the notion that even in the most trying of circumstances, there is due process. To oppose the invocation of the Emergencies Act, one doesn't need to condone the actions of all the protests. What we need to do is step back and review what powers that we as parliamentarians are being asked to approve. In doing so, we must determine if there is legal justification. And let me remind my colleagues, political justification doesn't always equate legal justification. If we review the government's proclamation declaring a public order emergency in the Queen's Gazette, we will find almost every single one of their justifications was aimed at the border closures. Right. It is important to note the border closures had all ended, as my colleague just said, by the time the Prime Minister spoke in this House. There is no disagreement that blocking critical infrastructure such as railways, bridges, colleagues, and highways, and border crossings should never be allowed. In the spirit of the agreement on that point, I hope there will be unanimous support from all parties for eternity. So the question we must ask ourselves, what made the government determine these specific blockades were threats to national security, but previous protests were not? Was it the size and scope of their economic impact? Was there intelligence suggesting they would prolong? Or were there other considerations that made these protests different than previous others, which also had shut down large parts of our economy and put communities at risk? I don't ask these questions to be rhetorical, but to determine the threshold the government is using. This government is being taken to court by constitutional and civil liberty associations for this very reason, Madam Speaker. They too are concerned about the precedent being set by invoking the Emergencies Act. They fear that sometime down the road, using the same economic or security risk justifications, some future government will do the same. To invoke such sweeping powers, the government must be able to articulate a much stronger, definitive rationale. While this is a place normally full of platitudes, it would be wise for all of us to focus on the details of the regulations. After careful review of the Prime Minister's speech in the House, not once did he get into the details of how the specific new powers will be used, nor did he lay out any argument whatsoever on why the current laws were not enough. If his intent was to persuade the members of this House, he was short on details and he failed to make a convincing argument. I have many concerns, but I first want to push back on the Prime Minister's comments that the scope of the Emergencies Act is, quote, targeted. Within the regulations, it gives the Minister of Public Safety an incredible amount of latitude to designate geographic areas where the Emergencies Act will be used. In fact, the regulations give the Minister absolute power to decree the Act can be used for, quote, any other place as designated, end quote. Well, forgive me in advance for not being willing to support something that gives one minister such extraordinary powers. According to the Emergency Preparedness Minister, the government intends to continue exercising the far-reaching powers of the Act for as long as, quote, they are required, end quote. Does that mean for the totality of the full 30 days? And if we look outside this very chamber, you'll find that the trucks are gone. The obvious question is, when can everyday Canadians return to Parliament Hill? Let me be very clear, I'm not talking about on the streets or sprawled out around the downtown. I'm talking about on the snow-covered lawn. What information or intelligence is the government using to determine this decision? Once again, this is not a rhetorical question. It is valid and must be answered. The public cannot even come to support or oppose the very matter we are debating today. While the Prime Minister says they are not currently infringing on charter rights of Canadians, such as the right to peaceful assembly on the lawn of Parliament, I beg to differ. On the issue of the Emergencies Act, prying into people's personal bank accounts, I believe, is the most constitutionally shaky of all their new powers. Anyone who is downplaying the severity of the government giving financial institutions the power to freeze bank accounts has lost sight of the forest for the trees. There are reports of people who made donations before the government ever shut down crowdfunding websites who have had their bank accounts frozen. And as confirmed by finance officials, this Liberal government is giving banks absolute power to make their own decisions on whose accounts are frozen. Let me remind this House what that means. It means, Madam Speaker, freezing bank accounts without a court order, without any checks and balances, and without any direct and immediate oversight. So I want to highlight what one law firm had to say about these regulations. Stikeman Elliott wrote, and I quote, "Leaving it to financial service providers to investigate their customers or to rely on lists of names not set out in any law that are provided by law enforcement or other government agencies is extraordinary, particularly given the potential to be prosecuted for dealing with such persons." End quote. So, to my NDP colleagues, the Liberals just gave the banks the power to be both judge and jury. Moreover, the regulations state the banks must disclose financial information to the RCMP and CSIS if they have reason to believe an individual was involved in the protests. A reason to believe is a very low bar to hand over personal banking information. I fail to see how a reason to believe does not infringe on Section 8 of the Charter that guarantees that everyone has the right to be secure against unreasonable search and seizure. Also found within these regulations are that banks are immune from civil proceedings for compliance with this order. Regardless of ill intent or error, any individual negatively impacted has zero legal recourse. So in closing, Madam Speaker, if the government would have approached this House with other options before what is in front of us today, perhaps they would have found more receptive audiences. For example, if the RCMP needed parliamentary approval to operate outside their normal jurisdiction, where requested by a provincial government, I see no reason why that couldn't be done. The Prime Minister should have accepted our leader's invitation to work with other parties to talk and see where we could have gone from there, and I simply cannot, in good conscience, vote for this motion for these reasons. The powers are too sweeping, the justification is too lacking, and the precedent is too dangerous. I want nothing more than for the government to show compassion and leadership for all Canadians. Moreover, I don't want to see anyone blockade or stop the movement of Canadian families or businesses from going about their day. We must remember we are all citizens and will remain so after this. We cannot continue to just talk past each other. Let's down the temperature and begin the essential work of bringing Canadians back together.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his comments today. And I wanted to ask him, I've listened to some very thoughtful speech from members of the Conservative Party during this debate. I've also listened to some that I found quite upsetting. And I appreciated his comments at the end of his speech talking about bringing the temperature down. One of his colleagues on Twitter said that passing this Emergencies Act would bring this government, it would take us another step towards dictatorship. I find that kind of language quite disturbing and not helpful in engaging in very civil discord. And I'm wondering if the honourable member could comment on that, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Brandon-Souris.
I want to thank my colleague for her question as well. And as she did rightfully say in my closing remarks, I said it's time to get together and come to a solution with this. Are we going to leave this Emergencies Act in place for 30 days when there's no trucks left on the streets in Ottawa? My colleagues have mentioned that in the House a number of times today, and I believe that there's as much peace on the streets as we've seen in over a month, more so, and I believe that there's an opportunity for us to get together. And I think we have to remember as well why this started in the first place, Madam Speaker. It's because the Prime Minister decided to take one sector that was already 80% vaccinated and force them to be mandated. And that was fine when COVID first broke out. But when he saw Omicron numbers already going down for 2 weeks before he made the decision to ask for the double vaccinations of these truckers, he did it to divide Canadians. There can be very few other reasons for it.
The honourable member from Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Emergencies Act is the last resort that a government should take. By making tonight's vote a confidence vote, is the Prime Minister not tainting a vote with partisanship that should be one of a confidence vote for every member of this House?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the question as well. And it's a very important question because having a vote as a confidence vote is a very serious matter. I have heard others in the House make comments on this during question period and in their speeches today as well. And is he doing it because he wants to divide, or he wants to force the NDP to make sure that they vote with him? Or is he doing it to cover up some of the dissension within his own caucus? And I think that may be part of the reason why he has decided to make this a confidence vote tonight. He's very afraid of losing it.
Honourable member for Courtenay-Albany.
Madam Speaker, you know, we can agree, my colleague and I and friend, that all levels of government had failed here in Ottawa. Look, the occupiers have been asked to leave. They were asked to leave by the Anishinaabe and Algonquin people. The City of Ottawa and the Conservative Premier of Ontario as well have tried to use their tools to move the people from Ottawa. Even a court injunction couldn't end this occupation, Madam Speaker. Now, we've heard from the former Defense Minister and Justice Minister from Stephen Harper's government, Stephen McKay, former Ottawa Police Chief and current Conservative Senator Vern White, and the former Security Advisor to Stephen Harper, that this meets the bar and they support using this act to take action right now. What does my colleague say to his fellow Conservatives, including the Premier of Ontario, who's asked us not to abandon him? Not to abandon the people of Ottawa, which New Democrats won't do, in light of all of the things they've used, even a court injunction, Madam Speaker. What does he say to his former Conservative colleagues and current Conservatives that are supporting us moving forward with this?
And in Surrey.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his question as well. You know, there's a huge difference. I think we have to. I mentioned the low bar that in my speech for this measure being used, this emergency measure, when all other border crossing situations were already solved before the Prime Minister stood up in this House. Those border crossings, which I completely believe should have been open, should never have been closed, but were opened peacefully. And albeit there might have been some altercations in there that weren't above board either, but they were cleared up without the Emergency Act put in place before the Prime Minister stood up in this House. So for the Public Safety Minister, who wants to direct and work with the provinces, he gave them no direction. He allowed the protesters to stay in Ottawa. They were actually invited to be here for 3 days. And
resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am sharing my time today with my colleague from Louis-Hébert. It's an honor to join this important debate in the House of Commons. We meet at a time heavy with history and laden in legacy. Today, I wish to share with the House what the invocation of the Emergency Measures Act is, and also what it is not. I will also provide insights into the financial measures included in the invocation. Our government has taken the unprecedented step of invoking the Emergencies Act to restore peace and order across the country and to hold that peace. The measures are temporary, geographically specific, and proportionate. They are designed to respect people's rights, to address the crisis at hand, and to comply with parliamentary oversight. Let me be very clear, Madam Speaker. The Emergencies Act is not a blanket suspension of civil liberties. It is not a suspension of the Charter, and it does not represent our government's first action in dealing with the multiple threats to peace and security taking place across the country. We got to this point, Madam Speaker, due to the actions of a small group of well-organized but not well-intentioned people who could not accept the results of the 2021 election. An election where the issue of how to continue the fight against COVID-19 was front and center, where each of the parties put forward their platforms and Canadians made a choice. And since that election, we have come together in this House, in person and virtually, to debate and shape, to push and pull at the policies, the programs, and the priorities of a nation. And when we are not in the chamber, we continue to hear from and engage with our constituents. Every member in this place and in the other chamber, day in and day out, receives and responds to the letters, emails, tweets, messages, direct messages, and more on these and other substantive issues. And we engage, we listen, we respond. All of this, indicators and proof of the democratic system at work. But that system wasn't good enough for a tiny group of people, frustrated because they didn't get their way. So they planned and they plotted to tear down our institutions. And while the public face of these illegal occupations was a demand to end vaccine mandates, which are regulated by provincial and territorial governments, the core of this movement was not one of bouncy castles and Friday night street parties. Its stated goal, Madam Speaker, was to overthrow a duly elected national government, to weaken our democratic institutions, to spread discord and disinformation, to foster fear, and, in a worst possible scenario, to foment violence. As evidenced by the discovery of the weapons cache and subsequent arrests and charges laid against individuals at Coots, there was apparent readiness by some in this movement to murder police officers and any Canadian who would stand in their way. Madam Speaker, these occupations were not developed to end vaccine mandates. They were designed to be an arrow aimed at the beating heart of our democracy, to appropriate our freedom and our flag, while robbing fellow citizens of their ability to walk to work, to open their business, to get groceries, to drive to the pharmacy, to simply sleep in peace, quiet, and security. Madam Speaker, that arrow has missed its mark. Canadians will not be fooled or divided. We are resolute in the face of this attempt to destabilize our democracy, to cause lasting harm to our economy and to our international reputation. The illegal blockades cause serious harm to provinces, to communities, and to the country. They threaten businesses big and small, put Canadian workers at risk, and robbed our economy of billions of dollars. For example, the blockade at the Ambassador Bridge affected about $390 million in trade each day. In Emerson, Manitoba, about $73 million in daily trade was affected. And in my province, Coots, Alberta, about $48 million a day in daily trade was affected by the blockades. À cause des gestes illégaux.
Because of these illegal actions, international confidence in Canada as a place for investment is now shaken. Jobs and Canada's prosperity are at stake.
Years of vaccine mandates do not set out to make Canada poorer, but people who seek to undermine our democracy do. No responsible government could, under these circumstances, let the safety of its citizens, the health of its economy, or its international reputation as a reliable trading partner be harmed in such a manner and to such a degree. And so our government took action, which is how we arrived at the decision to declare this national emergency and to invoke the Act. The Emergency Economic Measures Order have allowed the government to take concrete action to stop the financing of these illegal blockades. They allowed law enforcement to limit the flow of money issued to finance these unlawful activities and to prevent additional financial support. They have allowed the federal government to take a coordination role in what would otherwise have been beyond our normal jurisdiction. Specifically, these measures were aimed at crowdfunding platforms and payment service providers, as well as Canadian financial service providers. In response to a consistent question raised by the opposition over the course of this debate, I would note that crowdfunding platforms and some payment service providers are not ordinarily subject to the anti-money laundering and anti-terrorist financing laws. It therefore stands to reason that they could be used to finance unlawful activities such as illegal blockades. To address this, the order extended the scope of Canada's anti-money laundering and anti-terrorist financing rules to cover crowdfunding platforms and payment service providers. Specifically, the entities that are in possession of any funds associated with legal blockades are now required to register with the Financial Transactions and Reports Analysis Centre of Canada, FINTRAC, and to report suspicious and large value transactions of persons involved in the blockades. This is mitigating the risk that these platforms could be used to receive funds from illicit sources or to finance illicit activities. Now, Madam Speaker, with respect to financial service providers, the order directs them to intervene when they suspect that an account belongs to someone participating in the illegal blockades. This means that banks, insurance companies, and other financial service providers must now temporarily cease providing financial services, including freezing their accounts, when they believe an account holder or client is engaged in the illegal blockades. The order applies to all funds held in a deposit, checking or saving account, and to any other type of property. This also includes digital assets, such as cryptocurrencies. Of course, these service providers are required to unfreeze accounts when the account holder stops assisting or participating in the legal blockades.
With the Emergency Economic Measures Order, the government is also ordering Canadian financial institutions to review their relationships with anyone involved in illegal blockades. The order also gives federal, provincial, and territorial government institutions a new power to share relevant information with banks and other financial service providers if that information will help stop the funding of illegal blockades and illicit activities in Canada. Madam Speaker, the vast majority of Canadians, those who are law-abiding and not involved in these illegal blockades, will not see any difference. This order will not change anything for them. The measures will be temporary and limited to 30 days and will target individuals and companies that are directly or indirectly involved in these illicit activities that harm our economy.
Were designed, as was the Act itself, to respect the Charter and to ensure the protection of Charter rights. Madam Speaker, we treat the rights protected by the Charter with utmost seriousness, as we do the safety and security of all Canadians. Madam Speaker, I, like so many others in this place and across the country, are worn out from that persistent, nagging, daily battle against a relentless, heartless, and invisible foe that is COVID-19. No one asked for this virus, Madam Speaker. We simply had to respond to it the best we could, together. I was not a sitting member during the first 2 years of the pandemic, and I take this opportunity to salute and thank members of all parties, Green, New Democrat, Bloc Québécois, Conservative, Liberal, and Independent alike, for their heroic handling of a once-in-a-century challenge. $511 billion invested in the lives and livelihoods of Canadians so that we could get through the worst of the pandemic. And yet, while we may all be done with COVID, COVID may not be yet done with us. So as we head into a new phase of living with the virus, let us remember who we are as Canadians, what we have built here north of the 49th parallel, who we are on the world stage, what we can achieve when we work and pull together. These are the forces at play. There are forces at play that would love nothing more than to see us fail. We will not succumb to such elements. We will prevail. It is in our very DNA to do so. In the face of this national emergency, our government has taken specific and targeted action. And we have, by law, promptly submitted those actions to parliamentary approval, to committee oversight, and to the critical observation of media, academics, and Canadians from coast to coast to coast. The debate will continue. Thoughtful commentators, thoughtful critics, the media, and civil society will weigh in with concerns and observations. All of this is as it should be. In the final analysis, Madam Speaker, we have stood for the rule of law. We have been careful to limit the extent of these measures, and we acted in the defense of our economy with a solemn commitment to peace, order, good government, and the health of our society. As we submit these actions to the democratic approval of this chamber, Madam Speaker, we know that brighter days lie ahead. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
The honourable member from across the way made mention that the protests that took place in Ottawa could be traced back to organized crime groups or terrorist-like groups, as he accused them of being. But he didn't offer any evidence for this. And the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness of Canada just a few days ago made the same type of accusations when he was doing a media press conference. And the media also followed up with a number of questions along that in that regard. When the media asked him if he could provide evidence, he wasn't able to. And then the media asked him, well, does it seem like more of a hunch or is it substantiated? And he had to admit that it really was just a hunch, something that he felt might be a tie. And so I'm just wondering if the honourable member who just spoke has evidence that he would like to present to the House of Commons that this is in fact a terrorist-like organization and a large organized crime group.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Honourable Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question. I think the best example we have of the core ideology at the heart of these blockades and illegal protests was the cache of weapons and body armor and the plotting undiscovered by RCMP agents in our own province of Alberta to murder police officers and to murder anybody that stood in their way. And one
how is that related to Ottawa?
Member can allow the minister to answer. Please do not heckle in the middle.
I just didn't hear an answer, so I was just curious.
Asked a question of the statement the minister was making. The honourable minister.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I think what we need, what Canadians simply need to do is go look at the social media feeds of the people behind the protests, and they will understand very clearly the ideology and the thinking behind these illegal blockades and protests.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his speech and his comments. I recognize the intelligence and the logic of this colleague, and I'd like to ask him a question. Now that the Emergencies Act that the government is trying to pass right now is no longer as necessary as it might have been, I'd like to ask his opinion. Would it not be a better time to meet, to think about tools that we could implement together so that we could prevent crises like this one and give ourselves the tools that we can act upstream rather than downstream in a disproportionate way? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his kind words. And I think that in terms of his, well, we can both agree on one thing. We need to strengthen the peace, order, and security of all Canadians and Quebecers. And for the government, it is clear. We are still in a delicate and precarious situation across the country. And it's not enough to simply call for peace and order. We have to keep it, and that is our goal for the time being. And we are going to take this with great seriousness and in respect of the Charter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for his speech. And Madam Speaker, we've heard a lot of division and rhetoric throughout this occupation. We heard the leader of the opposition who said, I don't think we should be asking them to go home, so we need to turn this into the PM's problem, and more divisive action like that, given that even one of the top four leaders of the convoy was a former Conservative candidate. Then we hear the Prime Minister on the other side, his rhetoric demeaning people that don't agree with him. Does my colleague not agree that the Prime Minister needs to acknowledge that his tone has also helped create division? He's pushed people to the margins that don't agree with him, people that have suffered by doing the right thing, implementing the mandates according to the health officials, but also have been harmed for their businesses or whatever has happened. Look, every Canadian struggled. Does my colleague agree that for us to move forward, to heal as a nation, that the Prime Minister needs to step up and also change the rhetoric and the tone that he's using?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. I can share with my honourable colleague, and I appreciate his eloquent words in the matter. My focus as Associate Minister of Finance and Minister of Tourism and a member of this government is to ensure that we have peace, security, and good government and safety for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. The situation is still precarious, as the member may have well seen.
And we have to go to the next member, l'honorable député de Louis-Hébert.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Alors, chers collègues, le vote qu'il nous incombe de faire aujourd'hui est sans conteste l'un des plus importants qu'un parlementaire puisse être appelé à faire.
This is one of the most important things. History will be the judge of our votes, and this is a vote on fundamental issues of democracy. First of all, the duty of a government to protect our institutions and public order, which is necessary in a free society, and one that is based on protections of civil liberties of citizens, which are very essential in a free society. From the outset, I will not take part in arguments given by the Bloc Québécois when they make comparisons between what we're debating today and the former War Measures Act. There's very few things in common between the two, and accountability and so on. And I would not enter, I'll not take part in the Conservatives' games either. Now, they're having a hard time denouncing what we've seen in Ottawa, and I will always defend the right to protest peacefully. But freedoms of a person, well, in fact, this right does not give us the right to block central infrastructure or to diminish the quality of life of the citizens in Ottawa. This has nothing to do with what the protesters were asking for. Those who know me won't be surprised to hear that I was a Red Square years ago, but I have never been for those who blocked the Port of Montreal or the bridge during rush hour. For me, it was never the right way to be heard. And rather than raising awareness for people, this just makes people be against us. Now for the convoy. For those who may want to take illegal means, please resist. Make the better choice. Remember that the only good way to go forward is that of nonviolence. Protesting before Parliament or before a provincial legislature or before my office, organizing peaceful marches, there's no problem. But occupying for weeks, blockages and blockades, that's a problem. This is a problem that municipal governments and provincial governments have not been able or wanted to answer. Their inability to take action has encouraged others to do the same thing, for example, in Coutts or Emerson. Now, the federal government wanted to intervene by invoking the Emergency Measures Act, and I want to be clear. I share the government's objective. However, I am wondering seriously about the way chosen, because invoking this act, which is no doubt the most draconian way a government can act, and in this case, it would give major powers such as to financial institutions. So to do this, there has to be a very high threshold. Section 16 of the Act says that a state of emergency is a crisis where there are threats towards security in Canada and of such severity that it's a national crisis. And threatening of the safety in Canada, and we're talking Section 2 of the Act, this is from CSIS, there are several things. There's spying, foreign interference, terrorism-related activities, or an insurrection against the government. These criteria are very high, and this act gives significant powers. The government is basing its decision on the third aspect, that is terrorism-related activities. And these are for activities that affect Canada and that encourage serious violence or that there's a threat of violence in order to meet a political or religious objective. I think that it is clear that the second one, the political objective, is not at stake. But to meet the first one, the risk of serious violence has to be a national crisis. And this aspect, for me, is far from being clear. For the current crisis to be considered this one, the government is limited. There are economic disturbances, and it has to be established whether or not this is serious violence. Now, a number of legal experts, including professors or even from the Canadian Association of Civil Liberties, I don't think that this equivalence is appropriate. This is a slippery slope. If we take the example of the blockades of the railways in 2020, I never thought that using the Emergency Measures Act would have been appropriate, because even if there were major economic disturbances, the line was never crossed of threats or violence towards others. And I agree that the same situation applies today. I'm also aware that I do not have all the information that Cabinet has. And as a parliamentarian, I have to make my decisions based on the information that was given to me. Based on what I have, I have to echo what my colleague from Beaches East York said. Changing the act to uphold another act, well, that's not a very comfortable position. Beyond the concerns I've brought up, I'm also wondering, well, I'm being asked tonight not to ratify the use of the act retroactively, but to prolong its implementation. And I'm wondering if it's still necessary given the circumstances. The occupation of Ottawa is over. The police, for the most part, has done its job well, and there are no more blockades at the borders either. Now, the measures taken under the Emergency Measures Act were efficient. Well, it doesn't mean that they were necessary or proportionate, but it also doesn't mean that they are any longer at this moment. Personally, I'm not convinced. To conclude, I have a few observations. After having listened over the last 3-4 days of debates in the House, in our debates and in our reflections, I think we have to we have to remain rational despite our personal opinions, because not everybody is sensitive to the same causes, for example, environmental causes, Indigenous causes, or even student causes which we care about. The Emergency Measures Act in the current situation creates a serious precedent. In our debates, I think that we also have to make sure that we don't give too much attention to polls. Public opinion is not a criteria that is used by legislators. I prefer to not be following trends, but to go in the right direction. In the future, I think that we also have to modernize the Act so that it can more adequately respond to situations like the one we're in today. And I don't want you to think that I'm in disagreement with the government. In absence of municipal and provincial leadership, I think the government took the means that it thought was fair to get out of this crisis. They did it in good faith, and I agree with the government's objective to ensure order, despite not agreeing with the means. Since 2015, we have a moral contract at the Liberal government, and as an MP, we have to vote with the government on votes of confidence and on electoral commitments or on matters that affect fundamental rights of Canadians protected by the Charter. A contract that means that any other vote is a free vote. And on this promise, well, I took it for the Liberal government, and if the vote of this evening was not a vote of confidence, I would vote against. But I would like to, in the very least, know clearly that this is indeed a vote of confidence. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people of Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, and I thank the Honourable Member for his very considered speech. I thought that he took a very analytical approach, and I do appreciate all that he said. Now, earlier in questions period, Madam Speaker, the Honourable Justice Minister was asked about releasing any opinions, any legal opinions, in his capacity as Justice Minister and Attorney General that were provided to him as Minister as to the legality of imposing the act. What is the legal opinion? Has the threshold been met? Now, the Attorney General, Justice Minister did not provide anything in that respect. I'm wondering if the threshold has been met, what would the government be afraid of in releasing a legal opinion that supports its cause?
L'honorable député de Louis-Hébert.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert.
Question. I think there are a lot of aspects he touched on, but to me, based on my analysis as a lawyer, when I look at Section 16 and what is defined in the CSIS Act as a threat to the security of Canada, I don't think the threshold's been met. But I understand that different lawyers, different legal experts can have different legal opinions. I also understand that I'm not privy to all the information that Cabinet has, and that in such circumstances, there's always usually a great deal of deference given to the executive. But based on the information I have and based on my reading of the law, I don't think the threshold is met.
Honorable député de Mirabel.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd start by acknowledging my colleague and his political courage Our colleague started his speech by talking to us about our individual responsibilities as legislators for the vote of this evening. And by decreeing this a vote of confidence, the Prime Minister has created two things. First of all, it prevents the members of their own caucus to vote according to their conscience, and it prevents the NDP from voting according to their conscience, without triggering another election. I did hear my colleague very well, and I respect his position, but I'd like to know if, despite the moral contract that is within the Liberal Party, could there still be an exception in the case of this vote? The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's question. Listen, I also have a contract with my electors, and they know which banner I am part of, and so I would ask that there be a clear response about the vote tonight. I'd like to know if it's a vote of confidence or not. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for Louis-Hébert for his speech, and he has raised some questions and issues that are very relevant. But I would like to ask a question. When we talk about freezing bank accounts, there are businesses that can be involved, and there were these illegal occupations that sometimes far-right groups. Does he not think that it's a measure that's very effective to cut the funding to all those who want to work to destabilize our democratic institutions? The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. That is a very relevant question, and my colleague has known me for long enough to know that I have no sympathy for extreme right-wing groups, and we've seen some who were part of this movement. And yes, there's a question to be asked. How do we supervise foreign funding of certain causes in Canada? However, a value that I care about as a legal expert is that we have procedures in place when we use coercive power like this.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, et merci.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, my dear colleague. I'd also like to say that I am very impressed by his courage. I myself find that we have a real situation of emergency, and I think that the definition, in fact, the threats towards the security of Canada are real right now because of the definition of threats to security of Canada, which can be found in the Untitled Act. This definition, well, unfortunately, it wasn't in the Emergency Measures Act, but it is there through reference, and the definition can be found in another act. And so that activities influenced by foreign actors threaten Canada, and activities that are influenced by foreign actors, and that they be hidden. I'd like to ask my colleague if he thinks that the activities from abroad were an interference in our democracy. The Honourable Member. Thank you very much to my colleague. I'm happy to see her again. As for her question, I don't think that this aspect in the four possibilities of the Untitled Act and the definition of threats to security of Canada applies, because there wasn't, well, for foreign interference, there has to be a state actor, which doesn't seem to be the case. All Canadians who give to organizations like Human Rights Watch or Amnesty International for defending the rights of people in other countries could be.
Debate, the Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we're at a historic moment in our nation's history. The sun will come up tomorrow, and the eyes of our nation and indeed the world will be looking at how we comport ourselves over the next couple hours and how that vote goes at 8 o'clock tonight. Madam Speaker, if I'm being completely truthful with you and those that are in this House, the last 2 years of my political life have been amongst the hardest in my career. And I think I speak for all of our members and colleagues that are in this House. Our nation has struggled with what is real, with what is false, being open being closed. We become a nation divided. We've got families that are divided. We've lost friends. We've lost family members. We've got communities that are divided, torn apart in the wake of a disease that has separated us emotionally and physically from the ones that we love. You know, Madam Speaker, I've probably written this speech about 12 times, and I've said it over in my head probably a dozen more times, and I've ripped it up every other time. So in truth, I don't know what I'm going to say as we move forward. I struggle with how to describe what it's been like to be a leader in our community throughout these 2 years. I know my colleagues in this House and those that are watching from home, they've experienced the very same issues that I'm speaking of. I've listened to heartbreaking stories from people I've known for years. I've listened to heartbreaking stories from people I've just met. Vaccinated, unvaccinated, mandates, no mandates. I've been inundated with calls and requests for help. People on both sides of the issue have come forward to give me their opinions. People who've lost their jobs, lost their businesses. People who simply want things to go back the way they were. And Madam Speaker, I've listened to people that have lost loved ones. COVID has not only managed to overwhelm our healthcare system, it has overwhelmed our souls. People were not meant to live in isolation. We're not designed to be without human contact. The devastation of this disease goes well beyond ICUs and long-term care, and the mental health aspects cannot be overstated. We're a nation divided, and we're a nation struggling. We're a nation on the brink because we're not made to deal with this isolation and because of a failure of leadership. You know, Madam Speaker, 2 weeks ago I received an urgent call from one of my local leaders. He's a good friend. He's been a sounding board, and he's never been afraid to tell me the truth, to give me that kick in the butt. He was almost in tears. As he told me about the threats of harm, as he described to me the feelings he had as he's learned about his grandchildren having to hide beneath a desk as there was an active shooter in his community. His voice shook as he told me he feared for his life. He feared for his life. He feared for his life because of the divisions of this country. He said this, "Todd, I need you to do something for me." He said, "I need you to talk to your colleagues on all sides of the House. I need you to turn down the rhetoric. We need to stop and listen." Last week, as I walked to and from my office here on the Hill, I stopped to talk. I stopped to listen. Listened to a young man from Langley who had stayed in his vehicle in minus 30 weather just for the chance to be heard. I listened to the grandmother whose son committed suicide in December because of the overwhelming aspects of this pandemic. And I listened to a trucker whose daughter also took her life last year because of the mental health challenges that this pandemic has brought upon us. The toll of this disease will not be measured in weeks or years. The toll will be measured in lives lost. Not just lives lost with those suffering from COVID, but lives lost from those living with the mental health issues this disease has created. With the mental health issues governments have perpetuated, lockdowns, school closures, domestic abuse, drug dependencies, the measures of deaths by COVID will far surpass the numbers we see on website updates. They don't even come close to the truth. The fact of the matter is we won't know the extent of the devastation this disease has had on us for years to come. Madam Speaker, the people I stopped to talk to were not racist. They were not extremists. And they weren't here for an insurrection. As a matter of fact, I struggle with this. If this was a real threat, I have to trust our security and our intelligence would have shut this place down long before the trucks arrived on Wellington Street. Long before. They were not Canadians hell-bent on usurping power or trying to overthrow our government. They simply came to Ottawa because they wanted to be heard. They came with stories of tragedy. They came with stories of heartbreak, and they came because they wanted a voice. They came because they wanted to be heard. There are 338 members of Parliament in this House. We've all been elected to carry the voices of the electors, of Canadians, to this place. Our job is to listen. Our job is to act. And our job is to make this country a better place for everyone, not just those that we agree with, but those also that we disagree with. When someone comes into my office, or when someone comes into my office at home or here in Ottawa, I don't ask which party they voted for. I don't ask if they're vaccinated or if they're unvaccinated, because honestly, I don't care. Well, Madam Speaker, I kind of hope that they vote for me. But honestly, I don't care. I see them for the person they are in front of me. I listen. I show compassion. And I ask how I can help. When the trucks descended upon Ottawa the first weekend, they came because they wanted the border mandates lifted. They came because they had had enough. They came because they wanted to be heard. Instead, their voices fell upon deaf ears. What that weekend did was solidify their need to end the mandates. That weekend solidified their need to be heard. That first weekend opened up old wounds, deep wounds that haven't had a chance to heal because of the last 2 years. They opened up a floodgate of pent-up emotions that we all have experienced from one degree to another. The raw nerve of seemingly unending pandemic, 2 years of mental and emotional turmoil left unchecked. They wanted their voices to be heard, and instead they were shunned. They were called extremists. They were labeled. The question was put to others, should we even tolerate these people? They were told their views were unacceptable. They were called misogynists. They were disavowed as people with unacceptable views, and the man that should have been listening wasn't. Instead of doing his job, instead of hearing what Canadians had to say, the Prime Minister of Canada disenfranchised thousands of Canadians. He motivated thousands of Canadians to come here to have their voices heard. Arrogance, self-righteousness. It only served to inflame the situation. Leadership is being about front and center. Leadership is about doing what's right. Leadership is about listening. Leadership is about caring, not just for those who agree with you, but also for those who don't. And leadership is about tolerance. It's about dialogue. You know, Madam Speaker, a lot has been said about, well, it was needed. Well, I have a lot of law enforcement friends, and I asked them, was this needed? And they said, you know, the first point of ending any conflict is dialogue. It's negotiation. Don't we treat our kids to use their words? To talk and to listen and to understand each other's sides? But when it mattered most, the senior most leader in our community, in our country, he chose intolerance over listening. And that is a failure of leadership, Madam Speaker. When it mattered most, and we'll be judged on it.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his comments. And I just want to say, returning to Ottawa today, to thank all of the law enforcement office officials from around the country, including the OPS, who have done such an incredible job in terms of what is ended outside of this very building. And I listened attentively to the member opposite, and I think we have a very different perspective on the threat, because he basically indicated that the threat was not real, the threat of insurrection was not real. I would simply point him to the fact that we have documented evidence calling for the overthrow of a government. We have instances of weapons being found from other blockaders, including at the Alberta border, and we are investigating links between that hate group called Diagolon and what is happening here. And thirdly, when the arrests were actually being effected by those brave law enforcement officials, whom I know this member supports, there was attempts made to dislodge their weapons. That, to me, is proof positive that this kind of legislation is required. Would the member agree with me and with the interim chief, Stephen Bell, saying that this legislation is exactly what was needed in order to effectuate the cleanup of the occupation that was occurring outside?
Member for Caribou Prince George.
No, I can only speak to the thousands of other protests that we've seen on this hill over the time of me being a member of Parliament. And I can only speak to the people that I've spoke to, the law enforcement professionals, the experts. I'm not an expert in this, but the experts that were there that said this was a ham-fisted overreach in power, one that could have been accomplished with the very same laws that we had. This is a very, very serious, invoking the Emergencies Act is a very serious step, and one that should be the last measure. What was the first, second, third, fourth measures before? We didn't see that, Madam Speaker.
Yes, please. Thank you. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker. There's a serious problem here. All day, we've said that the vote that was to be held, well, it would be better for it to be based on the conscience of each member. The member for Louis-Hébert just told us that the order doesn't respect the standards of what's set out the criteria for invoking the Emergencies Act. If it weren't a confidence vote, he'd vote against, but he doesn't know if it's a confidence vote. What does my colleague think of this situation where the Prime Minister hasn't even been clear with his MPs and doesn't have the courage to tell his MPs whether or not this is a confidence vote?
The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
My colleague has a very good question. And what that speaks loudly to me is that our Prime Minister continues to be afraid that his leadership is threatened, that he knows that he overstepped his boundaries and his grounds, and that he knows that his leadership is fragile. So much so that he has to put that veiled threat out there so that his colleagues and his MPs, whether here or his coalition of NDP, that they know that the fall, or that if this vote fails, that it could mean another unnecessary election. But it's just shameful that he actually would take that step. You know, let's not make any bones about it. He knows exactly what he's doing when he puts that out in a press conference. It's a threat that he sends across the bow, a shot that he sends across the bow at any MP that is considering voting against him.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. We all understand that after 2 years, people might be fed up, frustrated. I understand the right to be heard. I've participated in protests, and I've been heard a couple of times. But the right to be heard isn't the right to honk night and day for 10 days in downtown Ottawa. It's not the right to harass and terrorize citizens. I don't agree with him when he says there is no intention to overthrow the government. It was written on their Facebook page. Organizers from the extreme right said they wanted to team up with the Senate and the Governor General to take the place of a democratically elected government. The Conservative Party, the Party of Law and Order, is supporting this, goes to give them coffee and pizza, takes pictures with them. What's happening with this party?
Member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, first off, Madam Speaker, it would be no surprise that I disagree with him 100%, my honourable colleague 100%. What I will agree with him is that, listen, you know, we've had thousands of protests here in our nation's capital since I've been elected, and all matters of well, noise and what have you. In the 10 days of honking, I get it, that it was not appropriate. But all Canadians wanted to do is be heard.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the colleague from Caribou Prince George for his passionate speech. It's always hard to follow him up in this House. But first off, Madam Speaker, I want to thank my constituents. I think I can honestly say for all MPs in the House, the last 2 weeks we've likely received more correspondence than any other 2-week period in at least in the last number of years on a number of these issues, and it's been a trying 2 years. But I want to thank my constituents, Madam Speaker, because they've made it crystal clear that they don't support the invocation and the continued use of the Emergencies Act. There has been a balanced feedback on this one, but the majority clearly have indicated in my riding they don't support the Liberal government's decision. I want to make it crystal clear, I will always support the democratic right of Canadians to protest. I'm on the record before this convoy ever arrived here in Ottawa that I will always support, no matter what the issue is on the political spectrum, the right of Canadians to democratically protest. However, I'm on the record, I never will support people breaking the law. I do belong to the party of law and order, and I'm on the record stating that I will never support anyone breaking the law. And that includes for blockades, it includes for anything. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm going to leave my, really focus here on my Liberal colleagues in the NDP for my speech, because I think I know how the majority of the Conservative and Bloc members are going to vote, and based on now the indication that this is possibly a confidence vote, maybe my words will be for naught. But I really want to get into the crux of the issue that I think we're really voting on tonight, and that's the continuation of the invocation of the Emergency Act. Not the history or why they did it, but really, why do we still need it going forward? There's been some great speeches here in the House already, Madam Speaker, that clearly outline why people on both sides think that it was justified or not for bringing it forward. But I really want to focus on the question of why we need it going forward, and lacking that why, the question of trust. So the justification, Madam Speaker, just to cover that briefly, I've read all the table documents here that were provided to us as members of Parliament, the stuff that's been put out in the public sphere to read. I've tried to listen in particular to either read or listen every speech given by a Liberal member, but specifically the Liberal cabinet, the Liberal government, because they're the ones that are really should be speaking more than any of the rest of us in the House during this debate, trying to convince us why implementing arguably the most draconian, powerful piece of legislation that exists in our federal laws. I don't think there's anything more powerful than the Emergencies Act when it comes to taking this, putting it into place, and actually curtailing some of the freedoms that do exist in this great country. What are the justification that's been tabled so far? If you read through what's the proclamation, it really hits at kind of 2 key points if you read through it. It talks about freezing of financial assets, and it talks about tow trucks. Well, Madam Speaker, I've been involved in dealing with sort of, I would argue, crisis, national crisis, not necessarily here for Canada, but around the world. I kind of understand what serious national security threats are, maybe more than most, and I've never felt, personally, that anything that has occurred across Canada over the last 3 weeks, dealing with the blockades or the convoy here in Ottawa, have ever met that threshold. But don't take my word for it, Madam Speaker. There have been experts that have been out there. I think the member of Halton Hills, Wellington Halton Hills, just laid out in his speech a few hours earlier a clear logic that the government has failed to meet the legal requirements to invoke the Act. However, they chose to do it anyway. But let's leave it. Let's make the assumption, Madam Speaker, that this justification was valid for bringing in the invocation, that it did somehow meet the national emergency threshold. Was this because the cabinet has been hinted at had access to additional intelligence or information that warranted that? How did the government communicate that to Canadians, but to the rest of us here in the House of Commons with this important vote coming out? Did they reach out, ask to share that information? There's many of us in this House, Madam Speaker, that have the appropriate security clearances, that have top secret security clearances, that are former members of the Privy Council. And all that being aside, Madam Speaker, you could quickly and quite easily read a number of members from all the parties in this House into the necessary security classification and provide that intelligence or information. Because lacking that, the Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, is really just asking us to trust him. I'll get back to the question of trust in a little bit, in a couple minutes, Madam Speaker. But as the Liberal member from Beaches East York laid out in his speech just a couple hours ago, and as I've already hinted at, the vote tonight is really about why is the Emergency Act still required and all these restrictive measures. I feel personally a responsible government, even one that felt they were justified in using arguably this very powerful piece of legislation, would have revoked these measures as soon as all the illegal blockades disappeared. Why hasn't the Liberal government done this? I listened yesterday as the Minister of Emergency Preparedness, when he was asked this direct question on national media as to why the Emergency Act is still needed going forward when everything has been resolved, and his response, there's still work to be done, Madam Speaker. I stepped out of the chamber this morning to listen to the Prime Minister in his press conference when it was the first question that he was asked, and then he was asked it again specifically by a reporter to say, well, let's give us one specific example. Please give me one. His answer, Madam Speaker, tow trucks. So we're in a national emergency because somehow we need tow trucks to move. I don't know what, Madam Speaker, because I've been driving in and out every day over the last 2 weeks into here to Parliament. There's lots of vehicles illegally blockading the roads, needed to be towed out. They're all gone. I had no issues coming into Parliament Hill this morning. But what disturbed me and actually disappointed me, Madam Speaker, a little bit as well during that press conference, the Prime Minister was asked a couple other very easy questions. What lessons did he learn from the last few weeks? Know what his response was? The country is angry. I don't know, Madam Speaker, if that's really learning much of anything. He was asked, does he have any regrets? A sign of a good leader is recognizing that they're not perfect. I know I've made plenty of mistakes throughout my military career, and I'm sure even as a politician in the last couple of years. The key to learning from them is to actually recognizing when you've made a mistake. That's when you learn most, and you should have regrets if you didn't do things to the best of your ability. So what does this all mean going forward when we still see the government continuing to support the emergency measures? Does this mean because they just want to go after those Canadians that maybe happen to donate to their local neighbor, the truck driver that might have been even fully vaccinated? Because I know I had constituents of my riding that came here for the protests, fully vaccinated. I actually had one of my best friends, I didn't even realize he came. He drove here with his wife and kids from British Columbia, protested completely legally, and then went home. Drove all the way back. Didn't blockade, nothing, didn't do anything. But because they made that $20 donation, are they at risk? Is that why we still need these measures going forward? I have constituents reach out to me this morning saying, pulling all my money out of the banks. I'm putting it all either in my mattress, I'm doing whatever. I do not trust the government. So if these risks still exist, Madam Speaker, I do encourage the government to take the necessary steps to reach out and share those. Because I think it's safe to say the Prime Minister has broken the trust. Canadians no longer trust him. So regardless of where we are on this issue, let's work together to build that trust. So I'm asking the Liberal government to share that information, make it available. If they really feel that there's a threat out there that still needs to be addressed, bring it forward. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, as lawyers and the Liberal MPs from Louis-Hébert and Beaches East York have just stated in their speeches in the last few hours, the threshold has not been met. The only reason they're voting tonight in favor of this is because the Prime Minister would rather have a federal election than accept that maybe he didn't make the right decision. Tonight, Madam Speaker, I'll be voting to revoke the emergency.
Yeah.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I've listened intently to the member opposite, and I want to point out something that we've heard repeatedly during the course of these past 4 days from the Conservative benches, such as that other steps were not taken prior to invoking this very significant piece of legislation. That is categorically false, Madam Speaker. A table was convened of all leadership at multiple levels. The RCMP officers were deputized. Ottawa declared a state of emergency. The province of Ontario declared a state of emergency. Funds were targeted using conventional methods. Cryptocurrency was then being used by the illegal protesters, thus triggering the need to employ FinTrack. And I'm going to address FinTrack in my question to the member opposite. Thus far, according to the reading that I've done this morning on my way here, 206 accounts have been frozen among tens of thousands of people in 2 countries who have donated to these illegal blockades. Isn't, in fact, that demonstrating the restraint that is being shown in terms of the surgical targeting of those who are largely funding this with improper donations, including donations from foreign jurisdictions? Isn't that exactly what we should be doing to cut off the supply chain to this illegal blockade?
Honourable Member, order. The Honourable Member from Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I would correct my Liberal colleague. If he goes back and listens to my speech, I never actually made any of those allegations that that there wasn't justification or steps. There have been speeches that have made that, but that was not part of my speech. With respect to his comment, if there's only been 263 accounts so far frozen, and that he's saying isn't that a good sign of restraint, I'd agree with him.
Questions and comments. The
Honourable Member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker, the Liberals have told us that adopting the Emergencies Act, version 1998, is not abusive because there are safeguards in terms of our examination of this as legislators. But the Prime Minister has perverted the examination we need to do as legislators, and he's hiding from his own members his true intent. Can he not accept that the Prime Minister has clearly lacked leadership?
C'est une excellente question.
That is an excellent question, Madam Speaker. I agree entirely with my honourable colleague.
Lack of leadership. The whole purpose of the Emergencies Act is really that case of last resort, Madam Speaker. We shouldn't be utilizing it without absolute concern, restraint, and not doing it. And we need to have the oversight. In fact, that's why we have the Emergencies Act. Why it morphed and evolved from the former War Measures Act was because there was a recognition we needed that democratic oversight of this House. We have all these tools in place, Madam Speaker, in order to, through the Parliamentary Review Committee that can table and review the revocation within 7 days, we can get to the bottom of all this. And I am personally disappointed that the Prime Minister has made this a confidence vote.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Albany.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And first, I want to thank my colleague for his speech and of course, on behalf of all Canadians, for his service to our country. Madam Speaker, I mean, we're supporting this reluctantly. We've made it very clear. But we've also heard from members of the Conservative Party, Doug Ford, himself a Conservative, the Premier of Ontario, Peter MacKay, the former Defence Minister, the former Minister of Justice under the Stephen Harper government, Stephen Harper's own security advisor, Richard Fadden, who all believe that this meets the bar and this is the right use of the Act, given the scope of the Act that's we're talking about today. Does he not believe that they're qualified and those experts? And does he, what does he say to those Conservatives that support in calling for us to actually move forward with tonight's vote and voting for it?
Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Well, look, every Canadian should have an opinion on this, and I fully respect their opinion. And you know what? Maybe they're right that it was necessary. That's their opinion. But I would push back that calling for it when it was needed to get rid of the blockades here in Ottawa that was still existing, that's not what we're voting tonight, Madam Speaker. We're voting does it still need to be in place? And I'm not aware of a single protest or threat in this country that still requires the most restrictive, powerful legislation in this country.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Don Valley North.
I rise today in this House to speak about a matter of great importance. Any opportunity to speak in this place is sacred. It is a privilege that cannot be taken lightly, especially when we are called here to speak about a difficult time in Canadian history for all those who call this country home. This is what I am doing today, and I take the floor to affirm my belief that declaring a public order emergency under the Emergencies Act was necessary to address the multifaceted and coordinated threats to our security, our democracy, and our economy.
Madam Speaker, my constituents and Canadians and communities all across Canada are by this point aware of the self-titled Freedom Convoy that descended on the City of Ottawa over 3 weeks ago to, in their own words, end the COVID-19 mandates now. As someone who openly welcomes opposing views, lively debates, and who has participated in dozens of protests and demonstrations myself over my lifetime, I supported their right to do so. This right is, in fact, entrenched in Section 2B of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It protects the ability for citizens to voice their discontent, question authority, and to seek change. It is something that is the core of who we are as a people, and as an MP, a proud Canadian, I will always fight to defend it. However, in our democracy, freedom of expression is not absolute. Section 2B extends toward lawful, peaceful protest. The Charter does not protect illegal blockades and occupations. Far from seeing people exercising their constitutional rights to disagree vigorously with the government, we have instead seen intimidation, threats, harassment, and an attack on our ability to produce and trade goods. Madam Speaker, we have seen a coordinated effort by outside actors to attack our country's right to make its own decision and chart its own path. First, let me begin by addressing what has occurred here in Ottawa. The protest began over COVID-19 mandates and restrictions. And over the course of 3 weeks, it had morphed into an occupation of a city that almost 1 million Canadians call home. Streets were blocked. Engines ran 24 hours a day, making the air difficult to breathe for neighboring residents, and horns sounded at all hours of the night, with what many in Ottawa, seniors, parents, and students alike, have called a form of sleep deprivation torture. Frequent and unabated displays of hatred, including swastikas, Confederate flags, signs proudly stating pure blood, and acts of direct hatred when windows were smashed at local businesses because they posted signs on their windows that represented differing points of views. We have seen the desecration of our national monuments, including our National War Memorial and an attempted arson, all of which, Madam Speaker, was caught on video. Prior to this weekend, efforts by the Ottawa Police to maintain law and order in the nation's capital were unsuccessful, resulting in both the City of Ottawa and the Conservative Government of Ontario declaring a state of emergency. But all of this is but one component of a much larger and more coordinated effort to undermine our institutions and our economy, Madam Speaker. There's also been coordinated efforts to block our national border crossings, halt the flow of goods and people, and stop trade. Blockades have occurred in Surrey, Emerson, and Coutts, Alberta. They have occurred in the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor, Ontario. These are deliberate attacks, Madam Speaker, targeting critical infrastructure. And as the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities, I heard witness testimony just this last Thursday, February 17th, that these ports of entry blockades have resulted in trade disruptions costing Canada $3.9 billion, Madam Speaker. $400 million in daily losses at the Windsor crossing alone. With automotive parts, for example, no longer able to make their way to factories, shifts at multiple auto plants were cancelled and thousands of workers were sent home. All of this, Madam Speaker, impacting businesses and workers and the confidence in Canada as a reliable trading partner and a safe place to invest. Adding to this, Madam Speaker, in the United States and indeed in other nations, foreign citizens and bodies with their own interests have openly supported the blockades and admitted to sending money and resources to help the blockades continue. In fact, It has now come to light that over 50% of all the donations received through the Convoy's online fundraising campaign were American, including American billionaires who donated upwards of $90,000 themselves alone. I ask anyone watching who hears this whether it is acceptable for any foreign actors or foreign citizens to contribute to efforts to undermine the democratic process of another country, or for that matter, purposefully sabotage the economic trade routes of another country through blockades. Blockades, I repeat, Madam Speaker, that cost $3.9 billion in economic activity for Canadians. And I ask members of this House, particularly my honourable colleagues and friends from across the aisle, what is their threshold? Is this not enough? What is their threshold before they adopt the necessary measures to counter those who seek to undermine the decisions of this House and, more importantly, the will of Canadians at large? Adding to this, just a few days ago, the Anti-Defamation League showed a result of their study of the online Give, Send, Go fundraising campaign, and it found, Madam Speaker, that roughly 1,100 people in the United States who supported the January 6th insurrection last year that stormed the U.S. Capitol were donors of the blockades here in Canada.
And I ask all Canadians who are listening now, and I implore the members of this House to reflect on these facts, Madam Speaker, and to reflect deeply. As members of this House, we can all at least agree that these actions are unacceptable and that concerted action must be taken to address this affront to our democracy. Furthermore, honourable colleagues in this House and all Canadians watching should be alarmed by the results of the 13 arrests made at the Coutts border in Alberta last week. They found a large cache of military-grade firearms, ammunition, and bulletproof vests that have led to charges of conspiracy to commit murder. Measures, Madam Speaker, have been taken. Measures to protect our democratic institutions, to protect our borders and our economy, to meet the needs of the City of Ottawa and the Province of Ontario, and of any other province that requests assistance as a result of these coordinated blockades. For these reasons, I will vote in favour of the implementation of the Emergencies Act.
Regarding overreach, I want to reaffirm that this is not the invocation of the War Measures Act. We are not calling in the military. What we are doing, Madam Speaker, is giving the RCMP the power to enforce local laws and work quickly and efficiently with local law enforcement. We are not putting the RCMP or any other police force under the direct control of the government, Madam Speaker. Policing operational decisions remain independent under this Act, as they should and must in any strong democracy. This Act also directs financial institutions to take action to halt the funding of illegal blockades of our ports and border crossings and levy significant penalties. And to address concerns relating to charter rights infringements, I want to share 5 key steps, checks, and regulations built into the Act and speak to the important role of the Attorney General of Canada. First, everything done by a government under the Emergency Act must be done in accordance with the Charter, full stop. It is entrenched in the preamble of the Act. Second, all declarations are time limited to 30 days, and in fact, it may be less, and I hope that it will be less. Third, the very act of declaring an emergency under the declaration must be reviewed by a committee of all members of Parliament and senators from all political parties. Fourth, the exercise of powers under the declaration must be reviewed by that committee. And finally, following the end of an emergency, a full inquiry must be held.
Finally, Madam Speaker, the Attorney General of Canada, a fellow Quebecer, representing the neighbouring riding of La Salle et Mar-Verdun, is a long-time lawyer. He is a former Associate Dean of Law at McGill University. He is a man who has the respect of members of all political stripes and has the task of ensuring that the Charter of Rights is protected in Canada and that all necessary and crucial measures are taken in accordance with the Act. I have confidence in his abilities and character. I have confidence in the ability of this House and of all members to ensure that the measures provided for in this Act are used in a measured way and only when and where necessary to stop these attacks and blockades. This is what my fellow citizens of Vaudreuil-Soulanges and all Canadians expect from us, and this is what we must now do together. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you. To the honourable member across the way through you, Madam Speaker, the borders are open. Coutts is open, Emerson is open, Surrey is open, Windsor is open. That happened before the Emergencies Act was even invoked. Now in Ottawa, the trucks have been removed. The streets are clear. There's no threat of violence or disharmony. Most of the charges that have been laid have involved mischief or maybe trespass, not exactly terrorism. And so I'm just wondering, how does the member opposite, along with his colleagues, how do they justify the continued use of the Emergencies Act going forward?
Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For her question, she knows full well that this is not over. She knows full well that there are still attempts to ensure that these blockades across the country are funded, that they don't stop, in fact, Madam Speaker. And what we need to be doing as a government right now is ensuring these blockades do not continue, that they do not reorganize to block the free flow of goods with our neighbors to the south, and that we ensure that what happened here in Ottawa does not happen again. And we will reevaluate as the days go by whether or not these measures are necessary. And it is, in fact, the job of this House to do just that. And I look forward to working with my honourable colleagues to make sure that that's the case.
The honourable member from Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Vaudreuil for his speech. I am part of the Liberal Quebec Caucus. He is part of the Liberal Quebec Caucus. But we've been debating this for 3 days now, and we know every party's argument right now. But, Madam Speaker, this member from Louis Hébert said he doesn't know if this will be a confidence vote tonight. He doesn't know. It wasn't explained. And my friend from Montcalm has said if it is a confidence vote, it may pervert the result of this vote. My question is simple. Is tonight's vote a confidence vote or not? The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Madam Speaker, if it is a confidence vote or not, doesn't change absolutely anything. Why? Because I am confident that it's the best decision we can make as a government to protect Canadians, to help the City of Ottawa, to help the Province of Ontario that has declared a state of emergency in their own cities and province, and to ensure that our borders remain open for free trade with the U.S. and to keep our workers at work.
Member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his intervention and his speech. And I want to focus specifically on a concern from my constituents and a concern from folks across the country, which relates to Indigenous people's rights. And I want the member to confirm in plain, clear language that the invoking of the Emergencies Act does not in any way, shape, or form negate or restrict Indigenous people's rights to access their lands and to even occupy their lands.
Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that question and for the staunch defending of his constituents and bringing up that question. I have full confidence, Madam Speaker, in Cabinet and most notably our Minister of Justice in the actions they're going to take out in the coming days and weeks. I know that they will be working diligently to ensure that the charter rights of all Canadians will be protected as we carry out the necessary actions to bring back law and order to the city here in Ottawa, to ensure that everything that needs to be taken care of in Ontario is indeed taken care of, and that, as I stated before, Madam Speaker, that we ensure that no longer do we have blockades blocking key points of entry with our country, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciated my colleague's speech. I wanted to ask him about this whole measure of illegal money coming into Canada. He can tell us, as he did, that 50% of the funds come from outside Canada. Now, that's as a result of the tracking that is already embedded into these platforms. We know where the money comes from. Yet the law that he's proposing to support here has us looking into Canadians' bank accounts. I'd like him to square that with me as far as what this accomplishes that isn't already being accomplished in our current financial mechanisms.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. I do, however, want to point out that he's been very selective in what he's mentioned. The reason we know who the donors are right now, Madam Speaker, is because they were leaked. Somebody hacked the account of the GoSend platform and released these publicly, Madam Speaker. That's how we know, and that's what's added to the urgency of us taking action to ensure that these funds from outside sources are not infringing of the decisions of this House and the will of Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's my honour to participate in today's debate and to share some of my thoughts with my honourable colleagues on the current situation in Ottawa. These past weeks have been incredibly difficult for the residents of Ottawa. They've been stressful, and the residents have suffered a great deal. I would like to begin by thanking the police force from across the country who have stepped up and returned the streets of Ottawa to its residents. Officers from Quebec, Durham, Toronto, Sudbury, Calgary, and Vancouver have all demonstrated incredible professionalism and coordination while working to end a illegal occupation that has choked the city of Ottawa for more than 3 weeks. While work has been underway around the clock beyond these walls to clear the streets full of trucks, vehicles, debris, and fences, we as MPs have been in this chamber debating this motion to confirm the declaration of the Emergency Act. It is important to point out that we are debating and voting on the use of the Emergency Act because I've been hearing from some of my honourable colleagues across the way directly comparing the Emergency Act to War Measures Act. That is not a fair comparison. One important difference between these two acts is that the War Measures Act did not require a parliamentary oversight, and the Emergency Act does, in fact, require parliamentary oversight. I want to recognize the former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney's Conservative government and the parliamentarians of the 33rd session for their hard work and thoughtfulness that is reflected in this piece of legislation. A lot of thoughts and wisdom had gone into making it effective while protecting the rights and freedom enshrined in the Charter and the Bill of Rights. Thanks to them, the Emergency Act requires the oversight of Parliament and asks MPs first to have a fulsome debate, then vote. Madam Speaker, I've heard repeatedly from my colleagues from the NDP that they will only support the government's use of this act if it is used in a responsible, proportionate, and targeted way, and only if it is clearly necessary to restore the order and peace for Canadians most affected by these illegal blockades, especially those who live in Ottawa. I think that is a very reasonable approach. I think the majority of Canadians would expect this kind of thoughtful, deliberate approach from their representatives. And with that, I would like to thank my colleagues from all parties for engaging in this wholehearted, good faith debate. Their passion and perspective forms the basis of the democratic parliamentary oversight that is required by this legislation. Speaker, I have received many questions in recent days on how these acts work and what safeguards it has and why is it necessary at this time. I believe it is important for Canadians to understand what their government is doing and what the mechanisms are in place to keep our democracy healthy. Let me speak to those questions. The Emergency Act, which became the law in 1988, is a federal law that can be used in response to urgent, temporary, and critical emergency that seriously endanger the health and safety of Canadians and that cannot be dealt with effectively by any other federal, provincial, or territorial law. Under the Emergency Act, police are given more tools to restore order in places where public assembly constitute illegal and dangerous activities, such as a blockade, occupation, as we've seen in Ottawa, and a critical border crossing across the country. These tools include the ability to designate and secure places where blockades are to be prohibited, such as border and other critical infrastructure. The Emergency Act also allows the government to make sure essential services are rendered, for example, in order to tow truck block roads. In addition, financial institutions will be authorized to render essential service to help address the situation, including by regulating and prohibiting the use of funds to support illegal blockades. Now, let me speak to the safeguards that are building in the Emergency Act. Before it can be invoked, all provinces and territories must be consulted, and they were. Both the House of Commons and Senate must vote on the declaration. If either chamber of the Parliament does not vote in favor of the declaration, then it is immediately revoked, and it's what we will be voting tonight. A special joint committee of both the House of Commons and the Senate must be established to review the government's action under the Act on an ongoing basis. The declaration expires within 30 days unless there is an extension, which both House of Commons and Senate will have to approve. After the emergency has ended, the Emergency Act requires the government to hold an inquiry and table a report to each House of the Parliament within 360 days and after the expiration of the declaration of emergency. I also would like to be clear on what the Act does not do. The Emergency Act cannot be used to call in the military. The Emergency Act cannot be used to limit people's freedom of speech. The Emergency Act cannot be used to suspend fundamental rights or override the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And we're not preventing people from exercising their right to protest legally. Speaker, recently I've had the pleasure of joining expert panelists while in discussion with ethnic media about the use of the Emergency Act. Despite our different political views, everyone on the panel overwhelmingly agreed that the Act is justified and necessary. Why? Because the rule of law is fundamental to Canadian democracy and Canadian society. Our country was built on law written to maintain the collective safety and the prosperity of Canadians. That is why people from every corner of the globe come here to Canada to build their life and family. The proportionate, geographically targeted, and time-limited measures in the Emergency Act are necessary to protect residents and businesses and public institutions in the nation's capital and in border towns across country. My constituents are pleased with the work the men and women in uniform and are happy that peace and order have been restored for the people of Ottawa and after weeks of torment. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, pardon me. For weeks, Canadians have been seeing illegal blockades occupying their streets, disrupting their daily lives, harass people in their neighborhoods, harm small businesses, and threaten the ability of hardworking Canadians to put food on the table. For weeks, billions of dollars in cross-border trades have been disrupted, put thousands of people's job and livelihood on the line. For weeks, millions of dollars of foreign funding has flowed in from around the world to destabilize our democracy, while evidence of increasing ideologically motivated violent extremism activity has mounted. Speaker, the Emergency Act is necessary to keep our communities safe, to protect people's jobs, to restore confidence in our public institutions. That is why I will be supporting the motion of declaration this evening. And finally, Speaker, Canadians have suffered significantly over the past 2 years. They're frustrated, they're tired, they have carried the weight of a global pandemic on their backs for 2 years now. As we near the end of this terrible public health crisis, exhausted Canadians are looking for hope, hope which we must deliver as leaders of our community, as honorable members of Parliament. I still remember the very early days of the pandemic when we all gathered to pass the emergency financial legislation, which went on a long way to support Canadians who were facing some of the darkest days of their lives. I hope we can set aside our differences and try to work together like that again, and to ensure transparency and accountability during this emergency, and more than anything, to give hope to Canadians again and restore confidence in their public institution. Thank you, Speaker.
Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member has stated his reasons for voting for this motion, and I take him at his word. Two other members of his caucus, the member for Louis Hébert and the honourable member for Beaches East York, have indicated that, well, I believe the member for Beaches East York indicated that he will be voting for it because it has been made into a confidence motion. And I believe the member from Louis Hébert indicated that he's not sure whether it's been made into a matter of confidence. That is to say that any Liberal MP who votes against it will be expelled from caucus for voting against their caucus on this matter. So I wonder if I could get some clarification. Has a memorandum been sent out to Liberal MPs indicating that this is a confidence measure and therefore their careers are over and they get kicked out of caucus if they vote against it? Yes or no, please?
The Honourable Member for Don Valley North.
Speaker, I want to thank the member for his question. You know, I can only speak for myself. It doesn't matter. I said it pretty clear in my statement. Doesn't matter if it's a confidence vote or not a confidence vote. I am supporting this motion for what it is and what it does for the people of Ottawa and for the people of Canada. I think that's the right thing for the government to step in and to invoke the Emergency Act so and accountability is assured, and so we can get through this. And that's my reason for supporting it. It's not because it's confidence and non-confidence. To me, that's not that wouldn't make a difference. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He said that in the Act there were criteria such as consulting the provinces. 7 out of 10 said they didn't want it. The government of Quebec, unanimously, they said they didn't want it. But the motion applies in Quebec. I'd like to come back to the vote of confidence issue. There's at least one MP in this chamber who said that if the vote applies, I'll vote for. But if the confidence vote does not apply, I will vote against. So it's very important for the legislators here in the chamber to have a clear response. The vote is in barely 2 hours, and for days on end, we've been debating extensively on this. Is my colleague in agreement with me that it is time that the Prime Minister tell us, is this a confidence vote, yes or no? It's in 2 hours.
For Down Valley North.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank the question as well. For a couple of days now in this House, we've been listening to the debates that based on different views on this act. Today, there's something new, the confidence vote. And I, as a member of this House, truly believe our decision should not be based on whether it's a confidence vote or not. If you want to support this bill, you support this bill. If you don't want to support this bill, you don't support this bill. But I think what's important to talk about tonight is whether or not you think it's going to restore order and peace for Canadians and for residents of Ottawa.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, that little unmute button just kind of doesn't go off sometimes. But I appreciate my colleague's comments on this, and I did listen to his speaking notes there that I think were rather clearly prepared for him. But I'm going to ask the member here if he's actually thought about the mechanics of what's happening here regarding Canadians' financial accounts. And if I told him, because I have great experience in getting the actual crowdfunding platforms approved in Canada, that everything the government's pretending they're doing with these crowdfunding platforms is already part of our FinTrack mechanisms. If that was the case, why would you try and disguise your intent here by pretending that that doesn't exist already? If I proved to him that that was the case, would it change his vote?
I have a point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary from the Government House Leader.
Thank you. So, Madam Speaker, I don't think that you're trying to disguise your intent here, and the member is speaking to you in such a tone, and he probably shouldn't do that. In addition to the fact that it probably is not entirely appropriate for him to be suggesting that somebody else prepared somebody's remarks in here, unless he knows that for a fact.
Points well taken. The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre to conclude his question, please.
and my apologies. I think the member across the way is exactly right. My question stands. Will the member across answer whether he actually would reverse his position on this if we prove that what the government is pretending is happening here is not, in fact, the case?
The honourable member for Don Valley North. Order.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm not as an expert as my honourable colleague in terms of think track and cross-based funding. What I know is that through cryptocurrency and online platform, there's millions of dollars from foreign destinations flow into Canada to support illegal blockade. This is not right, and we have very limited information about that. So, and this is not correct. This is not good for our democracy. And I'm glad.
In debate, the honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Hey, bravo! Bravo! Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. I rise today. It's a very serious and historical day in our country. We are literally debating and making history today on the government's ability to invoke the Emergencies Act. So it's a critical vote, and 12 people will decide history today, Madam Speaker. The government, as we know, has a minority government, and so they need 12 votes and only 12 votes to decide the future of this country and the precedent that we may be setting today. So that's when we look to the Green members and the NDP members. Their voices today are more powerful and more important than really at any other time that I've been a member of Parliament. The power they wield today will determine the future of our country. I think it's really important for people at home to recognize that this is a pivotal moment in our country. And earlier today, I spoke in the House about the NDP and how important their role is here. And we know that in 1970, Tommy Douglas, one of the most adored and revered politicians in Canadian history, voted against the War Measures Act when Pierre Elliott Trudeau brought it in. And yet today, we see serious indications that the NDP will be voting with the son of Pierre Trudeau to prop up his government and support the invocation of the Emergencies Act and its passage today. And I urge them to reconsider. I think what we're doing today, the precedent we're setting to be able to freeze bank accounts of political dissidents, the importance of that cannot be understated. And so we're here today to debate the Emergencies Act and whether or not we need it. But a week ago, when the Liberals brought it in, they claimed that the threshold was met, that there was a national emergency that jeopardized public safety and our economy. However, since that time, we've seen all the blockades have been cleared, the Ambassador Bridge has been cleared, the blockade at Coutts, Alberta has been cleared. Those two, by the way, were cleared without the emergency powers. Right. Yep. In Emerson, Manitoba as well, and a huge props to the RCMP in Manitoba, who did a phenomenal job of lowering the temperature, peacefully negotiating with protesters, and they resolved that conflict without the need of the emergency powers as well. Now, the Ottawa Police and other police forces cleared the protest this weekend in Ottawa. But the reasons they cited for, please.
The honourable members, if they would like to have their conversations in the lobbies, I would appreciate it. The honourable member is making a speech. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. And so the blockades have been cleared. They did not need the emergency powers for that. Now, when it comes to Ottawa, they've also cleared that out. However, we consistently hear ministers and members from the other side that they needed these emergency powers to end the unlawful blockades in Ottawa. That's what we keep hearing. And yet, when you look at the RCMP list that they published on their website that was retweeted by the Minister of Public Safety just a few days ago, the laws of the Emergency Act that the police used none of them were to clear the unlawful protest. It was the banking power. It was the banking power that the RCMP claimed that they needed. That's the only powers they've cited. Which makes sense because we know you don't need the emergency powers to clear an unlawful protest. You don't need them to suppress a riot. You don't need them to clear a bridge or a piece of critical infrastructure. All of those powers were readily available to the RCMP and other police forces and to governments. And yet they were not used. We're not sure why that is. We've yet to receive a real clear answer on that. All we've heard is we needed these emergency powers, these unprecedented powers. And as I've said, the RCMP only quoted the financial measures. And I want to talk quite a bit about the financial measures because to me this is the most critical piece of the Emergencies Act. What we're talking about is providing the federal government the power to freeze your bank account if they don't agree with your political opinion. We heard that firsthand from the Minister of Justice on national television last week. He said if you support a political position he doesn't like, you should be, quote, very concerned. He said that. People can look it up.
Shameful.
Is that really what we're going to do in this country? That if there's a protest or some sort of demonstration that this government doesn't agree with, they can freeze your bank account? Or, sorry, they can order the RCMP, who orders the bank, who orders them. That's what they've been saying. It's not them. It's the hands-off. But no, we're voting on the power to freeze bank accounts of political dissidents today, Madam Speaker. Which is why it's so shocking to me that the NDP, the party of protests, is looking to support the Emergencies Act today. Right. It shocks me. You go through any social media feed of an NDP member of Parliament, they've gone to countless protests, and yet we're seeing that they are supporting the government's ability to freeze bank accounts. I want to talk about the human impact of freezing someone's bank account, because what does that really mean? Well, it means when you go to the grocery store to buy food, your debit card doesn't work. When you go to the gas station to fill up your car to get to work, your credit card doesn't work. When you go to an ATM to pull out some cash to take your spouse out for dinner, no money comes out. When your mortgage payment comes out, when your gas payment comes out, when your MTS bill comes out if you're in Manitoba, there's no money in the account. It is frozen. They can freeze all of your assets, Madam Speaker. That is how significant this authority that we're giving tonight may be given to the Liberal government today. And it's very unclear. I've received so many emails about this because we know this began as a peaceful protest. One of the largest, if not the largest, pan-Canadian demonstrations we've ever seen as it rolled across the country. Thousands of people turned out to show their support. There were 15,000, estimates say 15,000 people on Parliament Hill that first Saturday. Thousands of Canadian families donated small sums of money to voice their support for a political movement that was fighting for their right to bodily autonomy, to make their own medical choices, to hold a job, regardless of their political or their health choices, Madam Speaker. Thousands of people. And when this was announced 1 week ago today, the finance minister explained how they can freeze bank accounts. Do you want to know the terror and the anxiety felt by those thousands of people who participated in a lawful protest that very first day and gave $50 3 weeks ago to a convoy? Do you want to know what kind of terror that brings to someone? I have constituents saying they're pulling out tens of thousands of dollars from their bank accounts. I have a veteran, a very dear friend of mine, possibly the sweetest older man you'll ever meet. He served our country valiantly for 28 years. And although he's very pro-vax, he supports the right for others to choose, so he gave the convoy $50 2 weeks ago. Wow. He canceled his credit cards because he's so terrified the government's coming for his money. I have constituents who are hiding cash under their beds. Like, that is how terrifying this power is. And the lack of clarity has been astounding. It was just today, 7 days after that initial announcement by the Deputy Prime Minister about freezing bank accounts, just today, she finally clarified, oh, no, if it's before the 15th, Tuesday, February 15th, don't worry about it. It's not retroactive. It's just from Tuesday. Why did it take her 7 days to make that publicly declared? What kind of sadistic pain was the Liberals looking to inflict on people who innocently supported something they believe in that's given them more hope than anything else in the past 2 years? It is shameful. And what's really shocking is that there is no due process in this. There is no court order. It's only if you've been suspected, CBC reported that today, if you've been suspected of supporting the convoy, they can come for your bank account. Wrong. This is unbelievable. And it's interesting because the Liberal government's in power now, but there's going to be other parties in power. Do we really want the federal government to have the power to say, oh, I don't agree with your protest, you can't go buy groceries, we're going to freeze your bank account? How many demonstrations from environmental groups, social justice groups? Let's really think about this. Peaceful protest is one of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I stand by every peaceful protest. I stand against illegal blockades, as we've been very clear all along. Those had to end. But people have every right to peacefully protest, and thousands of Canadians supported this protest across the country when it was perfectly legal and lawful and peaceful.
Right.
And the Liberals are asking us just to trust them. Just trust us. There's parliamentary oversight, as if that means anything. This Parliament asked 4 times for those lab documents from the Winnipeg lab with all those shenanigans going on with the Chinese Communist Party. We never got them.
Nope.
He prorogued Parliament. He called a snap election both times to get out of scandals of his own making. And he thinks that we're going to trust that parliamentary oversight is going to be enough to keep his government in check. I don't think so, Mr. Speaker. So I'll end with this. Our party, the Conservative Party of Canada, will be voting with the fullest power of our ability against giving this Liberal government the power to freeze political dissidents' bank accounts. Absolutely, without question, we will be voting against that. Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety. That's not you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm really disappointed in the honourable member's comments just now because I arranged a briefing for her Thursday night with departmental officials, including Finance, the RCMP, FinTrack, and she was told quite clearly in response to her questions that these measures took effect on Tuesday of last week. So I'm just wondering, when her constituents reached out to her, it wasn't just today that she found out when it came into effect. It was actually last Thursday night. So I'm just wondering why she is implying that she didn't know when in fact she was well aware last week.
Honourable Member for Kildonan, St. Paul.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I was briefed last week. But what's interesting is that when the department officials tell you one thing and the Deputy Prime Minister of Canada is telling you another thing, not quite sure who to believe. Were the department officials mistaken, or was it the Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister of Canada who was withholding that information? I honestly wasn't sure. I'm really glad she came out today, because I've been telling my constituents, I'm hearing it's just the 15th onward, but yet we're also hearing across the country that other bank accounts have been frozen. So we have no clarity on this. Why were they withholding this information? Why weren't they being more forthcoming? The Deputy Prime Minister has the attention of the nation anytime she wants to. Why didn't she make this publicly clear? Is she just trying to punish Canadians? Does she enjoy traumatizing them? I don't know.
Question et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague and I heard talk of clarity on the other side of the House, and Mr. Speaker, less than 2 hours before the vote. The member for Louis-Hébert said he would vote differently if this were a vote of confidence on such an important motion. Would it not be normal to not make a difference between a vote of confidence or any other vote? I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say. The Honourable Member.
For standing strong and voting against this abuse of democracy today, Mr. Speaker. And on his point, this is a really good point that we need constituents at home to hear. The Prime Minister today decided that this vote is going to be a confidence vote. If you don't vote in favour of his motion, he's going to call an election on you. That's his respect for the democratic process today, Mr. Speaker. So he's strong-arming his own backbench MPs who've already come out saying, look, I didn't want to vote for this, but I'm going to have to because it's going to be a confidence vote. What do you think that impact is having on the NDP as well, Mr. Speaker, who's been very clear that they're not quite sure if they're going to vote for it or not, but how are they going to vote against it if we're going to plunge the country into an election? That's the dignity this Prime Minister is giving this House, Mr. Speaker. That's his respect for democracy.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
I'd like to thank the honourable member from Kildonan, St. Paul. We certainly share space in the same province. Just wanted to talk a little bit about the finances. We know that prominent Republicans in the U.S. have voiced their support for the protest, and including Donald Trump. Ottawa police are concerned with significant amount of money supporting the convoy. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton criticized GoFundMe for, in quotes, failing to deliver Texan money, really demonstrating international interference. I know her colleagues have talked about supporting protests. Certainly, I know about all the anti-Indigenous visceral comments that I've had to hear from the Conservative Party over the past couple of days. I don't think this is about anti-mandate versus pro-mandate.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, I hate to cut her off. Sorry.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member from my colleague from Manitoba. I have a lot of respect for her and her advocacy. I didn't quite get to the question, but what I would say is that I know that members of this House have all, particularly the NDP and the Liberals and the Greens for sure, have gone to protest. Actually, the leader of the Green Party was arrested for blockading a road to a pipeline construction site 4 years ago. So should we be freezing her bank? No, of course we shouldn't be freezing her bank account. I'm not looking at the NDP or the Liberals for supporting protests whose leaders have said extreme things online. But if that's the standard we want to be setting today, by all means, people can start digging up on their social media feeds and can be finding a ton of extremist language from protest leaders that many members of this House, including the NDP members, have attended.
Order. We're going to go back to debate. I'm just going to wait till everybody. Thank you. The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, what is a good Prime Minister? A good Prime Minister cares about all of the people and all of the citizens that he represents. A good Prime Minister takes every opportunity to bring people together and build consensus, thereby providing peace and harmony in the social fabric of the nation. A good Prime Minister will consider numerous factors in making decisions that are in the net best interests of everyone. A good Prime Minister puts the needs of the nation and its citizens ahead of the needs of his or her own political interests. This is especially true when issues of gravity and magnitude are before the nation. A good Prime Minister de-escalates and reduces tensions and fosters cooperation and agreement wherever possible in the governance of the nation. A good Prime Minister does what is right and just without demonizing or belittling those who disagree with him. A good Prime Minister understands the concept of majority rule with respect to minority rights. A good Prime Minister would admit when he is wrong and change course before it's too late. I do not believe we have a good Prime Minister. I believe we have a Prime Minister that cares more about his political fate and his political future than he does about the needs of his citizens. I believe we have a Prime Minister who looks at moments of crisis as political opportunities to be used for political benefit rather than managing the crisis and bringing peace and harmony back to the nation. I believe we have a Prime Minister that picks and chooses the facts or the science that supports his ideas and his ideology rather than looking at all sources of information and providing good governance for everyone. I believe we have a Prime Minister that does not understand the consequences of the decisions he makes. It should have been entirely predictable in mid-August of 2021 that the politicization of mandatory vaccinations would divide the nation. A good Prime Minister would say this is not an issue that we should be politicizing and that we should never bypass people's charter rights and freedoms and force law-abiding Canadians to do something they fundamentally disagree with, even if many other Canadians disagree with them. It should have been entirely predictable that when you only accept a particular source of science that confirms your beliefs and reject all others, and if you challenge them, you are bound to make mistakes and fail the citizens of your country. Mr. Speaker, I'm referring to the science of mental health. And right now, I believe our nation is struggling. It's one thing to struggle against COVID-19. It's quite another to struggle against the powers and forces of your own government working against you. Maslow's hierarchy of needs is widely accepted in the field of psychology. It's the theory of human motivation. The bottom of the pyramid of needs is represented with physiological needs, such as food, clothing, and shelter, and also the need to belong and to be loved. A good Prime Minister would know these basic concepts and their impact on Canadians. A good Prime Minister would know that denying people the ability to travel and see their loved ones, their children, their grandchildren, their parents, their grandparents, and other family members, to participate in celebrations of life, weddings, and other important milestones would have a detrimental psychological effect on the nation. It's traumatizing. A good Prime Minister would also know that you cannot deprive somebody of their basic physiological needs: food, clothing, and shelter. A good Prime Minister would never take away the right of his citizens to work, to earn a living, to be able to pay for food, clothing, and shelter for themselves and their loved ones. A good Prime Minister would not use the powers of the state to coerce citizens to abide by his policies against their free will. A good Prime Minister ought to know the trauma that this would cause in the population of the nation. A good Prime Minister would know that this trauma over a period of months and now approaching 2 years would leave people in a position where they have nothing left to lose. A good Prime Minister knows that when people are traumatized and in crisis, they have two options: to fight or flight. A good Prime Minister should know at times like this that his words matter. I think this Prime Minister does know. And he also knows that when he name calls and degrades Canadians that disagree with him, it hardens people's resolve and inflames tensions. The mental health and social damage done by the imposition of mandates cannot be measured the same way that COVID cases and hospital counts can be measured. But a good Prime Minister would know his people and know their sufferings and find solutions for all his citizens. It was entirely predictable that the politicization of vaccine mandates would create this trauma and inevitably force Canadians to cower or to fight. A good Prime Minister would never put his citizens in this position. A menacing Prime Minister would do this on purpose for his own political gain. So here we are, at best a careless and reckless Prime Minister who does not understand the consequences of his choices and actions, or at worst, a malicious Prime Minister whose only concern is winning the game of political division, who is now invoking the most powerful law of the land. A law meant to be used for the absolute worst moments in our nation's history. Not to be used by a Prime Minister to grab ultimate power to crush those who dissent and would dare stand and challenge him, embarrass him, and humiliate him. And this power is immense. But this power has to meet certain threshold in order for it to be used, and this government has not met that threshold. There is no police action being taken right now where the powers did not already exist for the police to break up blockades and restore peace and order. Every police officer in Canada has the full authority of the Criminal Code in every part of Canada to address any crime in progress. The Criminal Code has numerous provisions in it to end blockades and illegal protests. The argument this government is making is that the RCMP need the ability to write parking tickets and enforce municipal bylaws in order to break up this blockade. A good Prime Minister would know that his citizens are not that stupid to believe this argument. But the most fearsome power the government has claimed is that of using banks and financial institutions of this country to deny Canadian citizens from effecting transactions from their bank accounts. Everything we do in our lives as citizens requires the ability to transact. Virtually every freedom we exercise as citizens has behind it a financial transaction. We have the right, or at least we used to have the right, to free speech, peaceful assembly, and to worship as we choose and travel without restrictions in our nation. All of that requires money. We are all as Canadians innocent before the law until proven guilty in a court where evidence is cross-examined before a judge. And none of us as Canadians can be punished without the due process of law, until now. By invoking the Emergencies Act, the government has chosen to restrict the freedom to financially transact for those Canadians whom the government disagrees with. Without the freedom to transact, Canadians lose all of their freedoms. Your freedom of speech might involve paying for an internet service provider so that you can post messages on social media, or be able to pay for the use of a cell phone or a landline, or pay for the ability to print signs or brochures. Your freedom to protest would likely involve paying for gas, flights, signs, placards, and hotel rooms. Your freedom to worship would include being able to make donations which pay for the salaries of staff, worship leaders, and the facilities they congregate in. All of this now is subjectively enforced by financial institutions without due process, according to the whims of the government of the day under this emergency order. A good Prime Minister would never do this. A good Prime Minister would use the existing laws of the land and the existing institutions of the land to ensure the safety and security of its citizens. The overreach is massive. The threat to the nation it claims to address is minimal. So much so that numerous provinces have already said they want nothing to do with this massive intrusion on the rights and freedoms of Canadians. So much so that civil liberties associations and members of the legal profession and objective media are questioning this power grab. So much so that even members of his own caucus have stated that they are only supporting this measure because it's a matter of confidence before this House, not because it's premised in the letter or spirit of the law. I will be voting against giving this Prime Minister a continuation of this power. This Prime Minister has menaced with the lives and livelihoods of my constituents ever since he was elected in 2015. He has hamstrung any growth, hope, or optimism of the natural resource sector in Alberta. He has created tax and regulatory burdens that drive away investment and create so much uncertainty that capital investment, businesses, and people have fled central Alberta to more prosperous places in the world. He is menacing with our ability to afford home heating, groceries, and every other required cost of living for food, clothing, and shelter vis-a-vis his carbon tax and inflation. Seniors, working class families, and those on fixed incomes are being asked to choose between food, medication, and shelter. A good Prime Minister would never put his citizens in this position. Canadians know, Mr. Speaker, that protests, blockades, and civil unrest are a symptom, not the underlying problem. And the problem, Mr. Speaker, is that Canadians do not have a good Prime Minister.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member opposite for his comments. I just politely point out some confusion when he talked about leaders seeking political advantage when it was the interim leader of the Conservative Party who actually emailed to her entire caucus that political advantage should be sought by not discouraging the blockades. That was on day 4. But my question to him is this one. We've heard from many Conservative members about the threat having abated. What I'll say to him is that when you have illegal protesters who've been removed from outside of this building but are staging 30 kilometers away, when you have a blockade that was attempted at Windsor on the 16th, when you have a blockade that was successfully reinstalled in Surrey on February 18th, and we have an investigation into a hate group that was at the Coutts border in his very own province, and the investigation between that group and what is happening here is still ongoing, would he agree with me that there is still an ongoing threat to the safety and security of Canadians that needs to be addressed through this legislation?
I need to remind everybody that I do have a clock, and normally this is called questions and comments. We normally, on a 10-minute or a 5-minute, we try to give a minute or so to get your questions, but after the minute, I will cut folks off. The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, how this Liberal government and Prime Minister have fallen. 20 months ago, we went from wash your hands and stay home so we can flatten the curve, to vaccine procurement bungling, to get vaccinated or you can't travel, get vaccinated and still spend 2 weeks in a hotel against your will when you return to your home country, to get vaccinated or you lose your job, get vaccinated or you don't even get employment insurance, and now the imposition of this act for the government to hunt down and seize the assets of Canadians based on intelligence from illegally hacked data sources of financial transactions. This is a gross overreach of power. It's politically...
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul. Pat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague what his thoughts are on the government strong-arming his backbench who don't want to vote for this tonight, strong-arming perhaps the NDP, which has sort of been waffling if they're going to vote for it or not. He's made this a non-confidence vote today. If it fails, there may very well be an election. So I'd like to hear our colleagues' comments on that, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
People who are scared do desperate things, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister is scared of losing the vote in this House because he's scared of his own backbenchers. He is not only quelling protests across the country, he is quelling protests within his own caucus. It's absolutely shameful, Mr. Speaker, that this Prime Minister grabs power wherever he can to use to cover up for his inability to properly govern this country and to cover up the mistakes. And the fact of the matter is that he is a weak, ineffective Prime Minister.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the beginning of the crisis, we thought that there could be political considerations given the government's inability to act. The member for Red Lacombe is whip, and as a whip, we have to make sure that our party members vote following party lines, except that we don't yet know what the governing powers orders are. So what does the colleague believe about this? Because the government hasn't said if this will be a confidence vote or not.
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
I would like to thank a colleague from the Bloc Québécois for the very important question. Today at a press conference, the Prime Minister indicated, he didn't have the courtesy to do so in this House, but he did so in front of the media, suggesting that a matter of this import would, of course, be a matter of confidence before this House. This is, again, a threat to his own caucus to keep them in line, and a threat to the NDP, how mightily they have fallen. Mr. Speaker, they are no longer the party looking after the working class. And he is strong-arming both the NDP through fear and his own backbench MPs through fear for an election that nobody wants at this time. Thank you, Speaker.
Resuming debate, to reprise du débat, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And you know, this being Family Day in Ontario, I just want to start, Mr. Speaker, by wishing a happy Family Day, in particular to my family, my wife, Vanessa, my son, Mason, who's probably playing video games right now, and my two very young ones, Vivian and Frankie, who are probably watching this. I can't wait till I get to leave today and come home, but you better be asleep by the time that I get there, and I'll see you in the morning. Mr. Speaker, I have been listening to this debate for the last 4 days, and I have heard a lot of different things being said in this House, and I want to get into the details of those. But before I do, I want to take the opportunity to thank the men and women from police forces across the country. The manner in which this operation in Ottawa particularly was handled, it was nothing short of the gold standard in terms of how policing operations like this need to happen. And so I thank them for everything that they did to make Ottawa stay safe during the removal of the occupiers. I'll start by saying, Mr. Speaker, I have been perplexed since the beginning of this with the position of the Conservative Party of Canada, the party that tells people they stand up for law and order, and the way that they have been responding to this particular issue. And I'm not even talking about this vote or this debate. I'm talking about the way that they've responded to everything that has happened within the last 3 to 4 weeks is absolutely astounding. Shameful. Encouraging occupiers not to leave, telling them to stay in Ottawa because what they're doing is working, when they know full well that they're breaking the law. And that brings me to a very important point. It's this concept of the difference between an occupation and a protest. We've heard day after day Conservative get up in this House and talk about this as a peaceful protest. The member who spoke just shortly before me, the member from Kildonan St. Paul, said it was a lawful protest. It was not a lawful protest. This was an occupation, Mr. Speaker. You know, I find it remarkable that they would take this position. And the irony is the longer it went on, the more they encouraged it, the more emboldened those outside became. You know, I have a ton of respect for the member from Windsor West, the NDP member, who got up time after time when people, in particular Conservatives and the Bloc, would get up and say, oh, well, there's no problems at the Windsor, the Ambassador Bridge, there's no problems in Windsor, everything there is fine. He must have corrected the record about 20 to 25 times in the last 4 days that that's not the case, and he said it's only a 2-kilometer drive from where I'm sitting right now, but somehow they weren't even able to take the word from him. I have heard a number of outrageous and false statements in this House over the last 4 days. And I'll start with the one that probably got the biggest reaction out of me. The member from Lambton, Kent, Middlesex referred to what was going on over the last 3 weeks as Canada Day times 1,000. She said that. She's quoted in Hansard. You can see the video. She said that was like Canada Day times 1,000. Can you believe that? I wonder if the residents of Ottawa feel the same way. The member from Regina, Wascana, who replaced Ralph Goodell, said in this House, sitting right over there, Mr. Speaker, he said, well, I didn't see any problem. I walked up Metcalfe Street. I didn't see Al-Qaeda or the Taliban.
Amazing.
As if that's the standard by which the party of law and order measures what an emergency is. The member from Haldimand Northfork said that we somehow live in an authoritarian and total totalitarian dictatorship. This is a parliamentary democracy. She said it in this House. The member from Foothills said all that the occupiers at the Coots border crossing wanted was to be heard. 13 people were arrested in conjunction with the seizure of weapons and ammunition. The member from Abbotsford, although just one because so many of them said it, referred to what is going on right now as martial law. Martial law is when the military is literally walking on the street. Martial law means the military has taken over the civil duties of the police. That is absolutely ridiculous. I've heard from a number of members, including the member from King Vaughan, who talked about bank runs, suggesting that there's going to be bank runs out there because people suddenly want to take all the money out of their accounts. If anything, it's based on the misinformation that they've been spreading. Or the member from Grand Prairie Mackenzie, who talked about suspending civil liberties. We'll talk about conflating the War Measures Act, the previous act, with what we actually have in the Emergency Measures Act. And so I want to talk about the Emergency Measures Act. The Emergency Measures Act was actually brought in by a progressive conservative government. Don't for a second think that who's sitting across the way actually is part of that party. Maybe you are, Mr. Speaker, but the rest of them aren't. It was seconded. The bill was seconded by my predecessor, Flora MacDonald, a true progressive conservative. Yeah. It was nothing like the War Measures Act. The only connection it had to the War Measures Act was it was meant to remove it. Mm-hmm. It specifically says, and this is how it differs, it's temporary, 30 days or less, and it's subject to quick Parliament review. It takes 20 members to sign and ask for another debate. It's targeted and used only where needed. The War Measures Act wasn't. It's proportionate. The responses used in the authorities within that act need to be proportionate to what the emergency is. The War Measures Act didn't have that. And most importantly, it upholds the civil liberties. It upholds the Charter of Rights, which the War Measures Act didn't do. So when the member from Grand Prairie Mackenzie said it suspends civil liberties, that member knows better, because that was the War Measures Act, and this isn't the War Measures Act, despite the fact that many conservatives had no problem conflating it. What does this act, what does the invocation of the act accomplish? The most important thing to me, and I have not heard from anybody else saying that any other piece of legislation could have handled this, is it made it illegal to bring a child into what was going on out the front of this place. It made it a criminal offense to do that. Why would anybody be against that when we saw what we witnessed out there for 3 weeks? It restricted the entry so that it allowed police to set up checkpoints like they did around Ottawa to say, if your sole intention is to come into Ottawa to participate in this demonstration, this occupation, you are not allowed to do so. It allowed for the seizure of money and trucks. And I will say, when it relates to the seizure of money, in particular bank accounts, it is temporary. It needs to continually be reviewed. And to get to the point of the member from Kildonan St. Paul, the RCMP issued a statement today, Mr. Speaker, that said the only names that is turned over to financial institutions are those that were the organizers and those that had trucks or vehicles that were not removed from the streets. They did not read the RCMP statement from today. If you don't believe that to be true, you are blatantly saying that the RCMP is lying to the public.
Shame on you. Yep. Bang.
It also allowed for officers that were outside of Ontario to be brought into Ontario, to be used in a jurisdiction outside of their home province. And I know that Conservatives will say, well, all this stuff you could have done with other laws and whatnot. Well, guess what? Nobody else did it. The province didn't want to do it. In order to bring officers from outside of, from Quebec into Ontario, there would have need to have been an agreement with the Ontario minister responsible with the province of Quebec. They didn't do that. What did Doug Ford do? He said, federal government, please invoke the Emergency Measures Act so that you can take care of this. That's exactly what happened. I want to talk about some of the people that support this and support this measure today. The Conservative Party of Canada has a newfound admiration for Tommy Douglas. They have invoked his name more in the last 4 days than I think they have ever invoked in this House over the last 100 and so years since Tommy Douglas was here. But I'll give you a quote. And by the way, Tommy Douglas's opposition was to the War Measures Act, not the Emergency Measures Act. So why don't I read you a quote from a modern-day NDP leader who actually is talking about the Emergency Measures Act. This is
Order. I know there's an impassioned speech going on, and this is the challenge. We're getting close to the end. I want to make sure everybody gets an opportunity. This is a 20-minute piece. There'll be 10 minutes to ask questions. On a 10 minutes pour y poser des questions.
You can ask questions for 10 minutes.
Period. Part. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Ed Broadbent said, and I quote, "We've heard of the importance of following the money. With the use of this act, the federal government is able to do just that. The Emergencies Act give the means needed to stop any flow of funds that could have made the situation much worse." This is Ed Broadbent.
Modern day.
A modern day NDPer who's talking about this act, not the War Measures Act. But even if some Conservatives aren't going to listen to the NDP, let me quote some comments from their own. This is Senator Vern White and Peter MacKay, who issued a joint statement that said, "What we've seen in the occupation of Ottawa and blockages at border crossings is not the right of protest enshrined in our Constitution, but illegal activity that represents a national security and economic threat to Canada. Leaving aside the stated manifesto of the organizers to overthrow the government, these protests are weakening our economy and disrupting the freedoms of law-abiding citizens." Senator Vern White went on to say, "I support the use of the Emergency Measures Act." Those are Conservatives that said that. The Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, the Law and Order, said, and I quote, "The Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police supports the fundamental objectives of the invocation of the Emergency Measures or the Emergencies Act that is intended to regulate and prohibit illegal public assemblies that lead to the breach of peace and to restrict the funding of all such illegal assemblies." That's the Association of the Chiefs of Police. So forgive me when Conservatives go out and dig up quotes from NDP members and conservatives and other people from decades and generations ago. Forgive me if I'm unwilling to accept that, and I would rather listen to the people that know what's going on today. And I will say, one more thing. I think it's important to reflect, Mr. Speaker, on the people that have actually said, yes, we need the Emergency Measures Act. Yes, the Emergency Measures Act is important. Yes, the federal government should use the Emergency Measures Act. The Chief of Police of Ottawa said that. The Mayor of Ottawa said that. And of course, as I previously mentioned, Doug Ford said that. I hear the heckling from across the way, but why is that so important? Why do those voices matter? Because those are the voices that the direct jurisdiction was being affected. It was Doug Ford's province, it was Jim Watson's city, and it was the police chief's area. So, those are the actual people that said, yes, please come help us. And so, Mr. Speaker, as we look towards what some of the other provinces, how other provinces reacted to this, I can't help but think of the hypocrisy of Alberta's Premier, Jason Kenney. This is the man, this is a man that on February the 5th wrote a letter to the federal government saying, please send help. A desperate plea, a desperate cry for help because the province wasn't able to handle it on their own. This is the same man that a week and a half later, on February 18th, said, I'm suing you for sending help. That's literally what happened. It's remarkable. Now, I just want to address the issue of why do we still need these? I've heard it a number of times today. It was in question period. The question keeps coming up. I'll preempt it by answering it now so that nobody has to ask me. They ask, well, why do you still need it? The streets are clear. You don't need this anymore. What an obtuse way to look at it. If you notice, if you follow Ottawa Police on Twitter, you'll notice that they just announced that they just reduced the secure area. It's an ongoing operation out there. They're not done. Just because the protesters might not be right outside of this building right now doesn't mean that everything's been cleared up. It's an ongoing operation. Don't even mind the fact that many of these people are not even that far from here. We're hearing about how they're congregating in various different areas. This is not over. The problem, the incredible work that was done by the police and the special forces out front of this building was remarkable. That work might be done. The stuff that was all over the news might be over in terms of what was sensational. But that doesn't mean that we've got and completely fixed this problem yet.
That's right.
And so, Mr. Speaker, in the last 3 minutes that I have, I just want to say that I am really, I'm very relieved that this particular act, that the creators of it, my predecessor, Flora MacDonald, had the foresight to say, we need to make sure that there's proper scrutiny to look at the way that the act was used. And that's where the inquiry comes into. And what I find the most interesting part about the way that that's worded, Mr. Speaker, is it says specifically that they have, as part of the inquiry, they have to look into the circumstances that led to the declaration being made. I am very much interested in hearing about the circumstances that led to this. I'm interested in hearing and learning about how this movement began, who was funding it, where the money was coming from, how the coordination was worked, who was helping the organization, who was directing them, who was giving them tips, who was basically counseling them, because I think that this will all be eye-opening to the public. And I look forward to that. I look forward to being able to see that play out in the public. I look forward to the public being able to learn about it. And at the end of the day, I look forward to Canadians knowing that based on that information, that based on that inquiry, they can know exactly what happened, rather than hearing these stories that we've been hearing these from the Conservatives and from people across the way. So, Mr. Speaker, you know, before the Bloc asked me a question about confidence or whatnot, I am very confident in my vote on this. I will vote in favor of this because this is the right thing for Canada and it's the right thing to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 3 days ago, the Canadian Civil Liberties Association filed an application for judicial review in federal court to quash the emergency proclamation, the emergency measures regulation, and the emergency economic measures order. If the court quashes these 3 emergency measures, does the member believe that the government will accept the court's remedy, or will the government appeal the court's ruling?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, it started off as a really good question, Mr. Speaker, but it went to somewhere as the members trying to ask me to, hypothetically, without knowing the arguments or how the judgment was made, to ask about whether or not an appeal will be made. I encourage those who think that the Charter is being infringed upon to take it to court. The courts will only harden the steel around this particular piece of legislation. That is how we can ensure that the law is being applied, and that as we move forward with this legislation, it will better inform how it's done. So, you know, the Conservatives come in here and say, oh, well, so-and-so's taking this to court. Good. Good. I think that should happen. That's part of our democratic process here. It's part of what makes sure that we have good laws.
Commentaire, questions and comments. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, I would advise this to the Parliamentary Secretary. He should use a tone and an attitude similar to those of his colleague from Louis-Hébert, because both for the content and the form and the tone, apart from creating diversion around this debate, he hasn't contributed very much. One thing is clear, however. We know that at least one MP from the Liberal side who shares the same analysis as us with regard to the fact that the orders do not fit with the criteria that should be met in order for the Emergencies Act to apply. Well, there seems to be some agreement there. Mr. Speaker, the member from Louis-Hébert has just stated that if he votes in accordance with his conscience, he will vote against this. He has courage, but he's saying that he has a moral contract with his party and that this moral contract prevents him from bringing his party down, so he will vote for it if it's a confidence vote. Will this member tell us if he has the courage to tell us? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
More than entitled to have his opinion. The member from Montcalm is totally entitled to have his opinion. It's not the same opinion that I share, Mr. Speaker. But to discredit my entire speech, where I actually went back and referenced what other people were saying based on the fact that this member doesn't like what I said, is completely disingenuous. I spent my entire speech talking on what I had heard in this House, and I apologize that my opinion is different from this member. I apologize that he doesn't like what I said, but it doesn't mean that I did not address this particular issue head on, because I did.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech, and he knows that the NDP is reluctantly supporting this motion, and we will use all the powers at our disposal to hold the government to account while this Emergency Act remains in place. Mr. Speaker, I support his denouncing of the gaslighting of the Conservatives and the occupation and the convoy itself. But I do believe there's many Canadians that have been pushed to the margins that are struggling, like all of us, here through COVID. But many people have been pushed to the margins and they haven't been heard. In fact, there's been divisive rhetoric on both sides, and the Liberals are responsible too, not listening to those Canadians, not explaining their decision making around even policies around mandates. And I believe that our collective consciousness as a parliament is right now at its lowest level of shame and blame and fear. I'm scared. I'm scared for our country if we don't bring down the rhetoric and acknowledge the mistakes that have taken place. So I asked my colleague, what will he do to bring down the temperature? What will he do to acknowledge the failures of the Liberal government for the sake of our country?
Parliamentary Secretary.
I disagree with the notion, Mr. Speaker, that somehow there is a lack of unity in this country. This country leads the world, leads developed countries throughout the world in vaccination rates. We have more vaccination rates than any other developed country in the world. When it comes to his question about how do we improve the discourse, I'm totally open to doing that. But I feel like we need to start from a set of facts. And I feel that more and more people are bringing things into this chamber that aren't even facts. We're starting from a place of misinformation quite often, and that's where I find the vast majority of my frustration as it relates to the political discourse in here.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
I real tour de force as a speech. Now I'd like to offer the member to please to sum up on his support for this bill.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I want to thank the member for his question and his hard work. For me, this comes down to looking at the facts, Mr. Speaker. It comes down to having trust in our government, having trust in our processes, having trust in the people who are advising, having trust in those that are telling us, yes, we need we needed this act, we still need it. I don't think that anybody wants this to go on any longer than it absolutely has to. The notion coming from across the way that somehow the government wants to take this and entrench these into these measures into law is absolutely ridiculous.
Question commentaire, the L'honorable député de Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think what the honourable member in his speech today did was actually make a case for not continuing the invocation of the Act, because he didn't provide us with any compelling reason why it should stay. And when he talks about how we got here, the reality and the fact is, and this is not misinformation or disinformation, the fact that the Prime Minister marginalized, stigmatized, traumatized, divided Canadians, calling them racist, misogynist, extremists, how does that help the public discourse? How does that unite the country, Mr. Speaker? That's my question to the honourable member.
Parliamentary Secretary.
I think I did address the issue of why this still needs to be in place. I can't reference a member's presence in the House, okay, but I am aware of when people come and leave the room, and I can tell him that I absolutely mentioned this. I talked about the fact that this is an ongoing operation. The operation has not been shut down yet. It is quite clear that there are other problems, like out in BC right now, and other areas that might see flare-ups. And I trust those, and I'm not talking about just cabinet, I trust those who are advising and making sure that all the tools are in place in order to complete this operation.
Question commentaire, l'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member from Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, there is a Liberal member who said earlier that he would change his vote depending on whether or not it was a confidence vote. For an hour now, we've been asking the question, putting the question, and no one opposite is telling us whether or not it's a confidence vote. So, question for the Parliamentary Secretary. Is he close enough to the Liberal powerhouse to tell us if it's going to be a confidence vote or not? Is it important for him? I would like him to tell us whether yes or no in 1 hour's time it's going to be a confidence vote. It's a very simple question.
No, it's not important to me if it's a confidence vote because I'm going to vote for it. Every other member in this House can vote against it, and I'm still going to vote for it, Mr. Speaker. So, I understand where the Conservatives and the Bloc have been coming from for the last hour and a half since, the coalition that exists there. I get where they're coming from, but it's irrelevant to me. It doesn't matter to me. I'm going to vote in favor of this because I believe that it's the right thing to do.
Right on. We're out of time. Continuing debate, l'honorable député de Montarville.
The honourable member from Montarville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must say that I found my colleague from Kingston and the Islands' speech intriguing. He virtually criticized the Conservatives for not paying homage to Tommy Douglas. I thought it was quite entertaining, his speech, and I would like to take advantage of the time I have here to pay homage to my colleagues in this House who, on both sides, no matter their political allegiance, have devoted their time and attention to this important debate, exposing clearly, openly their viewpoint. And I find it very unfortunate that this debate, this serious, important debate, is being perverted, hindered by the threat of a confidence vote. I find this most unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, because we're telling Canadians, well, if Parliament doesn't do what I want, then we're going to plunge the country into election mode. This is very serious because it is forcing the hand of MPs like the member for Louis-Hébert, who otherwise would have voted differently, Mr. Speaker. And this damages the quality of the debate we're having here in this House. Mr. Speaker, I would like to talk to you about another Liberal Prime Minister, a Liberal Prime Minister who relied on division, on a social crisis to make gains. I'm talking about Jean Charest in Quebec. So we're talking about Jean Charest, who exploited the student revolt, the Printemps Érable. Mr. Speaker, it was unfortunate because at the next election, it's a Parti Québécois government, and I was proud to be a member of it, that was elected. And it is us, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, who had to deal with the fallout. Indeed, the fallout of what the previous Liberal government had created. This social crisis, unprecedented crisis that was resolved without us asking the federal government to use the Emergencies Act. Mr. Speaker, what had to be done, we did it. We decided to sit down with students to plan for the funding of universities and the contribution to registration fees. We made decisions that weren't easy ones, and I can talk to you about it because I was Minister of Public Safety at the time in Quebec. Mr. Speaker, for example, I announced on May 8th, 2013, what we called the Ménard Commission. And I was harshly criticized by the police at the time, by student associations. But on May 8th, Mr. Speaker, we had the final demonstration in the Printemps Érable 1 year later. Why, Mr. Speaker? Very simply, because despite the criticism, we decided to take the bull by the horns, to hear people out in the context of the Ménard Commission, and there could have been undue violence. As a matter of fact, the Ménard Commission came out with a report that was tabled by the next Liberal government. But I like to think, Mr. Speaker, that the exemplary way in which the police forces behaved in Ottawa to bring to an end this illegal occupation of the streets in the downtown Ottawa was greatly inspired by the conclusions of the Minac Commission with regard to the use of force in situations where there are protesters, where there is public disorder, public unrest. The work was done, the job was done, Mr. Speaker, without using violence, without calling upon the Emergencies Act. We simply had to put in place the necessary measures to get us out of the crisis, and that's what we did at the time. Mr. Speaker, to govern is to make decisions, and to not make decisions is to make a decision. And the government, at the beginning of this crisis, chose to not make a decision with the dramatic consequences that we've experienced. I'm hearing a Liberal MP say, well, we made a decision, you didn't like it. Mr. Speaker, the government decided, after letting the situation rot during some 20 days, to call upon the Emergencies Act, which was the atomic weapon in its arsenal, so as to find a way out of the situation. The government hadn't attempted anything prior to that. And the use of this atomic weapon allowed it to hide its inaction over more than 20 days, Mr. Speaker.
So don't tell me that the government's solution is the solution. The government had many measures available to it, and it deliberately chose to not use them, Mr. Speaker. And it will have to bear the blame for this. It just made itself an accomplice of the government, which is trying to use this piece of legislation, and which is a demonstration of its very poor leadership this fair. My colleague, the member for Matapédia, said on February 14th in this House, he said that it took the government 10 days to bring in a 3-part table to which the police forces were not even invited. And on February 16th, they created an integrated command center. The Prime Minister, contrary to what was done following the social crisis in 2012-2013, the government never bothered to communicate with the people who were laying siege. The government did not do its part. It didn't call in these 1,800 officers. It didn't create a crisis cell to bring together all orders of government. And it did not. And this is one of the things that justifies our present opposition. It didn't talk to its partners, like Quebec and the other provinces, before taking this action that was so fraught with consequence. There are only 3 provinces which support the government's intervention, and this, to me, is extremely significant. Mr. Speaker, the government, in order to evoke the Emergencies Act, had to prove 2 things: that there was a situation that was both dangerous and urgent. if we can admit, as the member for Kingston and the Islands just did, this was a situation that was potentially dangerous. Now, just a few minutes before the vote, can we still claim that this was an urgent, dangerous situation? I think asking the question is tantamount to answering it. The government had to demonstrate that it was impossible to deal with the situation with ordinary legislation. What the government did was demonstrate that it hadn't even tried to deal with ordinary existing legislation, because the government didn't want to have recourse to regular legislation before it invoked the Emergencies Act. So the two conditions that would have justified recourse to the Emergencies Act were not met. The government did not show that the act was absolutely necessary. The Prime Minister explained that he was invoking the act suddenly because there were other blockades. I'd like to point out, Mr. Speaker, that almost all the blockades, except for those in Ottawa, were dismantled, and this before the coming into force of the Emergencies Act. This means that if they simply resorted to ordinary legislation, they could have dealt with the situation in Ottawa, but the government was careful not to do that. The government said that there could be other blockades, and they wanted this just in case. So they invoked the act while there weren't adequate reasons to do so. They were dealing with a real and imminent situation. It's not something that happened all of a sudden. On its face, Mr. Speaker, it might have been possible to deal with the situation by coordinating the police force of Ottawa with the OPP, with the RCMP, in order to use existing legislation, either the criminal code or the provisions of the traffic highway law. But no, they were careful not to do anything for 20 days. And then they invoked the Emergencies Act in order to solve a problem that they could have solved if they'd tried to do so, if they'd bothered to try to do so. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that we could never support such an act. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, as a Quebecer, I find it all the more difficult that this act be invoked to end this situation, because this act, no matter what the Parliamentary Secretary to the House Leader says, is simply a revamped version of the War Measures Act that's been sort of patched up here and there, changed here and there, to make it presentable, to make it a kinder, friendlier piece of legislation. This legislation invoked in 1970 was totally unacceptable in a country under the rule of law. Quebec, to this day, has painful memories of the War Measures Act. This legislation was also invoked during the First World War and during the Second World War, and then for the October crisis in 1970. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because on each occasion, this legislation was enforced against Quebec in 1917, 1942, and 1970. I think it brings back painful memories, Mr. Speaker. And beyond justification, very awkward justification to bringing this act into force, there's a truly odious aspect to it, an odious aspect to invoking this legislation to deal with the situation we've had to deal with. And so, Mr. Speaker, consequently, there is no doubt that the Bloc Québécois cannot endorse, cannot support, cannot vote in favor of this kind of legislation. We can't do it. We can't do it, and this all the more so because the National Assembly of Quebec, to a man and to a woman, they had the votes of Avenir Québec, the Liberal Party of Quebec, Québec Solidaire, the Parti québécois. Unanimously, they voted against the application of this legislation. The Quebec government voted against the Emergency Act. 6 provinces beside Quebec voted or don't want this Emergencies Act. Now, what about this government and cooperative federalism? They're always trying to make us believe in the virtues of cooperative federalism. If the government were to decide, or were the government to invoke such an act, well, they haven't even bothered to consult Quebec and the other provinces. And they did this, again, against their own points of view. Quebec said, don't do it. They did it anyway. They did it anyway, and they said, we're doing it anyway because we didn't do anything previous. What we have observed over the past few hours on the streets of Ottawa could have happened days ago. The coordination of the various police services could have been implemented days before, and they didn't do it. And then the situation got way worse, and the government found itself in a situation it would have liked to ignore. They thought the Ottawa police will deal with it. And then there was a message from the mayor of Ottawa, and he got a message from the government of Ontario, because there were people camping out in front of the Parliament of Canada who wanted to get a message to the government. That should have been of concern to them. The result of all this, Mr. Speaker, is that we found ourselves in a situation that had rotted away and become inextricable. And then the government invoked the Emergencies Act. But there was nothing, I repeat, nothing in the government's arguments that would have justified the bringing into force of this act today. I will say it again, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc Québécois and I. Now, I would say I do so proudly, but I don't know if I can say it. But we shall vote against it because we consider it the thing to do in these circumstances. And I hope the minister will go back on his iniquitous idea of making it a confidence vote. The honourable member for Lac Saint-Louis. Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague says that if the three orders of government had worked together since the beginning, the situation would have been dealt with in a peaceful, friendly way. But we hear this from the CBC.
Bilateral talks between the federal, provincial, and Ottawa municipal governments are necessary since all three levels of government have kept in touch since the protests started. Mais ce qui est vraiment décevant de la part.
What is really disappointing, Mr. Speaker, is that the Bloc Québécois is promoting the false idea that if the government had sat down with various leaders and officials, everything would have been solved in a friendly way. But when there are union negotiations, if one party asks for the firing of someone on the other side, that hardly leads to productive conversation. The
L'honorable député de Montarville.
The honourable member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say to my honourable colleague that people who want to overthrow the Liberals in Canada, well, there are lots of them in Canada. They meet with ministers, and even though they think that, the ministers meet with them. Now, it is possible that people will vote for a new government, but it's not the reason why you could decide not to speak with people. Mr. Speaker, I would like to show the falsity of this claim that of this way they are trivializing the Bloc Québécois' position. And it doesn't just have to do with the fact that the Prime Minister hid away for so long.
Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, the member is quite right that the conditions that must be satisfied in order to invoke the Emergencies Act were not met and were not even close to being met. Now, member after member on that side and their friends in the NDP downplay and minimize the exceptional nature of this legislation. This is legislation of last resort that provides extraordinary powers to the government that infringe on the civil liberties of Canadians. We're talking about seizing property. We're talking about freezing bank accounts without due process. So given how this government has abused its power in invoking this act when the threshold was not being met, can the members speak to the dangerous precedent that this government has set in normalizing the invocation of these extraordinary powers?
The honourable member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question because this is an excellent question. Once this Emergencies Act is invoked to deal with a situation of public disorder, which would have normally been dealt with easily, resorting to the usual means and invoking regular legislation. But here, the door is opened to a government acting this way every time there is public disorder. As an example, when I began my speech, there was public disorder that lasted close to a year during the Maple Spring. And the very peaceful way that we got Quebec out of this situation of social disorder without invoking an emergency, a state of emergency or special legislation. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. It had many very important points. Now, the critic for foreign affairs in the Bloc Québécois, does he not find strange this funding from abroad, from the United States, that was to destabilize democratic institutions? Secondly, it seems to me that a confidence vote is for throne speeches and budgets and main estimates. The Honourable Member for Montarville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague, the member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie, to have raised this important issue. We cannot accept that political and social life in Canada should rely on foreign funding or should be affected by foreign funding. We can never accept this kind of thing. And Canada could never, I hope never, accept such a thing. I would say to my colleague that it's not because Ed Broadbent wanted us to follow the money, but we need other tools that would allow us to follow the money and see what it was to be used for. As for a confidence vote, I would say that there could be a simple motion to create a committee to look into the We Charity, but the NDP voted with the government. The Honourable Member for Argenteuil. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague, the member for Montarville, mentioned that the government should have acted before and earlier. And now, the provinces were not consulted before invoking this legislation. And this government really deals with provinces other than Quebec. They wanted to change the narrative. Would my colleague have preferred that the government go beyond the provinces and police services? The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if I completely understood the question, but the fact is, I really don't know what to say, Mr. Speaker. How can the member claim that the governments of the provinces were consulted when the provinces said no? Was he there in a closet hidden somewhere watching what the provinces were saying? Mr. Speaker, the fact is that this act was invoked without the agreement of 7 provinces in this country. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleague, for your very passionate and instructive speech.
I studied the case of the student protests. We now have an Emergency Measures Act that would have been implemented in Quebec because the government is saying it's applicable to all of Canada, irrespective of what the provinces believe and what Quebec thinks about it. My question is as follows. There's a big elephant in the room. The Prime Minister made a thinly veiled statement saying this was a vote of no confidence. Later, the leader of the NDP gave his unequivocal support to this motion. The Honourable Member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, my colleague raises an important question. That is, the government has implemented this general act from coast to coast to coast for a perfectly local issue in the city centre of Ottawa. Governments had already indicated that they were against the application of the Act on their own land. I think that it would have been simple for the government, in a spirit of collaboration, like I was saying earlier, to limit the implementation of the EMA, which they did not do, independently to what provinces asked of them. Questions and comments? Very short question. The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Speaker, a century ago, Viscount Haldane created the emergency doctrine of the Peace, Order and Good Government Clause of the Constitution, and at the time indicated that in peacetime, when that clause was used to create legislation, the onus was on the government to justify the use of that extraordinary power. Justice Laskin in the anti-inflation reference case seemed to suggest the same. Does my honourable colleague feel that that jurisprudence applies to the CCLA court case that is currently working its way in front of the court, that the Canadian Civil Liberties Association...
The Honourable Member for Montalville, a very short answer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. This is a fundamental question. Can we invoke a statute of this nature when one finds oneself in a peaceful situation, when there is no armed conflict, when there is no state of war? Well, I believe that in a situation like this one, and I said so in my statement, the burden of proof is on the shoulder of the government. However, in the current situation, the government at no time showed us that the EMA was necessary. If it's not necessary, we must vote against.
Resuming debate, and I really apologize to the member for Courtenay Alberni, but the member has about 5 minutes.
No worries, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much. And I want to thank all of my colleagues from across all political lines for their important interventions tonight and throughout the weekend. We're all tired. Canadians are tired. You know, I just want to make sure it's unequivocally clear that the NDP is taking the use of this Emergencies Act very, very seriously. We've been unequivocally clear that if we vote in favor of the government's request, like we will tonight, it's not a blank check. We are not supporting it because we want to. We're very reluctant here. But because of the failure of leadership from all governments, all levels of government, which led to this point. And the government will have to stay within the established powers, or we will withdraw our support. We've made that unequivocally clear. Now, I just want to speak a little bit about the main group that's organized this protest, this convoy. They came to Ottawa. They had issued a memorandum of understanding, which is a pseudo-legal document that calls for the establishment of a committee between the Governor-General and individuals appointed by Canada Unity, which would have had the power to override all levels of government and to dissolve the democratically federal government of Canada if they didn't follow through with the MOU. Now, this is unacceptable. They called on the Prime Minister to dissolve Parliament, and we can all agree that this is a failure of the leadership of the convoy as well to make that declaration, because it is certainly not a way to get a meeting with the Prime Minister and the government. This is the first time the Emergencies Act has ever been used since it was created over 30 years ago. And we believe that it should, continue to be avoided as much as possible. We don't want to use this tool. It's very clear. But this is, again, a result of all levels of government, including our Prime Minister, failing to show leadership to help keep Canadians safe over the past few weeks. And what we're facing right now is not legitimate protest. It's not been peaceful. It has been an illegal occupation that has been harassing people in residential areas of Ottawa. People don't feel safe in their own homes. There have been reports of attempted arson of residential buildings. The convoy is giving themselves unlawful powers to detain people. And now we're seeing large amounts of firearms confiscated in Coutts, Alberta. This can't continue to escalate further. It has to stop. And I understand the concerns that people have about the potential impacts of the use of emergency measures legislation. I have those concerns too. And we've seen Liberals and Conservatives abuse their power in the past. We've seen the government, their governments, attack the rights of Indigenous people and workers as an example. And that is not what we're talking about here. We're talking about an illegal occupation that has been going on for 3 weeks. And it's having a huge impact on people. And the NDP will use all powers at its disposal to hold the government to account while the Emergency Act remains in effect. Now, I did hear a Conservative member say that, the NDP is the party of the working class and we've abandoned them. Well, that's not true. We're not abandoning the people of Ottawa. We're not abandoning the workers of Ottawa. We are not abandoning automobile workers in Windsor, Ontario, and workers across this country. And we want to make sure there's a clear flow of goods and services so that businesses can continue to operate. Now, I heard the leader of the official opposition initially say, I don't think we should be asking them to go home. So we need to turn this into the Prime Minister's problem. I had a person from my community say the same thing to me. Paul, he reached out to me and said, let the Prime Minister think on this. Well, I can tell you as a New Democrat, I will never let someone be harmed for political gain. We will not do that as New Democrats. We'll stand up for Canadians, for healthcare workers, for Indigenous people suffering across this country. And we need to stop the division. Now, I know the Conservatives like to paint this story that this isn't well supported, but again, I've made it very clear that Peter MacKay, their own former Defense and Justice Minister, Conservative Justice Minister under Stephen Harper, thinks that this meets the bar and that this should be supported, as well as Senator Vern White, a Conservative senator, the former chief of Ottawa Police, Prime Minister Harper's own senior security advisor. The Premier of Ontario is a Conservative. He is supporting this implementation of the Emergency Act to relieve the citizens of Ottawa and as well the city of Ottawa. How can all levels of government be ignored, including First Nations and First Nations in my own province, the First Nations Leadership Council of British Columbia, the Union of British Columbia Indian Chiefs, the BC Solicitor General in my own province support this. We need to move forward. We need to end the division in our country and stop the flow of misinformation and foreign money. And I see that, Mr. Speaker, you're cutting me off and it's time to go to a vote. But I urge us all as Canadians to come together, to drop the rhetoric. And, I know the Prime Minister said a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian. It's time for all of us to include each other and drop the rhetoric and try to heal as a country.
Comme il est 19h30, conformément.
As it is 7:30, pursuant to the order adopted on February 17th, 2020. All questions to dispose of the motion. The question is as follows.
Seconded by Mr. Trudeau, move that pursuant to Section 58 of the Emergencies Act, that this House confirm the declaration of a public order emergency proclaimed on February 14th, 2022. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division, or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. I recognize the honourable member for the Parliamentary Secretary for the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, we would request a recorded vote, please.
Call in the members. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The eyes of the nation are upon us tonight. Earlier today, the Prime Minister signaled, as did a member of his backbench, that tonight's vote is a confidence vote. Convention requires that the Prime Minister to publicly declare a confidence vote of this nature as such following convention. My question for the government House Leader is the vote tonight a confidence vote? And if the vote is lost, will the Prime Minister plunge us into an election?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the debate, but it's time to vote.
Here, here. The question is the following one. Mr. Medicino, seconded by Mr. Trudeau, moved that pursuant to Section 58 of the Emergencies Act, this House confirm the declaration of a public order emergency proclaimed on February 14th, 2022. La période de 10 minutes pour les députés votants.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Gabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Grove.
Ms. Grove.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Serré.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Essasi.
Mr. Essasi.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mrs. Suds.
Mrs. Suds.
Mr. Fragiscaros.
Mr. Fragiscaros.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Idlog.
Ms. Idlog.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Maish-Saanich Gulf Highlands.
Ms. Maish-Saanich Gulf Highlands.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen. Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Finlay.
Ms. Finlay.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Ms. Danshaw.
Ms. Danshaw.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas Salgangari.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas Salgangari.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Monsieur Lew.
Mr. Lew.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Doddle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Curek.
Mr. Curek.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Polyev.
Monsieur Terrien.
Mr. Terrien.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie. Madame Normandin. Monsieur Simard.
Mr. Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Mr. Bergeron.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. I will invite members who encounter technical difficulties to identify themselves. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Ms. Zurowitz.
Mr. Speaker, my app has asked me to confirm that I have voted, and I vote yay.
Your vote has been cast as yes. Madame Kayabaga.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais voter oui pour la motion.
Merci. Okay, bon. Mr. Morris.
Mr. Speaker, I had issues with the app. I will be voting nay contre.
Mr. Morris, nay contre.
Okay. Madame Wagenthal.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I would like to confirm that I voted nay.
Against contre.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Speaker, I have to confirm that I voted no.
Mr.
Falk.
Yeah, he confirmed.
Mr. Falk.
My vote was recorded as a nay.
Okay, I voted. Good.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Mr. Fast, against contre.
Mr. McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to make sure you know that I vote no to this motion.
Mr. McLean, against contre.
Monsieur Singh.
I vote for the motion.
Shame.
Mr. Singh, pour.
Ms. Thomas.
Mr. Speaker, I want to confirm that my vote is no.
Mrs. Thomas, against contre.
Ms. Goodridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to confirm that my vote is no.
Confirmed?
It is confirmed. Mr. Genius.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to confirm that my vote was cast as a nay.
It is registered.
It is registered. Mr. Redekop.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just too want to confirm that my vote was cast as a negative nay.
Your vote was registered as nay. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart. Okay, maybe we'll go back. Ms. Kwan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My voting app was not working, and I vote yes.
Ms. Kwan, pour.
Ms. Gray.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
That is confirmed.
That is confirmed. Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to confirm that my vote was a nay.
Your vote was registered as nay. Mr. Viss.
Mr. Speaker, I confirm that my vote was nay.
It is confirmed at nay. Mr. Stewart.
Can you hear me?
Go for it.
Can you hear me now?
In any way. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, we will compile a vote.
Yeas pour 185, 185. Nays contre 151, 151.
I declare the motion carried. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to file with you pursuant to Section 59 of the Emergencies Act a motion to revoke the Prime Minister's emergency declaration that was proclaimed last week. Members of the Conservative Party.
The Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, there was a House order. The House would adjourn after the vote, Mr. Speaker.
We were waiting for 2 points of order this time. I'll let her finish, and then we'll finish up
Consider
tonight.
the matter at the next sit-in week. I say this to all Canadians, that Conservatives will continue to use every tool at our disposal to end the Prime Minister's abuse.
The Honourable
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
You can't even receive.
This is not a point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Are we done? The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would just like to take the time to thank the staff who stayed over the course of the weekend, the clerks, the House administration. It has been a long hour. This has been a historic debate, but I think we should thank all the people who serve this place for their incredible service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It being 8:23 p.m. pursuant to the order made Thursday, February 17th, 2022, the House stands adjourned until Monday, February 28th, 2022 at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 28.2 and 24.1.